I was born and raised in Chicago, and I walk the streets with the people, and I've been there most of my life.
Play the way the city is defined. You know, they're a blue-collar type city, and people like to see hard workers, and that's the way we've won.
Let's go now! Get up! Get up!
It's a great feeling to be playing in a city that is so crazy about their sports.
The crowd in the stadium coming to its feet.
What do the Bulls mean to Chicago? Mean everything.
Chicago Stadium explodes to life.
They force you to play hard. They reward you with their love and attention. I've never seen people who deserve it more.
For your Chicago Bulls!
That's why I love the city of Chicago. They want to push you. They feel that you always can be better than what you think. And they want to push you and make the best come out of you. And I guess for all the pushing, this is a reason that we want to win it so badly.
The Chicago Bulls ended the 1984 season with the second-worst record in the NBA and a 19-year history of unfulfilled championship dreams. But that spring would not be remembered as a time of disappointment, but rather as the dawning of a new era.
The Chicago Bulls pick Michael Jordan.
Here's Jordan down the middle all the way. Here's Michael Jordan on the drive. Oh, got it! He put it in! Look at this crowd up on their feet. Here's a kaboom. Jordan with 41. And they love it here in the stadium. Oh, yeah, the fans sense what's happening right here.
The Bulls suddenly possessed the most exciting player in basketball. And as Michael Jordan soared, so too did the battered hopes of Chicago fans.
The expectation grew each year. Beginning of the season, you want to take it further. They started to expect you to go further.
Chicago had found a hero to deliver them from the NBA's depths. But to mount an assault against basketball's elite, he would need reinforcements. In 1985, John Paxson was signed as a free agent to join Jordan in the backcourt. 1987 brought rookie forwards Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen, making the Bulls one of the NBA's most promising young teams.
We were tremendously excited because we felt we had gotten two young athletes, two guys who could run and jump and were quick and had all the athletic skills we wanted.
In 1988, the final piece to the puzzle was seemingly put into place as center Bill Cartwright was acquired by trade. It had now been 4 long years since Jordan's arrival, and Chicago's climb to the top of the NBA seemed complete. But their championship blueprint would not bring immediate success, only growing pains, as the Bulls found out that their true journey was just beginning.
Well, I started out down a dirty road.
Jordan is upset.
Started out all alone.
It was real tough after that first year. People looked at it that Michael didn't have that supporting cast. So the pressure was on them for us to start developing these players.
Here's Scottie Pippen on the... Ran into a dead end and lost it out of bounds.
We knew that if we were going to be a good team, that we'd have to have other people step up and do the job.
Scottie coming hard on the drive. Takes it all the way to the rack. Oh, mercy. Horace Grant wasn't there.
It's the hardest thing.
I think each one of us took it upon ourselves to make each one of us a better player. And the coaching staff, they were definitely patient with us. And I think the patience paid off.
He hasn't been called on offense
things don't happen overnight. You don't gel as a team overnight. The chemistry has been a few years in the making. And we've gotten more comfortable with each other on the floor, more confident in our abilities as a group. It's a combination of so many things.
On the drive, spins it off the Horace Grant. He lays it in and draws the foul. Beautiful play, beautiful. Hard right finds Paxson.
Somehow you just have to unite and stay together and grow as a team, as a whole, not as individuals, but as a whole. And I think that's what we did. We grew as a whole.
3 seconds left.
You must come down. No fly.
By the end of the 1990 season, the Bulls had reached the conference finals for 2 straight years, only to be eliminated each time by the eventual champion Detroit Pistons. As they looked ahead to the franchise's 25th season, the Bulls knew that they had reached a crossroads. They could no longer cling to the identity of a team on the rise. If their championship dreams were ever to become a reality, they knew that the 1991 season would have to be the time.
I mean, it was something that we said, wait till next year, we're gonna get back and we're gonna overcome this hill that we keep getting up to and can't get over.
The 1991 season began with a familiar pattern.
Wide left, Pippen. 3 seconds. Jordan's force-up shot to left. Oh, yes! Win. Michael Jordan saves the day.
There were spectacular victories, and there were painful losses.
The Boston Celtics come from behind and knock off the Bulls.
While the Bulls had grown together as a cohesive team, their success still seemed ultimately to rest in the hands of Michael Jordan.
Jordan, and he goes to work, and it's blocked. Here come the Bulls with the lead. Larry Robinson takes it to the hook. And that's the ball game as the Bulls hold on to win it.
If the Bulls were to take the final step in their maturation, they would have to learn to share more equally in that burden.
You can't have a guy that averages 35 or 38 a game and win championships. Other guys have to be involved.
23 seconds ahead of Paxson. Yes! Paxson, 1-foot shooting.
The adjustments that the Bulls would make were subtle ones, but they would prove to be all important. For Michael Jordan's teammates, the challenge was no longer physical. It was psychological.
How many coaches would have the courage to sit Michael Jordan down in a 2-point game or a tie ball game with 4 minutes to go and then have the team respond and go up 4?
I felt the team needed to be able to exist on their own a little bit on the court. They needed to have some internal direction, the ability to have poise and confidence on the floor.
Yes, the way it's to be done.
As his teammates began to assert themselves, Michael didn't give up his role as leader. Instead, he redefined it.
My role on this team as a leader is a utility man. Step in and plug in the holes wherever we're lacking something.
As the season progressed, the Bulls seemed to find new heroes every night. And a different way to win.
Prayer falls down, and Cartwright steals the ball. Jordan, Michael blowing in, feeds Pippen for the jam. Powerhouse!
As the Bulls headed to the All-Star break, their new philosophy of shared responsibility had everyone contributing. Even during the All-Star weekend itself, they would receive an important contribution.
There's 7 in a row for Hodges. I think he's relaxed. There's 8. There's 9. Craig will sit down now. Just ready for the finals. Put on the show, Craig.
Fans have been waiting for this.
12 in a row. Unbelievable. He hasn't missed yet. Unbelievable.
And Craig Hodges is going to defend his championship.
Craig's got this great attitude. He comes out, he's got himself up, he wins a 3-point shooting contest. It's just a big lift.
Going into the second half of the season, the Bulls were ready to take their play to the next level, and their home court would help them do it.
When you go in a stadium, you hear those 18,000 plus screaming and hollering. You feel it through your bones.
The stadium roars to life. Listen to the crowd in the stadium.
You're never tired at the stadium. On the road, you can get winded and you need a timeout, but at the stadium, you never get tired there.
They're getting a standing ovation here in Chicago Stadium for a great come from behind.
Well, the stadium means a lot to me and to my team. The noise, the intimidation factor, all these things are in our favor when we play at the stadium.
The Bulls would put their home court advantage to good use. With 2 long homestands ahead of them, it was time to make their move.
Showtime! Poster time! Hands to Pippen on the drive for the strong pushing around Stockton all the way to the rack. Yeah! Wow!
When, Detroit was hurting, and I think it was a couple game up on Boston. We smelled the blood.
Armstrong, DJ works in front court, a long bounce and again for the dunk. The Bulls have got it in overdrive now. Oh my, yes, sir.
Just in a zone where we felt like we weren't going to lose.
23 seconds ahead to Paxson. Another 3 by Pax. Yes! Yes!
It's unbelievable. It's something that no one can stop. You know you're going to have that groove, and it's just going to continue.
Down before Jordan, wham with the right hand. 3 seconds. Livingston from about 60 feet nails it at the buzzer.
Oakley tries to save. It's up for grabs. Pippen with a 30-footer on the way. Yeah! Jordan in deep on Elo. Oh, yeah! Oh! And as they have done so often, they win going away.
We've had so many games this past season in which we've been able to sit our starters in the fourth quarter. We've just been able to overrun teams.
Hodges around to Purdue, screen back to Will. In for the it's a 21-point lead. Strips it from him. Pippen on a 2-on-1 behind the back.
Wilkins rejected. Wilkins rejected. Consecutive blocks by Jordan. And it's a 2-on-1. Look out. Jordan. Showtime continues for the Chicago Bulls.
Jordan past Petrovic.
Oftentimes, the game is won before you get started because teams see what you've been doing and say, well, let's just go into the stadium and get our lumps and go home.
Extended the 5-point lead. Ahead to Pippen off the Cartwright. He lays it in. Let's see if the Bulls can make it a 40-point lead by halftime. And there's a new top dog in the NBA East. It's Michael Jordan and the Bulls as they move ahead of Boston. Yeah! Yes!
As the season drew to a close, the Bulls had left the Pistons and the Celtics trampled in their wake. Collecting a franchise record 61 victories, they had stormed to the best record in the East, assuring themselves of the home court advantage through the conference finals. Going into the playoffs, they were riding a tidal wave of momentum. But their attitude reflected the lessons of playoffs past.
By and large, everybody became very dedicated to the fact that we had to prove on the court what we hadn't the year before, that we could play under pressure.
The first opponent, unlucky enough to find themselves in Chicago's path, were the New York Knicks. And the Bulls simply stampeded over them.
Shoots from there. Rimming, no. Pippen the rebound. Here come the Bulls storming into the front court. Here's Armstrong in left back to Pippen. Oh! In his face!
You make one mistake and boom, we're off. We're up the floor dunking the basketball.
The Bulls would never let the flustered Knicks into the series as they overwhelmed them in 3 games.
Pippen, a facial. Jordan trying to shake off Starks. Oh, what a move by Jordan! Oh, please, let's see that again. 100 times.
In sweeping past the Knicks, the Bulls had put on a classic Chicago jam session. But against their next opponent, the Philadelphia 76ers. They would unveil a lesser-known part of their arsenal, their defense.
That's going to be the difference in the ball game. We're going to need to squeeze that ball out of their hands a little bit.
And from the outset, the Bulls suffocated the Sixers with a swarm of defensive pressure.
Phil's idea was to take advantage of Michael and Pippen, who just fly around like sleek Dobermans.
Michael Jordan will play. Oh, my. As Anderson couldn't find the shot. 2 on the 24, and Pippen stole it from Anderson. Scottie Pippen all the way. What a move.
We rely on our defense to create offense for us, get steals, get easy runouts and dunks.
Left side, Hodges, a steal, tipped it loose to Pippen. Scottie ahead to Armstrong. Back to Pippen for the jam.
As the series wore on, Philadelphia began to crumble beneath the Bulls' relentless onslaught.
We felt that in the process of putting that kind of pressure on the team that we physically felt them weaken.
Dispatching the Sixers in 5 games, the Bulls had methodically marched through the playoffs' first 2 rounds. And now, the challenge they had awaited all season long was finally at hand.
The Bulls go back to the Eastern Conference Finals for the 3rd year in a row, hoping that the 3rd time will definitely be a charm.
18,000 have turned out at Chicago Stadium for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
As they looked across at the Pistons, the Bulls knew that their moment of truth was at hand. They were about to confront not only Detroit, but also the ghosts of Pistons past.
Here come the Pistons. Look at the block by Rodman. The Bulls throw it away. The Pistons have now a return trip ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals.
This is a team that we didn't like, and they were at a point where we were trying to get. So it was tough to swallow.
Again, it's the dirty work. Detroit wants it more at this point.
They feel like they could beat us at will.
And time is beginning to run out for the Chicago Bulls.
We were tired of this feeling. You know, I still remember the pain.
And the Pistons are under a minute from getting to the NBA Finals for the 2nd straight year.
We were in total despair. They had done it to us again. They had beaten us.
The winner of this game plays Portland for the NBA title.
Michael's not doing it today. You ain't gonna do it today. Do it today. Do it today.
Robert, and the Pistons want to make Jordan pay.
They do the little things that frustrate us.
And the Bulls overreact, and Pippen lost his cool for a moment.
We fell apart, and the pressure that we had on us came to play.
Chicago Bulls continue to frustrate themselves and their fans. 3, 2, 1, it's over. The Pistons return to the NBA Finals for the 3rd straight time.
For the Bulls, the playoffs have yet to begin. They do start today.
As a unit, we knew that this year we were going to have to get by Detroit. I mean, we could make no more excuses.
And this year's annual confrontation would finally be played under Chicago's terms.
We had any confidence at all. It was the fact to know that we were going to play with the home court advantage. That was crucial because we knew we could beat these guys at home.
The Bulls had worked all season long to change the series setting. Now, they were determined to change its plot.
It's not going to be the same story.
Boldly revising the script, Chicago fearlessly took aim at the heart of the Pistons' defense.
Jordan with Dumars. Takes him into the lane. Hands it off to Horace Grant. Inside, he lays it in.
Jordan putting the move on Dumars. The Bulls on fire.
Detroit sounded the alarm and called upon their bench to match fire with fire.
Wiley shoots Bulls under pressure. Good.
And everybody's saying their bench is better than ours. They're rougher than you guys. They're more aggressive. You guys don't want to tangle with these guys. These guys are going to lose just like you did before. When it came down to play them, the bench, we took it all upon ourselves. We said, look here, we have to go out there and show it to them.
Rising to the occasion, the Bulls bench would make their message clear.
Oh, what a pass. Livingston from Armstrong. Livingston making a major contribution here. McGuire working off a double team stop by Purdue. Armstrong for Hodges.
Leading the Bulls past the Pistons, Chicago's inspired reserves would make a statement not only to Detroit, but also to their teammates.
I think after that first game, I think guys were looking at each other like, hey, we could beat these guys.
Through the years, defense had been the trademark of Piston playoff supremacy. Now, a confident Bull team sought to beat Detroit at their own game.
Gets underneath, has a shot blocked by Pippen. Super defensive play by Scotty. Pippen on the drive, left corner Paxson. He comes up shooting. Good. Yes, sir.
Grant, McGuire baseline right, doubled up, had it chopped away. Current right ahead to Jordan. Michael on the drive in on Vinnie Johnson, all the way to the hoop and lays it in. Oh, there's panic all over the Pistons' faces.
And as Detroit had once done to Chicago, the Bulls would now smother the hapless Pistons.
And was able to steal, leading to the...
Practically reduced to the role of spectators by the Bulls' relentless defense, the Pistons were left with only one option.
They would have to accept the beating that we was given.
An exasperated Detroit team had taken their lumps at the hands of Chicago. But the ever-defiant Pistons retained their swagger.
Usually we're capitalizing that situation, but, you know, we're a great team, back-to-back world champions. We'll be back.
We're not just going to go down without a fight. I mean, a serious fight. The next game they win, if they win, it's going to be the hardest game that they've ever had to play in their lives.
True to their words, the Pistons employed their personal brand of survival tactics.
We had to take the physical aspect of their game, and we talked about playing through that kind of thing, and the guys were ready to do that, and they were mentally very tough.
Refusing to be intimidated, the Bulls calmly executed to perfection.
A battle between Jordan and Dumars, and then Jordan collided with McGuire. Shot clock is at 2. Pippen, yes.
I got hit with the elbow, and I went down a little bit, and I got up and I was angry. And Michael came over and he said to me, relax. He says, don't worry about it. And don't let them see you hurt. If they see you hurt, they're going to come after you more and more. So just smile and walk away, because it was all out of frustration.
Dwyer switching off on Pippen. Look out, Pippen sent flying. He knew he was going to get hit.
In the past, we would break down mentally and become individuals, which is the way they want you to be. But as a unit, when everybody's contributing, we were very strong, and we were able to overpower them.
Michael dribbles out to Pippen. Left side, Paxson. He comes up shooting. It's in. Oh, Johnny Paxson. Yes. Stuck on automatic.
Unable to slow Chicago's attack, the Pistons would cling to their game plan, waiting for their pressure to rattle the Bulls.
Yo, listen. They don't execute great in this situation. They'll throw up a wild shot if you play good defense.
But the Pistons would wait in vain.
Sequence by Detroit. Shot clock and 2. Yes, and it counts.
With the game slipping away, it would be the Pistons who would lose their composure. Detroit's pregame predictions had turned out to be empty promises. They had badly underestimated the Bulls, and now it was Chicago's turn to prognosticate.
I felt like we was going to sweep them, and I've said it before. The series even ended that we were going to sweep this team.
Pippen and the Bulls had put the specter of past defeats behind them. They would now look to complete their sweep. And Detroit could do nothing to stand in their way.
More than anything else, Scotty showed more discipline. He didn't retaliate, he didn't cry to the referees, he just played basketball. And I think that showed them that they couldn't intimidate us. And after they couldn't intimidate us, I think they felt like we were a better ball club.
Get him! Right here! Bang you!
We knew we were in the driver's seat when they were reacting out of frustration.
Totally dominating the Pistons, the Bulls reveled in their long-awaited vindication.
It was a great feeling for these players to know that they had such control and such domination of a team which had put us through so many grinding times together.
Who would have thought sweep?
I was always very confident that we could beat this team. And I felt this year when we faced them, we were ready. You know, we believed in ourselves. We believed in the system that we've been under for the last couple of years. And it's gratifying when you get to that point.
Everything that they had always thought that they could take from us, we had took it back.
With Detroit's hasty exit, the Piston nightmare was finally over. And for the first time, the Bulls were moving on.
To get past those guys was almost a championship, but not quite.
In beating Detroit, the Bulls had dispelled any remaining notions that they were just the Michael Jordan show, as they even accepted the MVP trophy as a team.
Award to Michael Jordan.
But that was not the story that the media chose to focus on, as the Bulls prepared to meet the Lakers in the finals.
This series tends to be, at least in the public mind, Air Jordan against the Magic Man. There's no question, you're not going to avoid the Magic Michael thing.
Well, they're calling it the Dream Series, Magic versus Michael. I know that the whole team's involved, but that's the way it's going to be played. You can blame LA for this, right?
Well, it's a big media hype. We know that, and it's very important for me as a player. And one of the main focal points is to not take away from the team.
If the Bulls were to retain their focus as a team, they would have to weather an unprecedented media barrage.
No, I don't see myself getting into butterflies.
Oh, I have butterflies now.
It won't bother me. I mean, this is the chance of a lifetime.
Page 2 is first, Andy.
Stand by the pin on 7. South to 5.
Beat LA!
Bulls t-shirt! Yeah, who's next here? All the way. Get the wrong graphics up there to recycle. No silver. Kill.
You are looking at Chicago Stadium, and they are basketball crazy here in Chicago as we approach the start of the NBA Championship Series. What time is it? Game time!
The keyed-up Bulls charged into their first final with raw emotion and raw nerves.
Michael lost the handle on the dribble to Devos. Cartwright backs in, left baseline, turnaround jumper, air ball.
But while Chicago struggled to shake their opening jitters, the more experienced Lakers looked to take quick advantage as Magic Johnson calmly directed their methodical attack.
6:50 to go in the first period. Great inside pass entry from Magic to Worthy, who lays it in off the window.
Dictating the tempo, the Lakers seized control early and had the normally high-octane Bulls stuck in neutral.
Now we got to go out first stop this time and start playing basketball. Now get your confidence back. Be aggressive.
Get up! Get up!
Scotty on the move, now to Jordan, in for the right, for the goal!
Taking their cue from Jordan, the Bulls were finally off and running, forcing the Lakers into transition and storming back into the game.
3-on-2. Pippen. Oh, what a move by Scotty Pippen!
With their lead cut to 1, the Lakers would again look to Magic, who would provide not one answer,
Magic with a three-point shot, scores!
but 2.
All right, Magic fires a three, good! Magic Johnson has taken over with 2 3-pointers in the last minute and a half of the third period.
A weary Jordan would again look to respond, but he would not do it alone.
Don't leave Michael alone here. It's not time yet. Right. You guys are running away from your offense. Don't run away from your offense.
Chicago would once again rally around Jordan.
Stolen by Armstrong, ahead to Jordan. Back to Armstrong, now to Michael for the finish.
Good play. BJ spectacular.
With the Lakers' lead having all but vanished, both teams braced for a furious finish.
Magic is saying, calm down, calm down.
Magic with the spin. The pass off the dribble of Devonts. What a play. Magic Johnson.
Jordan guarded by Scott. Jordan turns in the lane, gets the shot up. Good foul on Scott.
The Bulls come out of there with it. Jordan wants to run down the left side. Pull up jumper. Goal!
We got the lead. They got to score. Make them shoot a jump shot to beat us. Right?
Oh boy, this is what coaches get paid for.
And Perkins goes for three. He's got it. He went for the shot from downtown to take the lead.
Go. One in time. Michael, if they all run at you, remember Scotty's right here. Bill's right here. Max back to him. 9 seconds. A lot of time.
Pass me the aspirin bottle. Get the oxygen tent ready. This is unbelievable. Bulls down by 1. 9 seconds to play. They lob it over the top to Jordan. Jordan gets it. Changes direction. Pull up jumper left side. Come on, baby, ball. Get it in, get it in. Grabbed by the Lakers.
The Los Angeles Lakers steal game 1 from the Chicago Bulls.
It felt good. It rattled and it came out.
I just knew Michael's shot was going in. When I seen it, it was on target. It was up high enough. I was like, this is it. It rattled in and rattled out. I was like, oh my gosh.
A lot of distractions. We're going to have to, something LA's gone through and learned, had to deal with before. We haven't had to do that. We're going to have to learn in a hurry if we're going to win the series.
There's no question about it. This is singularly the biggest game in the 25-year NBA history of the Bulls franchise.
We felt like we were unbeatable, but, they proved us wrong, and now we got to go back to the drawing board and come up with something new.
Los Angeles Lakers are in the catbird seat after lifting the home court advantage from the Bulls. You get to this point, and they will drown you, flat drown you.
You go down like you live tonight, okay? Take this game, let's wrestle it out of their grasp and go to LA and take it.
Let's go.
All right.
Only 2 teams have ever lost the first 2 games of the finals and come back to win a championship.
Well, we know we got to win. I don't think we should panic, because when you panic, you really don't play your best basketball.
We've been in this situation a lot. We just about know what we have to do in those situations. So we're used to it.
The Chicago Bulls admit that this is the biggest game of their basketball life.
They felt they had that because we were nervous. We lost that composure, and they thought that the nervousness and the tentativeness would have been there again, but it wasn't.
Led by a determined Michael Jordan, the Bulls would serve notice early that Game 1 was already a distant memory.
Michael Jordan just kind of running the show, distributing the basketball.
What a pass from Jordan.
Jordan's biggest beneficiary was a resurgent Horace Grant who poured in 10 first-quarter points.
Here's Grant.
I got embarrassed in the first game, and I just took it upon myself to take it to him in the next game.
The Bulls had turned their game up a notch, but the Lakers would not be easily shaken.
Perkins easily around Purdue, and he served up a facial.
And although the Bulls' offense was in high gear, the complexion of the game was about to change.
And that is number 3 on Jordan.
As the Bulls found their best defender in foul trouble, Chicago would need someone to step to the forefront.
Here's Magic with the basketball. Scotty at the top, and we're taking Magic out of the ball. Got it?
The daunting task of containing the Lakers' living legend now fell upon Scottie Pippen.
To have the opportunity to play against a guy like Magic, someone that I always idolized and watched, I felt like that I had to step up and put all that behind and go up and do my best.
Notice the matchup with Pippen on Magic, a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, able to bump, be physical with Magic.
Pippen's smothering defense on Magic grounded the Laker attack, while the Bulls could now set their sights on ruling the airwaves.
Jordan with the step and the bucket. Michael Jordan on fire. Jordan. Yes. The Bulls have exploded.
Rolling alley-oop pass underneath the...
Oh, it's good.
Yes! 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 Under pressure, right corner Paxson. He comes up shooting and...
Oh, Johnny! Here's Pippen. The Bulls blowing the Lakers out.
Led by an unconscious Jordan, Chicago exploded, showcasing a little bit of everything, and then some.
A spectacular move by Michael Jordan. That's 13 consecutive field goals.
Cliff threw it back to me, and I saw a clear lane to the basket, so I was going to dunk the ball. I exposed the ball, but then I saw long arm Sam Perkins there, and it was just instincts to change it. I changed it to my left hand and was able to get it off.
When he came down the lane, he just, went one way, put it in one hand, floated about a 5 more yards, said, well, I don't know, and then he went off against the glass. So it was his game tonight. He really took it over in the second half. The only thing is, no matter if you get beat by 1 or 20, it's still 1-1.
The Lakers' confidence seemed well-founded as they returned home to their enchanted domain for Game 3.
It doesn't get any better than this. This is the Magic Kingdom, California.
History had not been kind to the visiting Bulls, who had never won a playoff game in this forum of champions.
If you're not nervous before a game, there's something wrong with you.
Despite their previous failings, Chicago ignored the pressure. As the game began, both teams traded shots. And in this pivotal contest, Chicago knew that the heavy artillery would soon begin their assault.
If we want it, we're going to have to take it. It's not going to be given to us. We have to get up on them and pressure them and make them work for everything they get.
But in this physical struggle, neither team was giving ground. Though the Bulls would manage to cling to a 1-point lead going into the half, they would once again find themselves in foul trouble and in need of an adjustment.
Good first half here at the Forum.
We felt like they had too much vision on the court. They were too aware and too knowledgeable players to be able to give them that much time and vision. And with foul trouble on Michael, we had to make the move. With Scottie on Magic, and we wanted to make him have to use up time on the clock.
The strategy that had befuddled LA in Game 2 now played into their hands, as the prepared Lakers quickly pounded the ball inside to Divac, who ignited an 18-2 third-quarter run.
Low to Vlade. Vlade against Jordan again. Down the middle, he gives to Worthy. Worthy gives to Perkins. Slam dunk!
The Lakers would build a commanding 13-point lead, while the Bulls searched for answers.
Beautiful passing. I like Vlade's patience.
I was wondering when Phil was going to put me in. I just sat there and waited my turn and just, I said, well, when I get in, I got to make something happen.
Cliff, if he doesn't have it, you got to step up.
Cliff Livingston would answer the call, sparking Chicago with his contagious intensity as the emotionally charged Bulls willed their way back into the game.
Checked it emphatically by Livingston. Beautiful away. Jordan for Pippen.
The momentum had shifted.
And now it's Mike Dunleavy burning a timeout. 8:42 left in the fourth.
For nearly 4 quarters, the two teams had been locked in an epic showdown. And as the game hung in the balance, the role of hero had yet to be cast.
Now, we're fine if we communicate defensively down there by the corner series. But you got to watch Devon's reach. You got to get out.
It's our game right here, baby. Come on. You're tired.
In the game's final seconds, Vlade Divac would seemingly stumble into stardom.
For the game winner. Divac fumbled it, recovered. Yes, and it counts.
Divac's dramatic three-point play would give LA a 2-point lead.
Oh, no. 33.
And Scottie Pippen a 6th foul. It was now Michael Jordan's turn to take center stage and to seek redemption.
Almost like game one, right down to the second. And the Bulls were unable to score in game one in the closing seconds to avoid defeat.
And they're going to take it the end. They're going to take it
too.
the end of the court all the way.
They have no timeouts left. Full court press. Jordan against Byron Scott. Turning the lane, comes up shooting. Got it. Game tied with 3.4 left.
The Bulls would share Jordan's redemption.
Michael Jordan.
When he shot, it was like, we're winning this. You know, we went overtime, we're winning this. And there was no doubt about it.
The Bulls had withstood the Lakers' charge.
Michael comes away with it. Cliff Livingston took the charge, and there was no foul call. Paxson's shot from the left is in.
The Lakers had experience and the home court on their side.
Michael spins out baseline.
But the Bulls had Michael Jordan.
Is in. A spectacular play by Jordan.
This is a bitter loss for the Lakers because of
And the series lead.
Well, on that point, let's go downstairs. Mike Dunleavy, the Lakers coach, is breaking it down.
Well, we're in a ditch. Not in a hole, we're in a ditch.
Supposedly, according to some of the coaches, they were out and they practiced for a solid hour and a half on the floor. We play them, we squeeze them a little bit, make them work extra hard. If things don't work out, communicate with each other out there on the floor.
We'd have to be ready for the storm because these guys are too good to be let off the hook.
We can't get down.
The Lakers' storm was swift in coming.
Here's Worthy. Yes.
But the Bulls were prepared for its fury. For the Lakers, victory was essential. And their aggressiveness echoed the vital nature of their quest.
Rebound AC again. Oh, is he playing his game today?
Rebounders, stay after that ball. We got to stay with it.
The Bulls were equally determined as they too fervently banged the boards.
Rebound inside though by Livingston. Scores!
And as they stepped up their intensity, the Lakers' storm began to ebb.
Williams now with it. Craig Hodges driving into the front court. On ahead to Jordan. He scoops it up. Rimming. Yes! Takes him in the lane. Fadeaway jumper. Good. Bill Cartwright hits it.
Here goes Jordan to Grant. Back to Jordan. He takes the last shot of the half and he hits it.
Up by 9 points at the half, the Bulls remained focused.
If you get them down, you want to keep them down.
Let's go get him, bro. Let's go. We can't get down.
I'm not satisfied yet.
The assault came quickly. And from every conceivable angle, as Chicago's offensive barrage kept the Lakers at bay.
John Paxson has been a crusher.
And though there was still some magic in the air as LA narrowed the gap,
Important sequence for the Lakers. Magic, yes.
Johnson's bag of tricks could not prevent another Bull run.
Right for the rebound. Quick out and pass down court. Michael to Pippen and jam!
Stay on the verge of giving up, boys. Just keep it right at it.
They're having a hard time building the energy.
We don't have any.
The attack was unrelenting.
Again.
And suddenly, Chicago was within one game of the NBA championship.
You know, the thing about it is that I can't feel bad because they just given us a nice butt kicking.
With the title on the horizon, the Bulls were reflective.
You know, you've worked all this time to achieve the goal, and I think that when you first get in the league, all your goals are more individual.
Let's go. We gotta go out like style, baby.
As you've been in the league a little longer, you understand that the most important thing is the team, and your credibility is measured by your team's success. And winning an NBA championship is obviously the ultimate.
Let's go.
That's what we work for all season long, guys. Let's
take it home. Let's do it.
Ready? I got a lot of excitement inside of me. I guess I've been holding for about 7 years now. I think when I first came with the Bulls, it was a struggle. And we had to turn the whole situation around. Each year we saw improvement. We saw the different levels that we had to get to, and now to this ultimate level.
After 25 years, this is the game that Bulls fans have been looking for. Let's go, Bulls! Take it home! The Bulls with a chance to wrap up the World Championship tonight.
Good work, man. We've been waiting for this. That's good work, all right? Let's go. 48 minutes.
Even with James Worthy and Byron Scott sidelined, the Lakers quickly showed that they were not going to simply step aside for the Bulls' coronation.
Here's Magic. He had a notion to go to the hoop.
But as they had all series long, the Bulls were quick to respond.
Divac with a bounce pass in Jordan, the steal, tight ropes the sideline, all the way to the hoop for the dunk. Even the fans here wanted that one.
Lonnie Divac in the face of John Paxson.
The Lakers' frustration was clear as the Bulls began to pull away.
Oh, what a shot by Bill Cartwright.
There's a steal. Michael on the breakaway. Showtime as he skies into the air. Midair, Jordan throws it down.
You're getting a fair shake. Just stay in here. You never know.
Searching for an answer, L.A. looked to its young bench.
Look pass underneath. Ellis Campbell with a two-handed monster jam.
But the Bulls wouldn't even break stride.
Oh, what a move by Michael Jordan. And here come the Bulls on a 3-on-2. Pippen off the hesitation dribble. A spectacular end-to-end move.
With an intensity born of desperation, the Lakers would make one final run.
Takes the return pass and tomahawk in it goes. And the crowd goes nuts here at the Forum just when it looked like the Bulls might blow out the Lakers. LA comes back with a 6-point run and they take the lead.
But Chicago's confidence was unshakable.
Tighten up. That's the term. Just tighten up a little bit. Not, all right? Not too hard. Loosen up.
It was time for the Bulls to bring their championship journey to an end. The Lakers could only helplessly watch as Chicago soared past them.
Pippen down court, throws it down.
We run like that, it's hard for any team to beat us.
The goal for which Chicago had worked so long was finally within their grasp. And as they reached for it, they also touched something within themselves.
It's not the financial rewards, but it's those minutes that we spend together in very critical times, very pressured times on the floor and sometimes in the locker room, in which guys are one mind, they are one effort. That is a wonderful thing.
They had grown up together. And as John Paxson brought their season to a close, they knew they had become a part of history, part of a team, part of each other.
Each player understands what his role is. It's all a process of being together and understanding each other and enjoying playing with everyone. In this group, we have a great bond.
Start to say the words, folks. The world champion Chicago Bulls.
Final seconds, Magic's three-point attempt blocked. Pippen comes away with it, and the Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
Once those three things came into play, we stood there.
People ask me, can I fly or do I like to fly? Well, I think as a team, we've shown people that we can fly.
Welcome to Game 1 of the 1991 NBA Finals.
We're going to take our friends and fans on a trip into Dreamland. Magic and Michael.
Alley-oop pass underneath the...
Oh, it's good! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Jordan. Oh, a spectacular move by Michael Jordan. That's 13 consecutive field goals.
The Bulls have stunned the Lakers here in Game 3 in overtime.
The Chicago Bulls on the verge of taking 3 out of 3 from the Lakers in Los Angeles. And the Bulls beginning to celebrate. They have swept through the playoffs.
Bulls have won it, and let the celebrations begin in Chicago. The Bulls are the world champions.
We did it. It's been a long struggle. We're going to be back here next year for another long struggle.
As they opened the 1992 season, the Bulls found themselves in an unfamiliar position, standing atop the NBA. And from that lofty vantage point, they saw clearly what lay ahead.
World champion Chicago Bulls!
As a team, I think all of us understood that we had a great challenge ahead of us because the crown's on your head, the chip's on your shoulder, and people are going to try and knock it off.
And forward from Clemson!
We knew that every team was going to come out and try to dethrone us, if you will, and we just wanted to stay on top.
A 6'7" forward from Central Arkansas.
Everybody we played was, up and geared up and ready to play us, ready to bring us down.
There was a lot of pressure on us, a lot of expectations for us that I think that people really expected us to win.
We found out early that they shoot for you a little differently when you're the champion.
Well, you came out knowing that you're going to face a challenge every night. So we came out with a focus in mind to duplicate, if not exceed what we did the previous year.
He drives in, and it's Michael! Here's Scottie Pippen to Michael Jordan. What a finish!
If the Bulls felt any pressure, they didn't show it. They played from the start as if their storybook season of a year ago had never ended.
What a way to start the season.
Reeling off 14 wins in their first 17 games, they began as the league's hottest team and simply refused to cool down.
Here comes Jordan to Pippen.
What we tried to focus on winning streaks. You know, get a 3 or 4 game winning streak here. Forget about a loss. Come back, get a 3, 4, or 5 game winning streak the next time out. You know, that's the way you have to play this game, and that's kind of our focus.
Chicago's success had always focused on Michael Jordan, but this year, more than ever, he would share the spotlight with another superstar.
Jordan with it. Pippen all the way. Blocked by Pippen. Scotty on a break.
People started taking notice that this wasn't a so-called one-man team. There was another guy by the name of Pippen.
Pippen to the hole. Oh, what a jam by Pippen.
He, more than anyone on our team, played with that arrogance.
McDaniel. Blocked out of bounds. Scotty Pippen.
Once you become a champion, you got to walk, you got to carry yourself like a champion.
And with Pippen and Jordan strutting their stuff, the Bulls ran opponents off the court.
Michael to his left. Gets it. Slams it.
We get Michael and Scotty going.
Here comes Jordan. Behind the back, Pippen. What a play. What a play.
We're unstoppable.
Pippen. Oh, yes, sir. Showtime. Michael Scotty.
You just can't concentrate just on one person, because if you do and you're trying to watch the left, then the right's going to put you away.
Here comes Jordan. To Pippen. There is a highlight, man.
It's like poetry in motion.
Michael with a quick step. Thinks it goes to Pippen.
The fan inside you takes over, and you just sit there and watch him.
The rest of the NBA could also do little more than watch as the Bulls steamrolled through the league.
To Michael. Oh, beautiful work.
And though Pippen and Jordan captured the headlines, there were other Bulls who were quietly contributing.
Horace is our workhorse.
And his brand of work is straightforward in nature.
Blue collar.
Nice pass inside for Horace Grant, who throws it down.
Hard hat, lunch bucket.
Horace is there again. Gets the rebound. Puts it on. Play by Horace Grant.
Playing his part to perfection, Grant epitomized the Bulls' selfless credo.
I mean, if we're going to do it again, we're going to have to all do it together again. That's been our philosophy, and it's our team focus that will give us all our individual success.
Unified by their common goal, the Bulls were bound together more tightly than ever.
We're role players, basically. You try to fit your talents in, and you got to root for one another.
Williams slammed up. Cross-court, Haji, open three.
Everybody that comes in has something to offer this team, has a string.
Together, the Bulls overpowered opponents and made it look easy.
They're going crazy at the Madhouse on Madison. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah! Tries to spin. Does. Grant with the block. And here come the Bulls. Here they come on the run. Oh, yeah!
Piling up win streak after win streak, the Bulls stampeded into the All-Star break with the league's best record. And even in Orlando, they continued to shine.
The head coach of the Eastern Conference All-Stars, Phil Jackson.
His tongue is out. Craig Hodges has won his third consecutive shootout title.
The second half of the season would prove to be no different than the first. Their play was as devastating as it was dazzling, and expectations soared higher than ever. But again, they would shrug off the pressure, continue to win, and have fun doing it.
Just one of the greatest feelings when you're out there and everything is clicking, all cylinders are rolling, and we're just one of the toughest teams to beat and one of the greatest teams to watch.
Go with it! Go with it! Oh, Scotty! And alley-oop to goal! Tomahawk!
You don't know where that ball is going to go. You don't know where the pass is going to come from.
Inside, Scott Williams almost pushed that about to Purdue!
And it basically just destroys the other team because they're always calling timeouts, trying to figure out what they can do.
Jordan! Oh, yeah. Where did he go?
We're winning ball game after ball game after ball game.
You see the time running out. He lets it fire. Yeah!
We felt like kings.
Jordan to Horace to finish.
We felt
Bang, bang, bang!
indestructible.
Highlight. Oh, yeah. Poster! I don't believe my eyes. What a play. Oh, yeah. Oh, Williams wide open. The
Bulls have now clinched home court advantage throughout the NBA playoffs. Boom! This place is going crazy, Reds. You got it.
With a season full of cheers echoing in their ears, the Bulls readied themselves for the postseason. With a near record 67 wins, they had clearly established themselves as the overwhelming playoff favorite. But it had been a long year of defending their crown, and they knew that a fresh set of challenges awaited them.
Well, I got an ample warning from various friends and coaches around the league. You know, the pressure's all on you guys, and you know, you've got to have pressure to play not to lose rather than play to win sometimes when you're the champ.
Their first opponent was a team with nothing to lose. Making their first playoff appearance, the Miami Heat could not have been more excited to face the defending champions.
Sometimes, but Pippen is going to stay with Glenn in most cases.
We was very confident that we could, you know, sweep through Miami, but we knew it was going to be a struggle for us. No matter how well you do against a team throughout the regular season, the playoffs are a different challenge.
As had become their trademark, the Bulls took to the task ahead of them with single-minded efficiency.
Jordan drives again. Counted in the foul. Michael Jordan. Left cross court. Purdue and Will hammers it home.
You can't afford to exert energy playing 4 or 5 games against Miami. That's a team that we had to go in and beat 3 straight and get on to the next round, because you don't know what's going to happen up the road.
After taking both games in Chicago, the Bulls looked to complete their sweep in Miami. For the Heat, just making the playoffs was cause for celebration. But as the game began, Jordan quickly stole the show as he staged a one-man scoring exhibition.
Oh, beautifully done! Be ready to help with Jordan now. Comes off the bench, be ready to help.
But no matter what the Heat tried, Jordan was not to be stopped. Going over, around, and through defenders, he poured in an incredible 56 points to lead the Bulls emphatically into the second round.
Here's Jordan.
Wow! This is the prime time. This is the best time of the season. You know, regular season was a step to this point. You got to elevate your game. And yeah, I feel I have. I feel I have to continue.
Following their decisive first-round knockout of Miami, the Bulls would step into the ring next with a tough and hungry contender from New York. The Knicks awaited the Bulls with a brash game plan in mind and dreams of a championship in their hearts.
Pat Riley says, believe we're going to win. We didn't work hard for 7.5 months just to get past the first round.
Get up.
From the opening tip, the tone of the series was set. Knowing that they could not hope to outrun the Bulls, the Knicks would attempt to overpower them.
I don't know what happened. There. Yeah, he thought him on purpose. Yeah. You guys are running away from your offense. Don't run away from your offense.
Frantically trying to regroup, Chicago struggled to counterattack. But New York always seemed to have an answer. Chicago had been taken by surprise. And as the Knicks continued to work their strategy to perfection, the Bulls were helpless to stop them. A stunning upset would belong to New York as they dealt Chicago a humbling defeat on their home court.
Okay.
Game 1 had been a rude wake-up call.
Okay. Now remember the energy that got us here. We got to rebuild the momentum as you guys have your little thing. You got about half an hour here with the momentum.
But in Game 2, Pat Riley's troops could no longer rely on the element of surprise. Now it would be the Bulls who would dictate the tempo as they worked their offense to perfection.
Here's Paxson spotting up for 3. Yes! Shot clock finds BJ again. He looks inside. He's double teamed. Splits it in the lane. Hangs. Hits!
In this game, the Bulls would play the role of aggressor. Beating the Knicks with quick hands and quick feet.
Coaching step up. BJ with a steal. He's going to race against Anthony. Back to... What a play by BJ! Timeout, Knicks. Listen to this crowd.
The Bulls had regained their championship form. And as the series shifted to New York for Game 3, they continued to outrun and outplay their slower opponents.
Comes up with it on the run. He's bumped. Drives to the hole. Lays it in.
The Bulls had repulsed the Knicks' attack, and taking a 2-1 series lead, they seemed ready to dispatch their tormentors. But though the Knicks were down, they were far from out.
People think because the Bulls are up, we're supposed to lay down and die because the Bulls are the world champion. We're supposed to just lay down and just let them do whatever they want to us. Hey, this is a game. This is a man's game.
You know, all we want is what they have and what they are. That's what championship teams are about. They got to take on all comers.
And the Knicks would prove to be an unexpectedly rugged contender.
They came out, they were being the aggressor and trying to initiate confrontations. And all of a sudden you knew it was going to be a long series because they found a real comfortable style in being aggressive.
The Knicks' war of attrition was beginning to show its effects.
They were physically beating us up. And then it got to the point where we started getting mentally tired.
Battered and bruised, the Bulls were becoming frustrated. And as Chicago seemed to weaken, New York grew stronger.
What you have to understand is that they were playing some good basketball at the time. That was a bad thing, is that it'd be different if they were coming in and just trying to beat us up and not playing very well, and they weren't getting good performances out of people over there, but they were.
Taking 2 of the next 3 games from Chicago, New York would even the series.
Yes, and it counts! Oh, we are seeing one of his extraordinary...
The stunned Bulls would be forced to head home for a decisive 7th game.
Who would have thought it would come to this? The 7th game between the Knicks and the Bulls?
The Knicks' ambush had taken its toll. And the Bulls were feeling the pain and the pressure.
The whole season was riding on that one particular game. And my proclaimed dream team, you know, one game, 48 minutes from now, could all be over with without us having a chance to repeat.
For the first time, the Bulls' quest for a second title was in doubt. A loss now, and their magnificent season would be remembered only for unfulfilled expectations.
No tomorrow. No tomorrow. Let's go. Hey, let's go for it all.
Play with that back to the wall.
Let's go.
What time is it? Game time!
They had underestimated the Knicks' resolve. But with their championship on the line, the Bulls were at their determined best. Relying more on force than finesse, the Knicks tried desperately to muscle their way back into the game. But the focused Bulls were undaunted.
X is one of those players that tries to go out and intimidate you, and I wasn't backing down from his intimidation.
Go both ways. Don't start. Don't start. Hey, don't start. I'm telling you.
Now, McDaniel wants a piece of Pippen. Jake O'Donnell.
There comes a time where you have to make a stand, and we had to make a physical stand against New York.
Now Jordan and McDaniel's face. And there's a technical on both teams.
When I spoke up for Scotty at that particular time, it was the support of the whole team, not just myself, that we believe in you. We're not going to let someone come in and actually try to take what we feel you have. And, you know, you got to be strong as well as we're going to be strong beside you.
It was good on his part, you know, to have a teammate or someone to be able to step in and say, hey, no more BS. We're ready for anything you guys ready this out.
Fortified by their unity, the Bulls decisively took control of the contest. Closing out the series, Chicago gratefully put this unexpectedly grueling test of their championship medal behind them.
The Chicago Bulls have defeated the New York Knicks 110-81.
I think the New York series did a lot as far as finding out what we were really made of. It tested our characters to see if we could respond to adversity.
Well, I think this team has outstanding character. I think they understand how they have to support each other, both mentally and physically. But I think the character ultimately sets this team apart from the other teams in the league right now.
While New York had tried to overpower Chicago, their next opponent, the Cleveland Cavaliers, would now try to outwit them.
We had a great deal of respect for Cleveland, not because they were going to come in and knock our blocks off, maybe like the New York Knicks did, but because of their basketball skills and ability and their size.
The air of invincibility that had marked the regular season was gone.
Chicago 0 for 11 tonight. They have yet to hit a field goal.
And the Bulls would again be forced to fight for their survival. Unable to solve Cleveland's disciplined half-court offense, Chicago resorted to a relentless inside assault led by Michael Jordan. But playing at this tempo was playing into Cleveland's hands. And after 4 games, the series was knotted at 2. With neither team giving ground in Game 5, the series was still either team's to win. But that was about to change.
It's one of those series that went back and forth, until we finally read their team. And if we get a chance to adapt our game and read a team, it's over for them.
With a quarter left in this pivotal game, the Bulls were ready to make their move. The starters would begin the assault.
The Chicago Bulls on fire.
But the bench would finish it.
B.J. Armstrong, left-handed and put it off the window. B.J. with 9.
With B.J. Armstrong and Cliff Livingston pushing the Bulls' attack into overdrive, the Cavaliers simply couldn't keep up. Needing just one more win to complete their long journey back to the finals, Chicago was relentless.
Tonight, the game we've all been waiting for. You got a classic basketball game with 2 very desperate and determined teams.
Though Cleveland fought valiantly, the focused Bulls methodically closed out the series.
Oh, what a look from Jordan finding Grant. Chicago Bulls are headed back to the NBA championship round.
So I think it was a mission that we'd be at Portland to play for the championship. But along the way, we had to get through those other obstacles, and we did. Not easily, not in a pretty manner, but maybe it's a test of character that the team was still able to regroup itself despite disappointment and get here. And I think that's who we are.
As the Bulls waited to play for their second straight title, Michael Jordan took time to collect a second straight award of his own.
3 MVPs, 6 straight scoring titles. You are simply the standard by which basketball excellence is measured. Congratulations.
With their MVP leading them, the Bulls were ready to take on the Trailblazers.
Good evening, basketball fans, wherever you may be. Welcome to the NBA Finals.
Here we go. Portland and Chicago. It was almost inevitable. They were the favorites in November, and now they meet in June. We're all ready for this game, and the noise level here at the stadium will soon be earth-shattering.
The Bulls trying to do what few have done before, and that is repeat.
Let's go, boys. Go, man.
The Trailblazers on a mission, trying to prove that they belong.
The world has been waiting 2 years for this matchup. The feeling that we have right now is like bungee jumping, standing on that tower, standing on that bridge.
It's all down, baby. Let's play.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Do you have any questions at all?
Just play the game, we'll referee. Have a good game, guys. Have a good series.
Having completed their arduous journey through the playoffs, the Bulls entered the finals with a feeling of relief.
Jordan, baseline jump pass. Pippen with a slam game.
Go, Keith. Take a seat. I got it.
But with Terry Porter starting them off, it was the Blazers who broke quickly from the gate.
Lost the dribble off his foot. 3-on-2 for the Blazers. Flicks the ball away. So Portland beginning to fly all over the court. Porter with the open shot. And the Blazers have hit their first 7 field goal attempts.
You haven't got his rhythm yet for offense. You gotta keep pushing to find your rhythm.
Chicago would find its rhythm in the person of Michael Jordan, who was about to answer the Blazers' hot shooting and much more.
Jordan with the steal. Eluding Ainge. Yes.
Don't hold, Clyde. Let's go, babe.
Now Jordan posting up. Goes to the fadeaway. Dribble foul. It comes. Jordan eluding Robinson. Yes.
Oh, he is on fire.
Unleashing a new weapon from his arsenal, Jordan single-handedly took over the game.
Jordan for 3 more. Hits. Boy, when you're hot, and when you're not, you're not. And that young fella is hot.
Come on, let's go now. Come on, we need a spurt here. We got to defend them. Let's go. We got to get back and defend them. We got to get good shots out here.
Despite the Blazers' plans, on this night, no defense in the world could have halted the aerial barrage to come.
Jordan for 3. He is hot. Woo! Well, Michael has gone to a new weapon.
Jordan would drill 6 3-pointers and drive a stake into the Blazers' hearts.
Pippen, 2 men to beat. Drive for the basket. Oh, Michael Jordan! Jordan with his magic carpet threw it down. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. He's in a frenzy here. And a Jordan flag, another. Oh, no! I don't believe it. 3-pointer from Jordan. What in the world is going on?
There's Jordan for 3. Yes! Did you see that look? Michael indicating he can't believe it.
He feels it. There's nothing else you can say other than the man feels it and lets us know.
This is the greatest performance, maybe ever, in the single half, playoff, or in the history of this league.
Chicago fans had witnessed one of playoff history's most spectacular performances. And the second half would be merely a curtain call.
He wants to run. 4-on-2 break. He leads Horace Grant with a slam jam. What a start for the defending world champions of the NBA.
As the Bulls completed the romp, the story of the night was, of course, Michael Jordan.
I started running for that 3-point line. I felt a great rhythm. It felt like a free throw, really, from that distance.
The only thing you could just sit back and say, and wow, and woo, just like a little kid out there, everything he threw up, he hit.
He was hot, and we all knew it. He knew it, and he just was going to go out there. I don't think he was going to miss from 2, from 3, or from half court range. He just had that feeling.
There's a lot of series where a game goes like this the first game, the second game's totally different. It better be different. I know we're better than this, believe me.
Entering Game 2, the Trailblazers optimistically hoped for a new beginning, and their strategy was apparent. Every time Jordan had the ball, he would find himself surrounded by Blazers. An emotionally charged Portland team tried to overwhelm Chicago with sheer hustle.
Banks up a long jumper, airballs it wide right. Drexler dives on the end, and Buck Williams scores! And that may be the wake-up call for the Blazers. Deflected away again, and a tip and a stripped at midcourt. Picked back up by Portland down court. Drexler over! Bill Cartwright with a thunder slam! And suddenly, Portland showing more muscle than they have in the past.
We got to get the ball moving. We're standing around, taking looks. Get that ball, move it. Not making them work hard enough on defense.
To ignite their sputtering offense, Jordan began to set up his teammates. Cooley picking apart Portland's defense.
Cross-court pass, pass it over for 3. Did it again! holding the ball, dribbling with the right hand, signaling with the left, starts his move, wheels in the right corner, Hanson fires a three, and scores! Bobby Hanson of all people buries a three. That's the end of the third period. It's a Bulls 77, Portland 70.
The fourth quarter would see Jordan begin to look for his own shot. And as they stretched their lead to 10, the Bulls seemed to have everything going their way.
Now there's a steal by Pippen, foul in the backcourt. And if it's on Drexler, that's 6. It is. Titus fouled out.
It just gets worse and worse for the Trailblazers.
Nothing in my mind told me that this team would be able to stay with us without a leader like Clyde Drexler. It was just right there saying, you guys are going to win this game, just finish.
But finishing the Blazers would prove to be more difficult than it seemed.
I'll call of MJ, and it's 4 on Michael.
23 in the back.
Oh, Jess Kersey just called a technical on Michael Jordan.
That was not a true statement, but you were talking about me, and I don't talk about you.
Jordan's temper had flared, but it was Portland that would catch fire. Playing with renewed passion, Portland charged back into the game, and the stunned Bulls could only sit by and watch.
With the scoop! Come on, boys! He's beating Kersey, and they tie the game!
And the air suddenly has gone out of the sellout crowd at the Chicago Stadium.
Having squandered their lead, the Bulls again looked to Jordan.
Underneath, Jordan, bang, scoop, score!
Oh, he was facing the other way! He was facing the opponent's basket! Here is Butler. Yes! He's tied the game at 97.
All right, here we go. It's down to this. 13 and 2/10 seconds to play. Michael, one-on-one. He takes the move, stutter step move, pull-up jumper! Off the rim, no good! Rebound, Portland! We're out of time! Overtime in Chicago!
The seemingly impossible had happened. The Bulls had lost control of the game, and even in overtime, they could not get it back. With Danny Ainge leading the way, Portland would steal the game and the precious home court advantage.
Ainge moves, gives cross-court back to Terry, practice three from the left side, and scored! And that might be a backbreaker with a minute and a half to go. Suddenly, it's Portland by 6. Way to go, baby!
Oh, what a pass from Porter, finding Ainge, and the Portland Trailblazers with a dramatic come-from-behind effort.
It's a great game. We had every opportunity to win it, and I'm sure we're going to look back and rue this a little bit tonight.
I think they gained a little bit momentum from the technical foul that I received, and that from that point on, it just kind of went downhill.
This one was just a little hard to take because, we just really gave it away.
After Friday's stirring come-from-behind overtime win, Portland has achieved what most experts said they needed to. Split the first two in Chicago and come home even.
Big concern by many people, Bulls' ability to bounce back after the devastating loss in game number 2. Did they have enough time to get themselves straightened out?
The Blazers gonna smoke those Bulls! The Portland Trailblazers are 8-0 in this building in the playoffs.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or Sybil or whatever, boy, you just don't know which Bulls team is going to show up for which game.
It's not going to be the guy who scores the most points going to win this series. It's the team that's going to win the series. The best team is going to win the series. The best team is us.
I look for Portland to win the next game easily, Joe.
We built a circle around ourselves and said, we're going to stay in this circle, and no matter what goes on outside of this circle, we're not concerned with it. It was our time to really go out and shine and open up this series the way we should have did, the way we wanted to do.
Better take care of business. Let's go.
Entering Portland's den, Chicago was all business, and building an early lead, they quickly showed the Blazers that Game 2 was only a memory.
Jordan, drive by Fox area this side, turn around, puts it up, he hits.
Yes! John Paxson has shot the ball very well. Started that in. Get back in. Possession by possession now. Come on now.
Raising their intensity, the Blazers made a statement of their own.
Kersey, Porter,
Drexler up the middle. He jumped! Rip City, baby! That gets the crowd going.
Drexler goes in low on the block to Duckworth. He bumps and bangs. Drop steps on Cartwright. Put it in. Not good! Hung on to him! It's settled in! Oh, my!
With both teams having made their run, the Bulls held a narrow lead. Now the game would settle into a shifting struggle of competing strategies.
Post up! Don't stand out here and watch it! Cut through it! Get some activity going!
Left side, Kersey whips it baseline. Drexler open for the hanging jam!
Get your hands out. Get ready for an interception.
Back to Porter. Shoveled pass to Robinson. One step to the left. He lost it on the way up. Stolen away by Pippen. Pippen on a break. 3-on-2. Scooped and scored.
That's the Pippen that they've been waiting for.
Let's run the floor. Come on.
And Duckworth off the board. Here's Porter leading Drexler. Wide open basketball.
Don't worry about it. I'm going to be a threat.
You're rotating.
All right? I'm in the post. I'm in the post.
The lead is 11. Paxson out front, spins away from Porter on the dribble drive. Gives to Michael Jordan, posting up on the right side. Jump shot at Drexler's face, and he scored.
With less than a quarter to go, the Bulls held grimly to the lead. But the inevitable Portland run was still to come.
Now the Blazers trying to poise themselves to make a run. And the crowd comes pumping back to life.
Because of the comeback made by the Blazers in Game 2, the Bulls know this team can come back.
Over to Ainge. Ainge fakes a three-pointer, gets to the foul line, puts it up, drills it with the right hand.
Off the front of the rim. Rebound, Williams, long late pass to Drexler. Now to Kersey, who fumbles, gets it back, and lays it in with a reverse layup.
Chicago wants to talk about it.
Boy, this is a carbon copy of Game 2.
Here they come. You're rotating. All right? So you got to hold off in here. They're going to let them beat the hell out of you, so you have to get used to it and just be strong.
With this crucial game on the line, the Bulls looked for strength inside themselves and each other. This time there would be no letdown. They were ready.
Here's Duckworth, blocked by Grant. Fakes right, drives left, rolls it up the walk.
Drexler on the move against Pippen to the baseline, runs into him, offensive foul on Drexler.
Jordan dribbling down the clock underneath. Horace Grant wide open, slams it down.
To Michael, he shifts gears down the lane, ducks in, layup, got it. Jordan ducking inside.
Ainge cross-court bounce pass, stolen by Paxson away from Porter. And Paxson lays it in. And this one is all but over in Portland. And the crowd heads to the parking lot here in the City of Roses.
The Chicago Bulls going up 2-1 in this best of 7.
As they prepared for Game 4, the Bulls were once again feeling relaxed and loose. The pressure was now on Portland, and Chicago could breathe a welcome sigh of relief.
That's bad sound. That's bad sound.
Clang.
Remember what your mindset is for this next game coming up. Rest and recuperation.
All
right.
Game 4, let's go.
Cruising to an early lead, the Bulls maintained their upbeat mood.
Yes! 3-on-2, Pippen with the change of pace.
Yeah! Blow him out! Blow him out!
Scoring at will against the reeling Blazers, the Bulls looked to end the contest early.
And the Bulls really putting it on the Trailblazers in the early going.
But what had started as confidence began to turn to carelessness. Unable to recapture their rhythm, the Bulls were suddenly struggling.
Well, that was un-Jordan-esque because Michael Jordan's tired, Joe. There's no question about it.
With fatigue setting in, the Bulls' grip on the game was loosening, and the Blazers began to smell blood.
Overplayed, goes in low to Scott Williams, got around Cliff Robinson, and is fouled hard. Pushed him.
That is a personal foul on number 3. That is a flagrant foul, penalty 1 on 25.
Jerome Kersey's dramatic foul brought the Blazers to a frenzied pitch, and the Bulls began to get a nightmarish feeling of deja vu.
Blazers executing flawlessly now, and the Bulls out of sync. Underneath, Horace goes up, blocked by Cliff Robinson, and Robinson tears it out of there. Great defensive play by Robinson.
And the Bulls have become unraveled here. Michael Jordan thought he had tied him up.
You get in the championship round, and you're playing over 100 games in 8.5 months. It's a grind. I don't know how to explain it. We'll try to put a team away, we haven't been able to do it.
I don't think they can get their bodies to do it because their minds are not telling their bodies. And the mind, Joe, controls the body.
The biggest challenge that we had was within ourselves, fighting with ourselves to try to maintain that edge. And that's been the case, basically. We've been fighting with ourselves.
3-on-2. Porter gave it back. Drexler.
Winning time. It's usually Jordan time, but it hasn't been tonight.
So the Trailblazers tying the series at 2.
Well, we had that game in hand and let it slip. That's the way we feel about it tonight, that we let a great opportunity pass us by.
How sweet it is. That's probably over to say, it's another game they gave away. But they let them keep giving these games away. We'll take them.
We found out in this playoff that it's been a roller coaster, one game up, one game down. But this team has never lacked confidence. That's been a mark of this team, being able to bounce back when a little adversity has hit us.
Pippen, quick drop, step around, Porter slam, jam. And now Michael fires a three and scores.
Pippen with the step and the bucket. Beautiful move. Here's Jordan on the pull-up. Yes!
Ball batted up in the air, stolen by Pippen. Pippen brings it down 2-1. Jordan on the right wing. Pippen and jams over Drexler.
Everything's working for Chicago.
With Pippen and Jordan leading the way, the Bulls began Game 5 as if every possession was their last.
Jackson, yes! Jordan setting up Conrad. Yes! Oh, what a rejection! Yeah, boy! Blazers on the little Drexler. He turned it over.
The Blazers in the early going look unsettled.
A technical foul called on Buck Williams.
Let me go back. No! Tell him to keep his mouth shut. You stop talking. Don't you talking?
Portland's fans could only watch in despair as the Bulls dismantled the Blazers.
Onside, fadeaway jumper, he scores.
Oh, Michael turned an ankle,
But Chicago would face some anguish of their own.
The franchise is sitting down on the bench holding his left ankle.
Bill Jackson better talk about this.
Get yourself under control, both of you. We need you.
And Chicago going through a little bit of a gut check right now.
But even with their leader sidelined, the Bulls refused to falter. In this game, Chicago would not give Portland any second chances. Portland was helpless before Chicago's onslaught, and it only got worse.
Here comes Jordan back in, still favoring that ankle, but he's going to play some more. Wheels it out back to Jordan. Michael fires a three. He was open. He buries it.
A dagger! A dagger!
With Jordan providing the finishing touch, the Bulls' triumph was complete. They had regained control of the series.
Take it back to the city!
And they were going home.
And the defending world champions are one victory away from making it 2 NBA titles in a row. This is the 104th game of the year for the Bulls, including the playoffs and regular season. That's a long, long haul, and it could all end here this afternoon.
As they approached Game 6, the Bulls looked to become the first Chicago team in almost 30 years to win a championship at home, to become only the 4th NBA franchise to win back-to-back titles, and to end a personal quest that had tested their spirit and their will.
Last year was it was a honeymoon. It was a kiss of the beloved almost. This year's has been an odyssey. It's been a journey filled with travail and pitfalls, and it's been tough. It's been a real hard road.
And as the game began, it quickly became clear that once again, Chicago would be traveling on treacherous terrain.
Pass stolen by Porter. 2-on-1, out of Drexler. Drexler slams it to the left side.
Fighting for their playoff lives, the Blazers came out determined not to let Chicago celebrate at their expense.
This is Portland's brand of basketball. They have the tempo going in their direction.
And it's all happened because of their hard work.
Here's a steal by Jerome. Mercy, he's been everywhere.
Jerome Kersey with a magnificent first quarter, and he has really hurt the Bulls.
Kersey had ignited the Blazers, while the Bulls struggled to find their own spark.
Boys, let's go! Come on now! Now Jordan starts to walk the dribble to the right side. Drexler reached out to push him. Jordan drives for the basket. Double pump, lays it up short. No good. Ball knocked out of bounds by Michael. Maxson goes inside to Cartwright on a bounce pass. High post right. He pumps. Wheels in on Duckworth. Forgot the ball. Joe, Chicago is in disarray. They're not... Maxson down inside to Michael Jordan. Overplayed. Tipped by Drexler to Porter. Down the right side to Clyde Drexler. Gives to Kersey for a freewheeling slam. Jam. Chicago has to really be careful, Joe, that they don't dig too big a hole here.
With over half the game behind them, the Bulls found the hole deepening, and the Blazers were getting ready to bury them.
Hard foul. He is taken off.
Blazers right now just hammering the Bulls into submission.
Blazers with their biggest lead of the night.
Look at two teams, and you basically, at some point in the third quarter, knows which team is going to win. I don't care what kind of heroics they might have in mind. I don't think Chicago can pull this one out. I really don't.
Where Jordan gets it. Michael on Kersey and Porter. Blocked underneath by Drexler.
Wide, Drexler blocks the shot attempted by Michael Jordan.
Game 7, if necessary, will be played right here Wednesday night in Chicago. At this point, it certainly appears it will be necessary.
Once again, Chicago faced the prospect of letting a pivotal game slip away. In just 12 minutes, the series would be tied, and the weary Bulls' championship fate would be at the mercy of a single game. They knew that the time was now, and as they had all season long, they would find strength when they needed it most.
When we've been put down, we've always responded well, and when we're down, we're at our best, because we have an understanding on our team that in order for us to win, we need each other.
Chicago down by 15, start of the fourth period.
At Chicago's lineup.
Second team with the exception of Pippen.
Corner, Hanson fires a three and scores!
Bobby Hanson, that's one reason he's in there. Kersey dropped the ball, got it again, and Hanson strips him of the ball. Gets it to King. King coming in, and he's annihilated inside.
And the Bulls asking for a flagrant foul.
The referee has called a flagrant foul. They'll shoot these free throws and get the ball out of bounds on the side.
Pippen backs in on Drexler. Turns, double, triple team, spins through it and lays it in. Oh, that was an unbelievable shot.
So the Bulls have come out roaring at the start of the fourth, and are doing it without Michael Jordan on the floor.
You got into a situation where you got some momentum going now. Just keep playing hard.
Low to Pippen, who's posted up on Drexler. Spins to the baseline, puts it up and in. The crowd is going nuts. Right now, Chicago on a 10-2 run. Drexler double dribbled the ball. Pippen bothered him. CJ in the paint, bubble, gets it back, turns, shoots, scores! The lead is down to 5. Back to BJ on the right side, down low to Stacey King. King backs in, knocks down Buck Williams, turns, shoots, scores! Do you believe this?
Chicago in the midst of a 14-2 run.
And Jordan re-enters the fray.
Having all but erased the Blazers' lead, the Bulls were on the verge of completing one of the greatest comebacks in finals history.
It's Drexler, foot fake, starts to move, beats Clyde inside, floats up a floater and scores! It's a one-point ball game. Michael Jordan!
The championship trophy was almost in their grasp, and fittingly, Pippen and Jordan would help them reach out and grab it.
Superman back in the building! Superman is back in the building!
putting the Blazers behind them, the Bulls brought their long championship journey to an end.
Feel it, they can smell it right now. They're seconds away from winning back-to-back world championships.
Their second title run had been even more demanding than the first, and now they could finally enjoy it.
Time running down, the Chicago Bulls have won the NBA championship for the second straight season.
And let the celebration begin here in the Windy City.
Chicago Stadium is going wild, as you can imagine. The Bulls have repeated.
Let the party begin.
One is great, two is almost impossible. Congratulations, Chicago.
It's the happiest moment in years. Oh, it feels so good.
It has come to be thought of as one of the most elusive accomplishments in all of sports. The Minneapolis Lakers of George Mikan achieved it when the league was young. The Celtics of Cousy and Russell did it as part of the greatest dynasty in NBA history. But for 27 years, no other team reached this almost mythical goal. Fatigue, injury, and the ravages of time have crushed the dreams of many great teams who've undertaken this treacherous quest. But with two hard-won championship banners giving testament to their determination and resolve, the Bulls prepared to be different. For them, the 1993 season was the culmination of a 3-year odyssey and a personal journey to their place in history.
There's a couple things I want to say about the season. For us to win a third championship is not even worth talking about at this time, because it's a journey that begins with a single step, this 1,000-mile journey. And you've got to remember that each game is that step that you take along the way. And for us to do this again, we're going to have to take each one of these steps and match them and meet the challenge that each one brings.
The Bulls would begin the season with Coach Phil Jackson's advice firmly in mind, but they would find it far more difficult to follow than they imagined.
Jordan on the drive, and it's stripped away by...
It's tough. It's just tough to get ourselves the mental frame of starting fresh. We just went through this. We got to go through it again, and I think that hindered the way we started the season.
Scottie Pippen against Willis. Lost the handle on it. Kevin Willis picks it up. A disappointing opening night here in Chicago.
We started out with a lot of guys not healthy, and a lot of guys, speaking as myself and Michael, not really ready for the season to come so quickly.
The physically and mentally fatigued Bulls suddenly found themselves stripped of their aura of invincibility, and for the first time in years, struggling for victories.
We kind of felt like we were getting that, the respect was gone. We're no longer the world champion Chicago Bulls. Teams didn't fear us when we played, and they felt like they could beat us. And teams are going to take advantage of a dog who may be hurt. The Wolves are not going to, let you go.
But although the Bulls seemed uncommonly vulnerable on the court, in their hearts, they knew otherwise.
We were just kind of going through the season. We weren't playing as well as we thought, but it really didn't concern us. The one thing we never had was doubt, because it seemed like every time the challenge, came about, we answered.
Though they may not have dominated opponents, as in years past, the Bulls rose to the occasion when they needed to most.
Grant the rebound. Scotty. Yes! The Bulls have fought all the way back from 22 points down.
When the game was on the line, their championship medal showed through.
Bounce the card right to Jordan. Time winding down. Michael for three.
When we saw that we were in a bind and we needed to excel or bring our game back up to the level that we have just finished playing for the last 2 years, we were able to do that.
I guess so, Scotty. Wow.
We knew that we were far from the same team that finished the year before. But on the other hand, we felt like that we could play well enough that we could be competitive in every single ball game. And as it turned out, why we won our fair share, I think.
When the season finally drew to a close, the Bulls owned the league's third-best record. And though they had not compiled nearly as many wins as the year before, they had found something else that would prove to be far more meaningful in the postseason to come.
We got to a point where we said we've lifted the level of our game up, we've lifted our intensity level up. We didn't get over that hump and win the conference best season record, but we got to the point where we got to believe in ourselves, and I think that's something that we felt very good about.
Enthusiasm for the game was back. Our energy, all of our players was back healthy, and everything was there. We just needed to bring it to the court and perform.
The Bulls had managed to hit their stride at exactly the right time.
The world champs beginning their quest to three-peat this evening as they open a best-of-5 series against Atlanta.
Let's have a good ball game.
And as they welcomed the Atlanta Hawks to Chicago Stadium for the first round of the playoffs, the Bulls prepared to give them an unexpectedly rude reception.
And the Bulls are flying.
We came out and we played great defense. We played defense like the Bulls of old.
After shutting the Hawks down, the Bulls simply stampeded over them.
3-on-1. Grant knocks it away. The Chicago defense.
When this team came out against Atlanta, there was a new intensity. Everybody was fired up. Bodies were getting thrown out of the paint. People were playing good, hard, aggressive defense, taking the ball to the basket. It was like, this is a team on a mission.
Finds Scott Williams, makes the fake, takes it to the...
Oh! Yeah, you said it, Scott. He loves it. Oh, there's... Oh! Play it again! Time running down. Jordan from center court. Yes! Yes!
We just knew that this was this playoff. I mean, we went through an 82-game season just to get to this, so that we got a whole new attitude, and we started playing a whole lot better. We started playing like the team that won back-to-back championships.
Runs into a double team and carelessly throws it away. A behind-the-back jam from Scotty Pippen. And that puts the period on the Bulls' sweep of the Hawks and the end of the season for Atlanta.
With the Hawks behind them, the Bulls greeted next a familiar playoff foe.
Well, if it's May in Chicago, it must mean that the Bulls and Cavs are about set to go in yet another 7-game playoff war.
All season long, their whole main focus was to beat the Bulls in the playoffs because of what we had done to them in years past. And, the acquisition of Gerald Wilkins was supposed to be kind of the final piece to the puzzle.
Cleveland in the offseason brought in Gerald Wilkins to be the Jordan stopper.
I'm looking forward to it, no question about it. I think the number one thing is that it's my job to go out and put the job on him to shut him down, keep his numbers down.
But as the Cavaliers would quickly find, stopping Jordan is not a one-man job.
Pippen on top as Jordan's trying to post up. Oh, Michael with a beautiful fake. Oh, man! What a fake by Jordan.
I wanted to prove to them that, hey, no matter what you do, what changes you make, I'm going to overcome that challenge.
Trying to go inside, Michael. Spins, it's got. Yeah! What a shot by Michael. Michael is talking to the crowd.
And Michael looked over at us and said, he can't guard me. He can't guard me.
Jordan. Michael to finish.
See, this is what Michael lived for. He wanted this challenge.
So much for Gerald, and I'm going to shut Michael down.
Jordan stopped had a tough time tonight. He's going to be ready to come back the next game, but so am I.
Following Jordan's lead, the Bulls would continue to overwhelm the helpless Cavaliers,
Pippen throws it down.
easily taking the next two games.
That's what we're seeing out of Chicago. Look at this Chicago defense. The double team with Grant and Jordan to steal. B.J. Armstrong, Jordan. Lynn in the foul. A standing ovation for this Bulls basketball team, and they look invincible. There's that defense. It's 3-on-3. Michael Pippen reverse. Grant foul. What an effort by Grant. This Cleveland team appears to be sleepwalking here tonight.
The series' only drama would come in Game 4.
There's no tomorrow for the Cavaliers. It's win or the season endeth on the spot.
With time running down, the Cavs would make one last stand to try to avoid a humiliating sweep.
And then works between a double team to the line, feeds it off on the left side. Wilkins a three in the air. Go!
Trailing by one with 18 seconds to go, the Bulls sensed that a familiar scene was unfolding.
Everybody in the building knows he's going to take the shot.
Michael's our go-to guy. Anytime in situations like that, everybody in the gym knows he's going to get the ball.
Clutch time, winning time. It's usually Jordan time.
He was the first option, and the second option, if possible.
If I'm Cleveland, though, I'm going to make someone other than Michael beat me.
My mind started to think about all the other winning shots that I've made. And here we are in Cleveland again. Same scenario in a sense.
The inbounds pass comes into Jordan. Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win! They win it! Set the Cleveland Cavaliers! Michael Jordan.
Once I stepped on the court, I had total confidence that I was going to make the shot.
Up to Michael. 6, 5, 4. Michael strip, got it back. 3, 2. Michael falls, fires.
Yeah! Does it again!
I've seen him do a lot of things, but that one shot was just something incredible as a teammate, as a player, probably as a fan. It was a nice moment in the Bulls' history.
Michael right over Wilkins and in his face, and the Bulls have swept the Cleveland Cavaliers.
It was like time stopped for a few minutes to let the ball just soar through the air. And, once it went in, it was like, now we can go to the next round.
The Bulls had made short work of their first two playoff opponents. But they knew that the Eastern Conference Finals would be different. Because in this long-awaited series, they would be pitted against their most bitter adversary. In last year's playoffs, the New York Knicks had physically punished the Bulls.
Pippen, he is ripped by Starks.
And pushed the defending champions to the brink of elimination.
The Bulls have all they can handle here by the New York Knicks.
Strengthened by carefully planned off-season acquisitions and made bold by the possession of the home court advantage, the Knicks again took aim at Chicago's crown.
The anticipation been there all year long, and we understand that in order for us to get into a championship, that we have to go through Chicago, and we understand come Sunday, it's going to be an all-out war.
We knew New York would take us to our limit. So it was a mental test as well as a physical test to take on the baddest and the worst and probably the best challenge that we would have in the playoffs.
From the moment Chicago stepped out onto Madison Square Garden's floor, New York hounded their every move.
Rejected by Ewing. Jordan changed his mind and Rivers right there.
For New York's vaunted defense, Michael Jordan was the ultimate test. And John Starks would step up and accept the challenge.
Or is he read MJ real well? He has studied films on Michael Jordan because he's playing him better than I've ever seen anybody play him.
Jordan high on the right side, turns, there's a quick jumper, and he put up an air ball. The Knicks are flat outplaying Chicago at both ends right now.
With Starks containing Jordan, the Knicks gained confidence with every play.
Starks for three.
And for the series' first two games, they battered the Bulls with ferocious intensity.
Oakley misses the tip, gets his own rebound, the follow is good.
Oakley with reckless abandon, that time underneath their right side.
Mason trying to do it off the dribble. And he threw the fight. It counts! The basket counts and the foul!
Fittingly, it was Starks who would close out Game 2 and emphatically stake New York to a 2-0 series lead.
Starks goes baseline, and boom! Oh my goodness! Oh, what a play by Starks! Starks with the spark. That play should just about finish off the Bulls.
Oh, we're concerned. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, they're playing their style of game on their home floor. They're not going to play that style of ball game on our floor.
The Bulls have come back from one down, but have never had to come back in their 2-year dominance, trailing 2-0 in a series.
After those first two games, they really started getting real cocky and thought they were going to sweep us, and this was the time to do it, and we had another thing in store for them.
I think we left New York saying, let's use Chicago as the springboard, and let's make them pay a price in Chicago. And the price was, don't let them out with a win. No matter what happens, we have to take them both times.
Racing out to an early lead, the Bulls made sure that this critical game would be played on their terms.
And the Bulls have come out on fire.
Using their quickness to frustrate the Knicks, the Bulls never let them into the contest.
Pippen now drives to the basket. Changes, put it up and in with a bank shot, running in for the left side with the right hand.
I think Game 3 was probably the key game of that series. We never felt we were out of control after that Game 3, even though we were down 2-1. We felt we were in control.
With their series lead cut in half, the Knicks looked to reassert their dominance in Game 4.
Mason behind the back and Ewing finished it off.
But they would be too late. The Bulls had been ignited, and even more ominously, Michael Jordan was about to be unleashed.
Michael Jordan off to a good start, showing signs.
Held down by the Knicks through the first 3 games of the series, Jordan would be shackled no longer.
Michael firing over and score! Michael back to the deck, knocked it down for 3.
Bulls leading by 2. Jordan tongue dangling, hang, pump, score!
He just looks like he might be unstoppable. Takes the return pass, fires another 3. Why not? He's unconscious today.
Michael with a dribble against Rivers. Michael down the lane, a fake, hangs, fires, scores!
He has 50.
When Jordan's onslaught was complete, he had scorched the Knicks for 54 points and even the series at 2. But any celebration in Chicago was tempered by the fact that Game 5 would be played in New York, where the Knicks showed supreme confidence in their ability to defend their home court.
You know, going into that game, they'd won like 27, 28 games in a row at home, and
The way they acted was, we couldn't beat them on their floor.
But the Bulls countered with confidence of their own.
Well, the feeling was that we can win, and there was no doubt. Wasn't much said. We never came out and said, well, we're going to beat them. I think it was just a feeling that we had we could beat them in Game 5.
Feeding off their success in Chicago, the Bulls burst quickly out of the gate.
And the Bulls on the run. A facial served up at John Starks.
But doggedly, the Knicks kept pace.
Here's Starks to the hoop. Rivers handles it. Long lead pass down to Oakley. And it's thunderslam.
I'll tell you, this is like a heavyweight championship fight.
With control of the series at stake, both teams played with furious intensity, and neither was getting ground.
Watch the lob! Watch the lob! The alley-oop to perfection. Shot clock at 7. Ewing again from deep. Yes! And it goes!
They just keep going back and forth.
Short with the hesitation. Yes! Now to Ewing, who fires a 3 and hits it! He had one all year!
With time dwindling, Chicago would look to take the lead with one bold stroke.
Knicks with a 1-point lead. Jordan gets the pick for 3. Armstrong, yes! A 3-pointer for B.J. Armstrong.
Clinging to a 1-point advantage, the Bulls saw their task clearly. Stop the Knicks, and the game was theirs.
So it has come down to this.
All series long, the Knicks' defense had occupied the spotlight. Now, the Bulls would test their own defense with the game on the line.
Ewing out to set a pick. Here's Starks, changed his mind. Plenty of time on the shot clock, down to 10. Ewing for Smith. 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 Stop. Smith. Stopped again by Pippen. What a play by Scottie Pippen. Final seconds. Jordan for Armstrong. And the Bulls have defeated the Knicks. The Chicago Bulls with a couple of spectacular plays. Scottie Pippen stopping Charles Smith. And now the Bulls can win it all. They can close out the Knicks in Game 6 at the Chicago Stadium.
You felt the air go out of Madison Square Garden as we ran off the floor. And I'm sure there were quite a few people in that building thinking this is the last time we're going to see this New York Knicks team this year.
As they triumphantly returned home, a loose Bulls team looked to finish the series, while the once confident Knicks had lost their swagger.
Runs in between Rivers and Starks. Baseline, great feed. Reverse left by Grant. Crawls in and he's fouled. Man, oh man, oh man. The Bulls on a roll.
The Knicks lost their confidence, we felt. And it was us to go ahead and put that nail in the coffin here in Chicago.
Shot clock at 4. Here's Pippen for 3. Yes. Again, Scottie Pippen has hit the big shot.
I think the most special part about it was really us being chosen as the underdogs, and we was able to overcome that.
And Grant on the drive, is fouled, it counts. It's gone left, and it's all over in New York. Last 15 years, 106 teams have been down 0-2. 3 have come back to win the series, make it 4. The Chicago Bulls, as Scott Williams concludes matters, and it is Chicago going on to the NBA Finals.
Our arch rivals, a team that was supposed to beat us, and we hadn't been predicted to get back to the finals. Those are the things, those special feelings that you had. It's kind of like a championship, but not quite.
The Bulls had made it back to the finals, and the last obstacle to their bid to three-peat awaited them here in Phoenix.
Where's the Bulls?
We can do it! Come on, Suns fans, let's get crazy!
Beat the cows! Beat the cows!
The Suns held the NBA's best record. They possessed its most valuable player.
Charles's teammates are bowing down to him in series.
And all season long, they had been hailed as a team of destiny.
Comes to Miley, a long 3. He got him! He got him! The Suns win!
Now they happily bask in the excitement of opening a championship series at home for the very first time.
This is the loosest
team I've ever been around have seen in a final series in any sport.
But while the Suns took center stage, the Bulls glided into the series like a shark, silent and ready to attack.
Welcome to the NBA Finals. In the case of the Chicago Bulls, it's welcome back. For the third year in a row, they seek, as you know, to become only the third team to win 3 NBA championships in succession.
Each year is a different experience. The first time you're thrilled to be there because you've never been there before and everything's new. Last year we were just on a mission, and this year you have the chance to make history. You stay focused on that and you don't get too overwhelmed by the whole situation.
And the Bulls wasted little time in putting their businesslike approach to good use.
Start right, bounce back to Michael. He stops, fires, banker good.
Get open shots against New York like this.
Playing with ruthless efficiency.
Charles backs into the lane. Rejected by Scott Williams.
They outmaneuvered the Suns on both ends of the court.
The Bulls executing beautifully.
Jay lost it on the dribble. Dumas gets it back. He picked it off by Pippen. Ahead to Jordan. Jordan on a breakaway. And there's a highlight reel as he jams it in.
The Suns looking shaky here in the early going.
Stolen by Cartwright. Goes up with a hook and scores.
Phoenix will talk it over.
Get up on top, play some defense. Let's get some steals.
Well, the Suns definitely need to make a run here.
Jordan spins away on Marley. He'll take it all the way to the basket and drops it in. Oh, what an explosive move. Tucker squares up, shoots off the back of the rim, and packs it with a great feed inside of Pippen for a two-handed jam.
A stunned Phoenix team seemed helpless to even get into the game.
And the Suns right now playing Matador defense. They're kind of sitting around watching each other, expecting something to happen when they got to make it happen. And the lead balloons to 20 now. Time out! Don't play like we're afraid. They're getting whatever they want. Get them off the block. Play some defense. Push them. We're playing like a bunch of wimps.
The Suns' finals festivities had come to an abrupt end. Now they would try to respond to their brutal wake-up call.
Barkley across the timeline. Hangs top of the key underneath the Miller for the jam. Now everybody's running the court for the Suns. The Suns have turned it up a nice drop step spin move by Barkley, and Barkley lays it in.
Phoenix cut into that sizable Chicago lead. And the crowd getting back into it.
Come on, keep your head. Keep your head. Hey, you do win the final. Let's go. Keep your head. Everybody get together.
Though the Suns may have plotted their comeback, the Bulls had a plan of their own. They would counter the Suns' emotion with execution.
Horace Grant backs Barkley into the paint. Nice move. Spins to his right. Shoots and scores.
Stealing the home court advantage.
Bulls not rushing their shots again, showing the patience.
DJ measures a three.
They would leave the Suns in disarray and bring their once high spirits crashing down around them.
The Chicago Bulls take game one of this best of 7.
And has stunned this city of Phoenix.
But even after this decisive battle, the Bulls knew that the war was only starting.
But one game don't make a series. I think, they are proving that, so I really feel that, we just take this game, pile it in with the rest, and go for another.
We have learned an awful lot about how you have to come out. We've learned a lot of times the hard way. Nobody has to play out of their minds. And we don't have to have anybody have the game of their lives to beat this guy.
Let's not be satisfied with the first one.
Go, boys. No let down. No let down. That's hard.
Let's not be satisfied with the first one. Let's do this.
Play hard, play tough, play smart. We don't have to be miracle men. We just have to play our games. If it's aggressive, it's good enough.
Barkley top of the key, guarded by Grant. Pull-up jumper, 18-footer. Good. That's the first lead for the Suns in this series.
Scotty against Dumas. Dumas stripped it and stole it. Dumas to steal. To Johnson. To Dumas running in, and he jams.
This is where the fun starts right now. This is what we're here for.
The Suns opened game 2 on the offensive, and the Bulls found themselves back on their heels.
Now let's find the rhythm. We haven't gotten a rhythm yet. Let's find a little bit of rhythm out there.
The Bulls responded with an assurance that came from hard-won experience and from possessing one of the game's most devastating offensive weapons.
Jordan comes out and gets the ball. Takes it inside with the left hand and scores. There you go.
Now Michael, top of the key against Barley. Ball away, jumper, got it, jumping button net.
Out to Michael Jordan. Suns double team. Now to Jordan breaking to the hoop. A no-look pass for Grant. He drives and jams. Pretty play.
Marley on a drive the other way, runs on in, he missed it. The rebound, Michael, who jerks it away from everybody. Looped ahead to Paxson, to BJ running in, to Horace, he goes up and jams it.
And the Bulls have hit their last 8 shots on fire. And a timeout taken by Paul Westphal.
Michael Jordan and the Bulls had taken over the game, but the Suns had an answer.
I want the ball to go inside this time.
They would look to their own superstar, and Charles Barkley would lock arms with Michael Jordan in a determined struggle for control of the contest.
Now underneath, Michael fights up, scores with a left hand.
Matching each of Jordan's sensational plays, Barkley kept the Suns in the game by sheer force of will. But Jordan would simply be too much.
MJ hops down the lane. The left-hand layup is a beauty. Oh, what a pretty...
And despite Barkley's valiant efforts, the Suns still trailed with time running out and faced the disastrous prospect of a second home loss.
And this crowd right now sitting back a little bit on their seats. They are scared to death. The Suns may lose their second straight here.
If you have a three, crack it. Now they're desperate. They're going to get a great point. Right?
Desperate, but not defeated, the Suns mounted one last run.
Suns have the ball. Barkley on top. Over to Marley. Covered by Jordan. Out to Ains. Pop up a three. Shazam!
The Suns not going to go down easy. This is a team that's been down all night long and somehow stayed very much in it.
But with deadly calm, the Bulls would simply snuff out the Suns' final gasp.
Ains goes up for a three. Pippen blocks it. Pippen blocks it and makes the steal.
Boy, what a sensational block by Scottie Pippen.
Phoenix Suns become the first team to lose games 1 and 2 at home. The Suns looking down a real dark road right now. And the Bulls are going to head back to the Windy City with 2 in hand and 3 if needed to be played at the Chicago Stadium.
As the series shifted to Chicago, the Bulls' 2-0 lead seemed all but insurmountable, and their fans confidently expected to see them take the next step towards their historic goal.
The Bulls have won the last 2 NBA championships, and they're trying to three-peat.
But from the start, the game didn't go according to plan.
KJ starting on Michael Jordan today.
As the Suns showed that they would be far from cooperative.
Offensive foul.
And the defensive changes bothered Chicago early.
Shoves a weak pass, cross court, tipped away from BJ by Douglas. He breaks away with another throw down, his third quick basket.
The Suns had surprised the Bulls on defense. Now on offense, they would surprise even themselves.
Squares up for a three. Yes! Oh, what a shot! Poor Marley has come to life. Shot clock at 2. Marley fires and hits. Three-pointer from beyond area code range.
Chicago's dreams of history had been rudely disturbed, and now they found themselves scrambling to stay in the game.
Throw in. Oh, Pippen threw it off the back of the net. What a play! He fooled the Suns. High post pass, top of the key right side now to Oliver Miller, who has his pocket picked to the blind side by Michael. Here he comes. He flies and he jams it down.
With the score tied, this game of strange twists would turn even stranger.
KJ picks the ball away. There's a long lead pass to Marley. Marley jammed it, no basket. Timeout was called on the break. Can you believe it?
And as the clock reached its final seconds, the game was still tantalizingly up for grabs.
Barkley will try to win it one-on-one on Horace Grant. In and out, rebound Chicago. Jordan calls a timeout. The Bulls will have it at midcourt. We're tied at 103. This is a barn burner. And what a ball game we have had. Pippen holds. He looks, throws it near the basket. Grant catches, dip short. Oh!
The game was headed for overtime and into basketball lore.
It was incredible to watch because sometimes it seems like neither team could score, and then at one time they were just going back and forth scoring at will. So it was kind of who was going to give first.
Time running down. Here's Ames to win it. We go to a second overtime. Danny Ames with a chance to wrap it.
I mean, you kind of wonder if this is one of those 27-inning baseball games where you're still sitting there at 3 in the morning, waiting for something to happen.
3 and 2/10 seconds to go. For Pippen, he has the shot, gets it off, and we go to a third overtime.
You can just see the pressure mounted. It's like you're calling a timeout after every play, and you look over at the coach and you see the coach sweating and loosening up his tie. The crowd gets into it, but yet you could kind of see, the energy was slowly being zapped from our guys.
Scottie Pippen is down on a baseline and hasn't moved. He is definitely injured. He's got cramps in his legs.
A game that was supposed to belong to them had taken a toll on the Bulls, and the suddenly hopeful Suns were eager to take advantage.
Two more things. Rebound and give your body. Okay? Marley works to the left side on Pippen, takes it down the lane, changes hand to the left-hand miss, got his own rebound back, and lays it in.
The tired Bulls simply couldn't keep up as the Suns ran away with the game.
Marley for 3. Whoa! Dan Marley with his 6th three-pointer.
The Suns have really shown that they just will not give up.
Off the Chambers, baseline jumper, off the rim, no good. Chambers missed a wide open shot, and Stacey King threw it right to Barkley, who lays it in. Oh, that might be the backbreaker.
In one of the greatest games in finals history, the Suns had made a dramatic entrance into the series.
In a remarkable come-from-behind victory, the Phoenix Suns in triple overtime have defeated the Chicago Bulls to battle their way back into this series.
All right, as close as it can be right now. Ain't nobody can say about our effort and heart. All right, hey, we're part of history. Team of destiny. All we need is 3 more. Yeah, baby. 1. We can only get 1 on Wednesday. That's the first
48 hours after their inspirational victory, the Suns were still on an emotional high.
They won that triple overtime ball game. They're back in the series. They're down 2-1. They know if they can win this game, it's a dead even series, and they've got the home court advantage back.
There's a feeling that the battle has been joined, that the Phoenix Suns are here as foes, not foils, that they did more than restore their pride on Sunday, that they made it a series again. And now it's the Bulls' turn to respond to a challenge.
Flushed with confidence, the Suns charged into the game.
On the back and hits on the drive.
But this contest had become a pivotal one, and the Bulls were quick to meet the challenge.
A beauty coming down the lane by Horn.
Barkley on the dribble. Moves to his right, inside his Ames, reverse layup. Good. How about that?
Long floating pass ahead to BJ. Lost to Pippen. Who jam? Skying in from the right side. A great alley-oop. 2-on-1 feed.
Barkley backing Grant.
Woo-hoo! Yeah, Chuck.
With both teams struggling to gain an advantage, Michael Jordan would break the deadlock as he scored 16 second quarter points.
Drive, finger roll is good again.
Michael just giving a clinic of getting to the hoop.
Now to Jordan, quickly by Taylor, Marley, and he slams it home. Michael Jordan now looks like he is going to drive every time he gets his hand on a ball until they stop him. Let's get a stop. Every possession is important. A 3 wouldn't hurt my feelings either, Mark.
And Marley would oblige, single-handedly carrying Phoenix back into the game.
Don't give Dan Marley any room.
Final seconds. Marley. Yes, and the foul. Potential 4-point play. The 3-pointer by Marley, and he's fouled by Jordan with 7/10 of a second remaining in the half.
As the second half began, the Suns looked to shake loose the Bulls' grip on this critical game.
Now it's heating up. This is a series now.
Oh, Ames and Jordan going at each other.
Michael, whoa. I understand. Let's get down here and bring it up. You're absolutely right. Let's stop it.
Attacking with relentless zeal, Phoenix chipped away at Chicago's lead.
A timeout taken. by Phil Jackson, who doesn't like what he's watching right now.
Come on and score, baby. Get over. We got to get the momentum back. We need someone to step up and score.
Once again, it would be Michael Jordan who would be the difference.
Jordan will drive again to the hoop, score it, count it. He'll have another try at a three-point play.
Either don't foul him or foul him. Foul him hard.
Though Jordan would continue to dissect the Suns' defense.
Crossover ball for Jordan and finishes with the finger roll.
Phoenix began to answer on offense.
And Kevin Johnson able to penetrate, so the Suns come roaring back.
KJ right side, Chicago by 4. Here's Barkley underneath. He'll jam it. It's a two-point game as the Suns battle back.
With one final push, the Suns seemed on the verge of stealing the game. But first they would have to contend with a determined Michael Jordan.
Here it goes to KJ, who fumbles the ball, and BJ steals it away. Westball said, don't let him beat you.
They isolate Jordan.
10 seconds to go on the shot clock. 15 in the ball game. Michael will take it. He's fouled. He scored. He threw it up. Off balance and went in. Oh, my. Michael with his fist clinch near midcourt.
I tell you, he's just simply amazing. He does whatever he has to do to beat you.
You can't say enough about Michael's effort. He just doesn't want to lose. He was attacking the basket. He just kept going at the basket and going at the basket. He was unbelievable. He was unreal.
He played like Michael.
Jordan's incredible 55-point performance had given the Bulls a 3-1 series lead and brought them within one game of completing their historic quest.
An entire city sits on the edge of hysteria tonight.
With the festive crowd anticipating a three-peat for the Bulls.
Michael, could you talk about the killer instinct in the playoffs over the last few years?
There's no doubt about it. This is the night the Bulls are going to make it 3 NBA titles in a row.
Is there any way this thing were to go back to Phoenix in your mind?
Well, like I said, I got rid of all my warm clothes, so I'm not going back.
We're gonna beat Phoenix Suns! We're gonna send Charlie Barkley back to Phoenix!
They're not supposed to win, they're not expected to win, and the pressure is all on you. And that gives you that anticipation that you got to play not to lose. Don't do it that way. Go out there and seize it.
If you went around the stadium right now, you would assume that this game has already been played and the Bulls have won it.
It's been 8 months, man. This is what it's all been working for, man. For all the guys who've never been here before, we want to make it happen for everybody.
2 World Championship banners hanging high above the rafters on the west end here. The Bulls want to make it 3 here tonight.
This was to be the greatest game in franchise history. The Bulls and their fans were primed to celebrate their entrance into the record books, and they were ready to do it here at home in Chicago. Only one thing got in the way.
Stop from behind. Dumas got a piece of it, and Dumas will finish it off.
Once again grinding with Horace. Draws the double team. Cross court to KJ. Fakes the pass. Moves into the lane. Straight down pass. Feed to Dumas, who throws it down with a slam jam.
Without warning, the Bulls found themselves ambushed by a suddenly energized Suns team. Desperation seemed to fuel the Suns' attack, and the Bulls never knew what hit them.
Ball knocked loose on the floor. Marley scrambles, throws it out back, saved by Dumas. Bounce pass to KJ.
The Phoenix Suns are more aggressive. They are a step quicker than the Chicago Bulls on both ends of the court.
Down low on the blocks on the left side, they isolate for Barkley. He spins, backdoor move, slams it down.
The Suns had gained new life, and the Bulls had lost their moment to triumph at home, and maybe to triumph at all.
Marley for 3. Oh, he was surprised that he had that kind of room.
Kevin Johnson dribbles all the way, coast to coast, and scores. And you can put it in the bank. We're going back to Arizona.
Now we're going to the valley. Could be hot. Could be real hot. I would be lying if I said we were not disappointed because we could not accomplish the ultimate goal here in Chicago.
This has to be considered one of the most disheartening losses this franchise has ever been dealt.
And there will be no celebrating in Chicago tonight.
It was a very disappointing loss for us, and it's really tough to swallow.
We talk about keeping our eyes on the prize and being focused, and a team with 2 championships, you would just think they would be a lot more focused than they've shown in this series.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
The Chicago Bulls are in trouble. They're in trouble. Everybody better hold on.
Right home. Let's go from the start, man.
Let's do this.
What time is it?
The Bulls would quickly answer any questions about their focus as they began Game 6 in Phoenix with a devastating long-range barrage.
Jordan from long range. That's a 3.
Now jump pass cross court to BJ, fires a 3 out of the corner and hit it with 3 seconds to go on the shot clock. BJ knocks down a 3 from deep in the left corner there.
Nice pass.
You see a smart veteran Chicago team.
Pippen with the step. Oh, what a move by Scottie Pippen. The Bulls now lead by 8.
Bulls seem to have this one under control right now.
Armstrong for 3. Oh, they are on fire from downtown. They are putting on a show. The Bulls hoping to wrap the series.
Why do they keep getting wide open? Because they set picks. Why do we have to shoot fadeaway jumpers every possession? Because we don't set picks and we don't move the ball. Period.
Once again, facing the prospect of elimination, the Suns launched yet another desperate comeback.
The steal by Pippen. He's diving for it. Able to get it back. Phoenix Suns are trying to come back. Chambers. Yes.
Hayes and the Suns not giving up.
Jordan pitched it back out. Cartwright able to get back to it. Goes down. Johnson with the steal. 3-on-1. Marley from Barkley. It counts. The Suns coming back at the Bulls.
Out front, Pippen starting to move top of the key, threw it away! Paxson broke the wrong way, and Pippen threw it right into the crowd.
And here comes Phoenix again. Barkley backing Grant. Barkley changed his mind. Able to convert.
We will find a way to win this game. I don't care about the refs. I don't care about the fouls. If we do what we can do, we will win this game.
Of defense. Bulls having difficulty locating the shot. We're down to 5 on the 24. We're down to 3. Down to 1. Pippen. 24-second violation.
Absolutely incredible. The Bulls can't find the basket.
It's the Bulls coming unglued now.
Phoenix with a chance to take the lead.
They give to Marley for a 3. Got it! And the Suns playing for the first time.
Handle it. Pressure. Handle it. Pressure. And keep going.
Another excellent defensive sequence. 3 on the 24. 2. 1.
And the clock ran out again. That's the 3rd time.
The Bulls playing scared, almost like they don't believe that they can win. Maybe the Suns are a team of destiny.
Barkley backing down, Horace Grant on the right side. Kicks it out back to KJ. Looks left, dribbles right down the lane, puts up a runner, scores!
They're up by 4. Oh, Bulls just getting out quick, out hustled by the Suns. We're going to have to see if they can respond to the challenge. That's what champions do.
The Suns sensing that they have the Bulls on the ropes.
It's going to be 7 games. This is going to be 7 games.
98-94. Suns by 4. They have the basketball.
Out front to Marley. Marley holds. Now to Ames. Ames runs into the lane. Kicks it out back to Frank Johnson. Open for a leader.
18-footer. No. Rebound. Jordan. 43 seconds to go in the game.
MJ pushes it the other way.
Here comes Jordan all the way to the basket. Leads it up and in from coast to coast.
Now it's a 2-point game. 98-96.
Barkley starts to back down. Barkley is double teamed. Out to Kevin Johnson. Now to Marley.
Marley eluding Jordan. Frank Johnson.
To Frank Johnson. Back to Marley.
Marley. Baseline jump shot. Way short. Knocked and grabbed by Pippen, who fell down as the clock expired. This ball's going to be Chicago ball.
It's Chicago's game to win or lose. They put 14.1 seconds up. Suns lead by 2. They're going to put the ball in Michael Jordan's hands.
You got Michael. You keep him out of the middle. No penetration. No penetration by anybody.
Michael Jordan will inbound. Paxson waving for BJ to come back, and Michael flips it in to BJ, back to Michael.
They want Michael to get a full head of steam, try to keep him in the middle of the floor.
Michael, 11 seconds. Across the timeline he comes, goes to Pippen.
Pippen breaks inside.
Well, Pippen got the snap.
They go to Grant, to Paxson.
Paxson going for the win.
Here's Paxson for three. Paxson.
Yes! Yes! Hits the three! Yes! The Bulls take a 1-point lead.
And this round is done.
John Paxson nails a three. That's the first score by anybody other than Michael Jordan in the entire fourth quarter.
What? Do you believe this? Do you believe this?
If they are a team of destiny, something positive will happen right here.
Looking, KJ, bounce pass tip, grabbed by Oliver Miller, back to KJ.
Here's Johnson. Johnson gets, no, he could not get it off. Knocked away by Grant, it's all over. The Chicago Bulls have won 3 straight NBA championships.
The Bulls win the championship.
For the third year, Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls have climbed the Mount Olympus of the NBA. They're the world champions of basketball.
It's really an elixir. You just carried away and you can't come down. It's just like, we did it, because it's so hard to do.
The Lakers couldn't do it, the Pistons couldn't do it, now the Bulls have done it. And I think that would really prove to the fact that, we deserve, all the praise that we get.
People that have seen this team play and people that know basketball are going to remember that there was a bunch of guys out there with one common goal and played together as a unit, and that was just to win championship.
This is the Bulls. Third in a row, they are now the Trip Bulls. Oh my!
Three-time NBA World Champion Chicago Bulls. Congratulations. It's a great accomplishment.
It's just something that, when we retire, say, hey, those were the good days. These were the good guys, and we did it. And I think it's something that we'll be able to look back 10, 11 years from now and think how special this really was.
This is a dream. What can I say? Maybe we were the ones destined to win after all. What a great feeling. I can't describe what I feel.
I think this was Rangers the greatest team ever. You can look back and say it's the Celtics back in the 60s, but to be able to do it in the 90s, it's unbelievable.
I got the hard one.
It was a lot harder than anything that I've ever done before in the game of basketball. But when you become a part of it, you cherish it. We may not know what it means now, but when my kids get bigger, other people have their kids, and we remember this day and 3 championships in a row, that's going to bring a proud smile to anybody's face.
Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship. Here's Jordan for 3. Yes! The Chicago Bulls have won the NBA championship for the second straight season.
Pippen breaks inside. Well, Pippen got the snap. They go to Grant. To Paxson.
Paxson going for the win.
Here's Paxson for 3. Paxson. Yes! Chicago Bulls have won 3 straight NBA championships.
When I lose the sense of motivation and the sense of to prove something as a basketball player, it's time for me to move away from the game of basketball.
We're seeing the end of a terrific era here in the NBA.
Linux finally defeat the Chicago Bulls in a playoff series.
Today, Michael Jordan at age 32 tries to accomplish what no one else truly has in team sports history.
Number 45 is back. He's in the building, ready to go.
And
the season is over, my friend. The Magic win it.
Michael Jordan returned. Most people thought that the Chicago Bulls were going to go ahead and get into at least the finals in the Eastern Conference.
Tonight, the Chicago Bulls uncover their new look for the 1995-96 season.
How tough is that climb back to title number 4 going to be? And now, your Chicago Bulls!
The Chicago Bulls entered the 1995-96 season a far different team from the one that exited the playoffs the year before. With Michael Jordan back for a full season, the Bulls' nucleus was restored.
Michael and Scotty been leaders with this team over the 90s. But Michael early in the season said, this is still Scotty's team. I'm still figuring my way onto it.
Hey, Scotty!
I felt like the last couple seasons that, we were still a team that were looked at as one of the better teams in the league, but not of a championship caliber team.
From North Carolina, at guard.
Having Michael back, we felt like that, this was going to be our opportunity to go for it again.
Use the pass right there, run your fifth side. Use the pass.
With Jordan and Pippen forming an incomparable core, the Bulls jumped out to their best start in history. Dennis Rodman brought a critical piece to the puzzle as the Bulls now boasted the game's most formidable trio. Carving out a vital presence, Rodman epitomized the meaning of team player.
We had a good situation for Dennis to come into. Michael and Scotty were here. He respected those players a tremendous amount. Both of them said, hey, if you and Phil think it's the right thing to do.
You got it, Dennis. You got it. That's enough, man. That's enough.
But what's unique about this team is that in years past, teams generally have had to take some time to gel as a group. And this year you've added Michael back to the mix, Dennis Rodman as a starter, and they came together so quickly.
But even with their star-studded nucleus, the Bulls would demonstrate all season long that winning was a total team effort.
What drove us this year was a lot of the players on our team never experienced this type of winning, and not as rapidly as we did. From Randy Brown to Steve Kerr to Judd Boucher. A lot of these guys have been on other teams that have never won.
And the bench delivers again.
So the motivation was even greater, not just from your starting five, not just from Scottie Pippen, myself, Dennis Rodman, the guys who have experienced it before, but from the guys who were on the bench supporting and coming in and relieving us of minutes. They wanted it more than we did because they've never experienced anything like this in their lives.
Some had never experienced the full measure of Michael Jordan, but by the end of November, that too would change.
I remember back at the game in it was Vancouver. We should have lost the game. We were down 12 points with 6 minutes to go. Michael just said, well, that's enough. I can't let this happen. And
all alone, thinking about the shot, thinking about driving. Now drives down to the right side, goes up to the left hand. It's good. Oh,
it seems like whenever we're in a tight spot, Michael just turns up the jets a little bit.
12 straight by Jordan. 12 straight.
And everybody realized that this guy was back in his full force as, the most dominant player in the game.
In early December, the Bulls came home from a long but successful road trip. They continued to run on all cylinders and march through the month.
They're styling right now. And they're just... Question is now, who can beat the Chicago Bulls team?
It's not individual. It's a team situation.
And no one demonstrated that better than Jordan and Pippen. As they provided the team's anchor, they gave the rest of the league a lesson in winning.
Bulls are toying.
I gotta give the ball. I'm gonna be a step slow. I go to yours.
Spencer and Jordan picked it off. Behind the back, Pippen. Oh, yes, sir. Wow.
Well, we had a ball club that could hurt you in a lot of different areas, whether it was beating you on the boards, beating you defensively, or beating you in our transition game.
For all of Chicago's heroics, winning came down to the basics.
It's pretty to have a shot or a dunk or, a steal in the run-up, but really the things that provide you those things are the nuts and bolts of basketball, and that's hard teamwork.
Now listen, if I call a 10 defense, match up and play 10 full court defense.
You're only as good as your weakest link.
10 given points at 8 minutes gone the first quarter.
As the Bulls continued to pile up the victories, their success seemed to come at will.
We're just breezing along. But you always, in the back of your mind, you realize you get off to a good start. And we kept going. And the next thing you know, it's All-Star break, and we're just sitting out there by ourselves.
The Bulls put the first half of the season to rest and went to All-Star weekend in the best of spirits and well represented in San Antonio. But no member of the Bulls was happier to be there than Chicago's rejuvenated star.
All right, Mike, are you having fun again?
I'm having a great time. I love being behind you.
Yeah. Hey, watch out, baby, watch out.
Playing in his 6th All-Star game, Scottie Pippen was a big contributor, but the spotlight belonged to Michael Jordan.
Jack! Right there, dog. Got that three. Here we go, dog team.
4's here, which is Pippen. 3 takes it out. Got it?
Man back right here. Right there. Hey!
Jordan scored 20 points and took home his 2nd All-Star MVP award. Yet another reminder that he had reclaimed his status as the game's best player. As the second half of the season began, the Bulls' momentum continued. Amazingly, they seemed to be even stronger and more cohesive. And no matter what strategy the opposition designed, it was powerless against them.
Everybody out there is guarding a great player. If 5 on board, Tony, you come to help, stay in front of the guy. If we don't have to break, swing the ball.
Final seconds of this first half. Jordan having trouble getting across. Good pressure. Finds Pippen. Gets it on. Chip by Rodney.
This is a rock star team. This is a rock team. Yeah, everyone wants to follow the biggest show on earth.
It's like the Beatles have arrived on the scene.
They are the best and the brightest in the NBA.
It's electric here tonight as the Bulls.
The most sought ticket in the last 10 years. This I want to see Superman and Rodman.
With the regular season winding down, the Bulls were closing in on the magic number of 70 wins, and they remained a force of sheer intimidation.
Come on, I'll give you a jump shot right now. I'll give you a jump shot, shoot it. Well, you don't want it. Go on the wing button hook, Scotty or Michael. Off guard, wing button hook.
Hot pick, stock, post him up, felt.
Get your back. Woo. That's automatic.
In what had become a season of epic achievements, Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman were named to the NBA All-Defensive Team. Tony Kukoc would win the 6th Man Award, and Phil Jackson would become the winningest coach in team history and Coach of the Year. But the greatest glory lay in the team's accomplishment, a record-breaking 70 wins.
There it is. 70 has become a reality for the Chicago Bulls.
72-10 is an outstanding record, but 72-10 don't mean a thing without a ring, and that's pretty much been the focus of this team all year. Is we're here this year to win a championship. That's our ultimate goal.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 1996 NBA playoffs.
The Bulls were relaxed and confident as they took on Miami in round 1. And once they got on their home court, they were simply invincible.
Pippen on a drive, beat Danilovic, dumps the ball.
And no amount of Miami heat could stop them.
MJ between them all. He got every one of them. Yes!
As frustrated as Miami felt in Game 1, it only got worse in Game 2. Miami was desperate.
We're going to try to eliminate some of the mistakes that we made in the game. You can't make mistakes against a team like this because they're going to take advantage of them.
Heading to Miami with a chance to sweep, the Bulls became even more focused.
A bounce back to Michael, spins up a shot, score!
Energized by the home crowd, Alonzo Mourning caught fire and scored 30 points. But it would not be nearly enough.
That's break. Dennis Rodman on the finish. And the Bulls have been superb.
Their sweep of Miami now behind them, the Bulls would face a far greater test. One that put them up against a familiar foe. After years of playoff dominance against the New York Knicks, Chicago finally met its match in the 1994 Eastern Conference semifinals. The Bulls were lost without Michael Jordan, who was attempting to master another sport.
You know, when I was down in minor league baseball, I didn't feel as connected, because I wasn't playing, and I knew that I could be a part of it. It's like the bully of the neighborhood taking advantage of your kid brother when you know the big brother's not around. You had those feelings of, God, I know I could help that team.
Knicks finally defeat the Chicago Bulls in a playoff series.
A much different Bulls team hosted the Knicks in this year's playoffs. And again, the rivalry produced an intriguing matchup.
A lot of talk about this game, a lot of talk about how the two teams would come out offensively and defensively. It'll all be answered now.
Harp, be ready, Harp. Lock and trail. Michael. Stolen by Harper.
Knicks showing tenacious defense in this first quarter.
You got to move the ball. I want to have a split cut, which we send this guy early. This guy goes early. He goes ahead of the pass even.
Though the Knicks were persistent foes in the first two games, the Bulls maintained their resolve.
Derek Harper looking for John Starks. Makes a move and it's stripped away. Out to Scotty. He's got Rodman and Michael. Scotty won't need anybody else. This place is going crazy.
Unblemished through 5 in the playoffs. They go up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series against the New York Knicks.
But the Bulls went to New York without their brilliant sixth man, Tony Kukoc. He injured his back in practice and would be lost for the series.
I was nervous first because I couldn't help, especially playing in New York is tough with all that rivalry in between Chicago and New York in the past.
Without Kukoc, the Bulls ran into problems at Madison Square Garden in Game 3. With the two teams battling to a furious finish, Michael Jordan delivered mightily in the clutch.
Jordan for 3 to tie it. He does! The Knicks and the Bulls are tied at 88 with 19 and 4/10 seconds remaining.
They battled into overtime, and there, Patrick Ewing gave the Bulls their first brush with vulnerability.
And the Bulls are up by 3. Ewing, wild shot to cut it to 1.
Pulls up, 15-foot jumper, he puts it in, and the Knicks go up by 1.
The Chicago Bulls are beat for the first time in the playoffs.
Stripped of their invincible aura, the Bulls would have to face the Knicks again in barely 24 hours. But Chicago was eager for the challenge.
Even though we're the oldest team in the playoffs, I think that we turn around really well without notice and make adjustments. Michael was very upbeat and kept saying, "This, we're fine."
Y'all realize we're 2-1, man. We're not 1-2. Let's go out here and play this thing, all right? Let's be ready to run now.
I like that.
What time is it? Game time!
But an all too familiar obstacle stepped into Chicago's path and kept the Bulls from seizing the momentum.
Rodman has to fire. He's blocked by Ewing. Second violation. And Patrick Ewing hearing it from the crowd.
Ewing wants Scottie Pippen. Ewing shoots it at the foul line. Good, a tough shot by Ewing right in the face of Scottie Pippen. New York takes the lead and the Bulls take time.
With the Knicks seemingly in command, the Bulls found an unlikely hero.
Rodman open, drives it down the middle, underneath Weddington, fadeaway shot, good, right baseline. Bill Weddington has given Chicago the 1-point lead.
It wasn't said, let's look for Billy. I was filling a spot and going to a position where I'd be helpful to our offense. We all have a purpose and a role on this team, and everyone knows that their role is important, and at any time they're going to be called upon to perform.
Bulls lead 3-1 in the series as they beat the Knicks here in the Garden.
As the series shifted back to Chicago for Game 5, the rejuvenated Bulls dominated and finally sent the Knicks home for the season.
Jordan just looked over at Spike Lee and waved bye-bye.
The Bulls are moving on to face the Orlando Magic.
While Chicago's victory against the Knicks was hard-fought, the young and supremely talented Orlando Magic sailed through their series against Atlanta. Now, they were itching to face the Bulls.
Bring on Chicago is the champ here in Orlando.
There's no pressure on us. We're the underdogs going in. We're playing against a team that 72 wins. What do you call it? Unbeatable. So we're going in relaxed and ready to play.
But for the first time all season, the Bulls were facing questions about their abilities. These were doubts they could ill afford as they prepared to meet the team that knocked them out of the playoffs the year before.
I tell you, I want the ball in Michael's hand.
And Jordan spinning his way against Anderson.
I've always been known as a player who can finish off a team. But here I was in one of those moments, and yet I let the team down.
It hasn't gotten much worse than this for the Chicago Bulls.
We targeted Orlando all season as a team that we had to get by. We all knew that that was our biggest hurdle.
And the Bulls season comes to an end here at the United Center tonight.
No one took the loss harder than Michael Jordan. His late season return had come too late to transform the Bulls. But this season, they were an altogether different team.
Now we can get a fair shake. Michael's been here. He's in basketball shape. We have Dennis now who can rebound. So let's get down for our crown.
Let's make this thing happen from the beginning, babe. Let's go do it.
What time is it?
Game time! Woo!
Well, this is the one that everybody's been waiting for. And you consider this to be the two best teams in the NBA.
At the start of the series, the Magic played convincingly. But it soon became obvious just how much the Bulls had changed in a year.
Hey, Michael on the run. MJ running, shovels, Pippen, jam for the right hand.
The biggest fear for Orlando is getting this crowd involved, and that's what the Bulls are doing right now with their aggressive defense, pushing the ball down the floor, getting after second shots, and just going right in the face of Orlando. The Bulls 121, Orlando 83. Chicago grabs a one-game lead, and the Magic suffer their worst playoff loss ever.
Just give credit to the Bulls for playing a fantastic basketball game. That's probably as well as I've seen any team play in a long, long time.
The Bulls were surprised by the ease of their Game 1 victory and headed into Game 2 in high spirits.
What time is it? 8:30.
The fun continued with a pregame salute that would bring down the house.
You still set the standard for greatness, determination, and leadership. Congratulations, 1995-96 NBA Most Valuable Player.
He was superb this year, and he hasn't stopped. Played every game, lifted his team whenever it counted, blended with his teammates when they were going good. He's been just superb.
Inspired by Jordan's tribute and by their own spectacular play in Game 1, the Bulls were set for another Chicago night. But at first, their play could not match their desire.
Gotta do it defensively and on the glass. Good offense. Push it right back at him right from the start.
So Kukoc takes him into the lane as it's stripped. Shaw lead. Here's Anderson driving inside of Pippen. Left hand wraparound's got it for the Magic.
Orlando is belting the Bulls around, much like the Bulls belted them around in Game 1.
Trailing by as many as 18 points, the Bulls were suddenly in danger of giving up home court advantage. But 72 regular season wins had given them an unwavering faith in their ability, and they would not panic.
Most teams going into halftime down 18 points would be like, oh, there's no way we can get back in this game. But Phil Jackson walks in and he says, we got them right where we want them.
We had a number of huge comebacks this year, and we had a sort of quiet confidence that we knew we could get back into it.
The Bulls try and get rolling here.
Jordan. Oh, the dandy rebound from Dennis Rodman.
Rodman looks for Scotty. What a great play, but it wouldn't go. Scotty tipped it. Tony Kukoc comes up with it. Bushy for three. Yes, sir! This place is going nuts. It's a 6-point Magic lead now.
Keep the momentum going. Keep the ball moving.
Chicago's defense turns it around in the second half.
Right back to Michael for the jam.
They are befuddling the Orlando Magic.
It's all over. The Bulls win it.
What a comeback by the Bulls.
In that game, you could just kind of see it fizzle away, and then when we came out in Game 3, you saw it just wasn't there for them. It was like a hot air balloon with no air left in it.
And the Bulls showed their deflated opponents no mercy.
Guys like Michael and Scotty, when there was blood in the water, they could smell it and they were ready for the kill.
Now Jordan, pull up, 18-footers, scored!
Michael taps himself on the chest as if to say, gotta do it, man, you gotta do it.
Finding redemption at last, Jordan and the Bulls won the final 2 games in Orlando, emphatically erasing the memory of last year's playoff nightmare.
Ball game over, and the Magic are history.
The Bulls have swept the Magic. A superb performance by the Chicago Bulls.
We all were disappointed last year. We came back to redeem ourselves as a unit. We saw the challenge in front of us, and we stepped in front of it, and we faced it, and we conquered. So I think that's a great accomplishment.
As the Bulls once again make it to the NBA Finals.
From the United Center in Chicago, Illinois, welcome to the 1996 NBA Finals.
Yes, number 1!
Well, Seattle program, Lamb program, championship program.
It's been 2 years, but now the NBA Finals return to Chicago.
We love you, Mike.
Thank you.
Double!
23 plus 33 plus 91 equals 4 trophies.
Never before have 2 teams with better records matched up at an NBA Final.
1, 2, 3.
Go for 4!
We're sweeping! 4 in a row.
Nobody has these shirts right now, so probably be gone by halftime.
Okay, go to the next guy. Get out. Get.
Coach Carl has had 3 days to come up with a plan.
You didn't have to tell him any secrets, little things to get to him.
That's why they're secrets.
The other player that comes in here now is Brokowski. Rick has been coming out there munching it up. Dennis, you know that they'll send him specifically out for you.
Dr. Crawford, we understand that you're a specialist in hitting anger.
Gentlemen,
Hill 4, 3, open Bill 2.
It's up to the Sonics to convince the Bulls and the basketball public that they have come here as true foes, not mere foils.
Anybody want to go over anything? Annie, Bennett? Go round. Go.
Around the door, Carolina, at guard, 6'6", Michael Jordan. Believe in yourselves, trust each other out there, and be proud of what you've done. Now go out there and be big.
Let's go,
Go,
baby.
Go that way, baby.
Now stay still. Here we go. Ball's going up.
The Sonics were determined to prove themselves worthy opponents and came out in full force.
Skips over to Kemp out on the wing, fires over a long link. John Kemp with an 18-footer.
The Bulls had not played in over a week, and early on their game was uncharacteristically shaky.
And Kemp has been unstoppable here in the early moments. 3 for 3.
We knew that Seattle was going to come in and try to steal either 1 or 2 on our home floor, and what you want to be is sharp and ready for that, and that was our greatest worry coming in.
Harris!
Bulls. It has been a long layoff.
33.
Right now, their hope is that they're going to get an offensive rebound or a long rebound or a loose ball or a steal. No turnovers, no rebounds.
The poor shooting continues by Chicago.
Rebound grab by Kemp. Outlet pass to Payton. Ahead to Johnson. Sneaks down the floor. To the glass. Lays it up and in.
Sonics playing great basketball. All cylinders working right now. The Bulls, rust is starting to set in.
Block here.
Everything coming up Sonics here in the early going.
Let's go Bulls! Let's go Bulls! Let's go Bulls!
Urged on most of all by their own burning desire, the Bulls, as they had done all year, found a way to come back. Marking their first finals appearance, Ron Harper and Luke Longley carried much of the early load before turning over the spotlight to the ultimate clutch performer.
Michael.
Brilliant as always in the face of unyielding pressure, Michael Jordan once again turned the finals into his own personal stage.
His first field goal. And Jordan is being guarded by Wingate. Take it, Michael! Take it, Michael! Jordan to the ground. Now Jordan going against Payton. Goes to the fadeaway. Oh, he wanted that shot.
With Jordan and the Bulls applying the pressure, Seattle was about to self-destruct.
Serious trouble. Stay right here. Flagrant two.
Joe Crawford's going to go a flagrant foul.
I got a flagrant foul. It's a flagrant foul. We got 2 shots and possession.
The conversation continues. And a technical has been called.
Absolutely uncalled for situation.
Come out here, Bob. Come on. No, we just talking to him. We just trying to let him know what they were doing. That's not right.
But he has a flagrant foul and then 2 technicals. We're going to just see a parade to the line. Now Chicago with a chance to open it up a bit here.
Midway through the third quarter, the Sonics found themselves down by 11, in desperate need of inspiration.
Be aggressive. Whatever you do, be aggressive. Don't be soft. Be aggressive.
Chicago up 7. Kemp goes to work. Turns on Longley. Left hand's one up and in off the window. Shot Kemp.
And don't give up on your shooting. Pass and knock. Let the 3 shooting.
Deadlift Shrimp hoists in a 3-pointer. And the Sonics trail at 71-67.
This does not look good.
10-point lead. All of a sudden we couldn't match up on defense. Get back.
Deadlift up the center of the floor, behind the back dribble in the flow, spots a seam, stops, pops to tie. He got it!
And the game is tied at 75.
Right now, I think Chicago's a little concerned.
So what we're doing is this. We're taking Tony, we're standing him out here.
Just when Tony Kukoc seemed like a forgotten man in the postseason, he reemerged.
They drop it in now to Kukoc, right side. Shrimp is there.
Kukoc with a gorgeous move. Spinning his way.
Now it is Kukoc, fires 3, buries it from the right-hand side.
His jumper has been absent throughout the whole playoff. Tony Kukoc is feeling it.
A potential 4-point play.
George Karl warned his team. Michael Jordan is going to take over. Well, right now, it's Tony Kukoc taking over.
Bolstered by 10 straight points from Kukoc, the Bulls now had an insurmountable lead.
A steal by Harper. Can he control it? Does. Comes in. Left side. Biggest lead of the game. They're putting them out of their misery right now.
And they were now ready to rest their case.
MJ off the dribble. Michael crosses over. Michael falls, fires. Michael, a rainbow.
Well, so much for the 9-day layoff and the concerns of Phil Jackson and the Chicago Bulls.
3 on the shot clock. Here comes Michael, puts it on the floor, pull up 16-footer, put 2 more down for the King. He is the man.
Game 1 belongs to the Bulls. 107-90.
Looking ahead to Game 2, the Bulls were determined to maintain their momentum.
You're sure shooting rocks at the beginning of the game except for Kemp.
Let's make it 2 in a row. Let's get off a good start.
Let's go, fellas.
Gentlemen, earlies and chases are all there. Hey, come on, gentlemen. All right.
Just take your time and relax, and everything's going to work out great. Pulls the trigger. No good. Offensive attack by Johnson. No good.
From the opening tap, it was obvious that these were not the same Sonics Chicago had seen in Game 1.
I will tell you, it is clear now that the Sonics are showing up with desire.
But for every basket the Sonics made, the Bulls answered right back.
Hawkins with a beautiful move.
You can see the mindset of Hersey Hawkins. Going to attack the rim every chance he gets.
But the Sonics had to contend with a determined Michael Jordan, who scored 16 first-half points.
Jordan is feeling it.
Michael has his game face on, as always.
If Michael gets to the post up, go double him. We still got goals on Michael Jordan. Every time he touches it, you're going after him.
And here comes Jordan.
It's inside the arc at the top, deflected beautifully by Askew. Hayden's loose, open basket, jams it home.
Blocked by Perkins, hands to Harper, rejected by Kemp.
Sonics hanging tough.
Steve, turn around and lead.
We've got 11 turnovers, guys. We're not moving the ball. We're not ready to pass the ball. We're not making sound plays out there. Let's get it down now. Let's go. Let's finish this half good.
But it was the Sonics who finished the first half strong. Having cut the lead to 1, the game was up for grabs. That was until Dennis Rodman single-handedly ignited the Bulls in the third quarter.
Dennis Rodman. And Kerr fires for 3. Rodman with the offensive rebound, and that ties an NBA Finals record.
It's Pippen with a 20-footer. Misses. Tap back Rodman again, Jack.
Dennis Rodman is killing the Sonics again, and George Karl is taking timeout.
You can't let them have 3 or 4 minutes where we freak out. We make this play.
Seattle crumbling under the building pressure right now in Chicago.
Taking his cue from Rodman, Tony Kukoc sparked a 10-1 run, scoring 8 of the 10 points.
Brown sends it to Kukoc. He fires another 3. He's got it. Special K burns him for 6 points, and it's 72-65. Now they hound the ball. They steal it. Pippen's got it. Right away from there. Oh, listen to the crowd. The Bulls on fire again.
Shot clock at 4. Perkins, air ball.
What can they do against the Chicago defense?
Here comes Jordan. Leading Kukoc. And George Karl wants a timeout.
George Karl trying to rally the troops right now. They trail it 76-65.
Win or lose, we're taking something in that locker room and believe in each other in this huddle. You gotta believe that, guys. You fought too hard. Every one of you. Grab each other and trust each other. Don't do anything except fight.
The gritty Sonics fought back valiantly. In the fourth quarter, they sliced what had been an 11-point Bulls lead down to 3.
Score it, and he's fouled by Kerr.
Skips to shot in the corner, deep. Takes Longley into the paint, turns the corner, lays it up and in with the right hand. He is fouled. Sean Kemp one-on-one blows by Longley.
But with time running out, the Bulls still held the lead, and Pippen held the game in his hands.
We got 2 shots.
So the situation, 8 and 9/10 seconds remaining. 3-point Chicago lead. As you mentioned, Matt, no timeouts for Seattle. So the Bulls get back to the Seattle front court. It's Pippen misses on both. Rodman able to get a jump ball out of it.
Come on, Dennis. Oh, let you get off the line. Step close.
The toss, the tap, Pippen, off, knock free, Shrimp, and there's a foul.
Well, Pippen missed 2. Now Rodman missing. Only 3 and 7/10 seconds to go in the fourth. And the Chicago Bulls escape with the victory. The Bulls over the Sonics 92-88.
If
held court. Can you guys hold court 3 straight?
That's what it comes down to. We're going to have to go back in our building and take care of business. So backs against the walls at this point.
They're filing in here at Kia Arena, a standing room only crowd to cheer their Sonics on.
We're at home, it's going to be rock and roll, it's going to be loud, it's going to be crazy. Clap hands, fingers and flags! Gotta get one, gotta get one, gotta get one now! Southern!
They feel more energized here at home. I think they're confident here at home.
The Supersonics hope that the energy, the hometown crowd, all of that translates into a victory.
Only 2 teams in the history of the NBA have been able to come back from an 0-2 deficit.
You know, they got more things to worry about. They got people patting them on the back. They got to save face on their home court. They're down 2-0. They really had all the pressure.
Seattle's got to have a great start today to give these fans some hope and keep them cheering.
We're on our home court. We're running all night long. We're running.
I think that Seattle maybe felt like that the home court advantage was going to do it for them in that 3rd game, and we got off to a tremendous start.
Tony Kukoc, again playing a key role, started in place of the injured Ron Harper, and the Bulls came out firing.
Well, Chicago looked sluggish and slow of foot in Game 2. Much quicker here to start Game 3.
Chicago's early onslaught drained the life out of the Sonics.
Another bad pass. The sloppy play by Seattle continues.
Could be a long afternoon for George Karl's crew unless they can handle the basketball.
The Bulls had come to Seattle with killer eyes, but it was their flawless execution that brought the crowd to an eerie silence.
This is supposed to be the noisiest crowd in the NBA.
The strong survive, and you use their fans as your fuel. You use their emotion as your emotion.
Peyton baseline double teams. Jump pass right to Michaels.
The steal by Jordan, leading to the breakaway by Pippen. Oh, the Bulls are just eating up the Sonics in this opening quarter with 1:35 remaining. It's the Bulls 32 and the Sonics 12.
Sonics trying to put together field goals and start something here in the second 12 minutes.
Hawkins, 3-on-1. Peyton for Perkins, nicely done. And that gets the crowd going.
Sean, they 5 and go to the rim, okay?
And here's Kent.
Offensive foul. 40 offense.
Seattle tried desperately to mount a comeback, but the Bulls countered with a one-man explosion that was enough to lower the Sonics' boom.
Don't be afraid to throw to number 23. He's all right.
Jordan. Yes.
Yeah, Mike.
Where's Michael? Where is it? Doesn't seem. Back to Kukoc. 6. There's Michael.
Following 15. Off the screen by Sally.
Good again.
Michael Jordan is in another time, in another space, on another plateau.
The Bulls by 18.
Michael wants to make a statement. He's making it over and over again.
Jordan's teammates took up the cause.
Scotty with a dribble. Hard drive by Detlef running in off the
Yes!
Got it. A foul.
Well, a symbolic finisher to a first half that has been just splendid for the Chicago Bulls.
But as the second half began, Seattle's defense clamped down on Chicago.
Keep the pressure on them. Everybody rebound in, get in their chest a little bit.
And again, the Sonics very aggressive defensively. They are jumping on the ball.
And the Bulls now appear to be the team that is rattled.
You guys aren't ready for this barrage down there. We got to get your feet underneath you, Luke.
Only lost 5 points this half now. Let's go.
For 5 seconds, he traveled on the pass.
The Sonics take it back on another Bull turnover.
Stay in the game, gentlemen. Stay in the game and see if they get tired in the 3rd and 4th quarter. Keep working your way back with your defense.
They did just that, and were now within striking distance.
They have cut that 24-point lead in half. 73-61.
Hope is still alive at the Key Arena.
But the Bulls kept their poise.
Hawkins for 3. They just cannot hit from downtown, and it leads to this. A fast break bucket by Jordan.
They also displayed some great defense of their own.
A steal by Pippen. Kukoc chased by Perkins.
And look at the fans head to the exit.
The Sonics were now utterly frustrated as the Bulls continued to control every phase of the game.
Come on, Luke.
Not to be outdone by Chicago's usual offensive heroes, Luke Longley stepped up and added some luster of his own.
Here's Longley getting inside. Nice move by Luke Longley.
Seattle rushed the ball, put a lot of pressure on the ball handlers when I get good looks. I wish basketball were that simple, and sometimes it is.
Yeah, from down under. Australia,
What a game for Luke Longley. Longley with a playoff career high of 19 points.
Close it out, baby.
One more game, baby. One more game, baby. One more game, baby.
This is the night the Chicago Bulls could sweep away Seattle.
For Bulls fans, this night held the promise of immortality.
Sweep! Sweep time!
Bulls and 4. It's a foregone conclusion.
I think it's going to be a tough task. I'm more relaxed now than I ever been. Maybe the 3-0 lead makes you a little bit more relaxed.
Look, Junior Pippen house, y'all.
This crowd's going to bring it up. They're going to be loose. They're going to be freewheeling. They're going to have everything going for them. You got to manage that intensity early on.
But the fans who had been stunned into silence in Game 3 saw the real Sonics finally emerge.
It's the opportunity to show what we are, guys. Let's go out there and play together.
Great pass, Peyton Cook, and he smashes it home. A circus shot by Sean Kemp.
For the first time in the finals, the Sonics played like a team that had won 64 regular season games.
Bulls totally out of sync.
We've got a situation which we've got to get ourselves scoring.
But the Bulls had suddenly turned into mere mortals, victims of a Seattle team that had finally taken charge.
Put it down, Sam the man.
Are you getting the idea? It's Seattle's night.
Turn, wheel, overhand slam, over London.
The Seattle Sonics will not be swept.
Sure, we want to win Game 5, but we still feel pretty good about ourselves right now. We're up 3-1, and we feel like we're in great shape.
Just put this down as a bad game and look forward to Friday.
Chicago was still supremely confident.
You just got to go out here and win this game, man. Let's don't prolong it any longer. Let's go out and play hard.
Good 48, fella. Let's go.
And they came out strong.
Michael Jordan on the breakaway.
So did the Sonics.
What a furious pace to this game.
The two teams were locked in battle until Sonic defense overwhelmed the Bulls.
Defending hard on every possession, making a pass is difficult.
For the second game in a row, the Bulls were unable to shake free from Seattle's defense.
I think they're tired, gentlemen. I think they're tired.
The Sonics, though, were sharp and quick.
Instead of searching for their places in the history books, the Chicago Bulls now will go home and start searching for answers.
Destiny had a date with the Chicago Bulls, but now it flirts with the Seattle Sonics.
We didn't think we'd be back here, but we are.
Now the Bulls' place alongside NBA legends doesn't seem like such a burning question. The only thing burning is the Bulls' 3-0 lead, suddenly down to 3-2.
Understand Game 4 and 5, what got us success. You played together and stayed together to the point that Chicago was becoming the team that was breaking apart.
Well, the champagne is still ready, guys, and it's maybe the coldest champagne in the history of sports.
We were talking about the Bulls as a team for the ages. Now in Chicago, they're questioning, are the Bulls aging?
Who would have thought that we would look at Michael Jordan and see what we think is a fatigued Michael Jordan? Somebody is daring to pull on Superman's cape, and that somebody has been Gary Payton.
So, is tonight the night Chicago celebrates? Or does Seattle push them to the brink?
Have some fun out there, gentlemen. And you have fun by passing the basketball and playing your style up and down the middle. Let's go. Sonics.
The Sonics were confident, but all season the Bulls managed to find the best in themselves when they needed it most. They possessed a resolve that had been forged by 72 victories. This game would be a testament to their epic season.
This is the kind of start Chicago was looking for.
And fittingly, the three players who had led them throughout the season would put to rest any doubts.
This team has overcome everything. I mean, a lot of teams cannot handle the pressure of have to go out there and do what people expect you to do. And this is what this team is all about. This team won't let anything get in its way.
The Bulls dominating.
The Bulls jumped out to an early lead and never relinquished it.
Side Michael. Guard! Oh my, what a pass!
To be a part of what has happened and to have gone through this whole season with all these guys, with Scotty and Michael and Dennis, what a huge thrill. I still can't believe sometimes that I've been lucky enough to be a part of it.
Curry guns the three from the right side. Good! Stevie Kerr up over Perkins, and it almost brought rain here in the United Center. The Bulls threatening to blow this Game 6 open.
As they had all year, everyone on the Bulls played their parts to perfection.
It's very special, really, because of a lot of guys who haven't been in this situation, and to be a part of them, and just to have the opportunity to see that reaction of them being here for the first time.
I think they're absolutely one of the greatest. They've delivered all year long.
As they crowned their extraordinary journey, the Bulls showed the basketball world the essence of what made them special.
It's been everything you could ask for out of a basketball season, from the winning to the teammates. I've had so much fun this year. I don't want it to end.
Bulls by 16.
As the Bulls took their final steps toward history, the true measure of their greatness lay in the inspiration they drew from one another.
Pippen leading the 3-on-2 as they spread the floor. Pippen for Rodman on the
And the Chicago Bulls are closing in now on that championship. The crowd is up. The celebration is underway in the United Center.
I mean, there's a lot of sweat, and there's been a lot of injuries this year, and you play through them because it's fun and it's enjoyable to be out there with the 12 guys on the floor, and you're sharing something.
I'm very proud of them, and I think that the fact that they have found a way to work together and enjoy each other's presence and touching each person's life in their own very inimitable way is, I think, terrific.
The Chicago Bulls have regained the NBA throne.
And they are going wild in the Windy City.
Every kid had his one big dream, I think. And I can recall growing up talking about NBA championship, playing on the NBA championship team.
Your 72 wins, an NBA record, and this championship placed the Chicago Bulls among the storied teams in NBA and sports history.
Winning is everybody's ambition on this team. Every player that's a part of this roster is willing to sacrifice to accomplish just one common goal, which is to win a championship.
I actually feel like we just took a 2-year hiatus, and now we're back again.
God, who's the bald one?
Who's the Bulls won? How's it feel to hold it again, Mike?
I think it's heavier than all the other ones. How do you describe what it means to someone to achieve their ultimate goal in their profession? I mean, this is the type of goal that you're almost scared to set for yourself. Watch out, here comes Bill.
Watch out!
This is the top. Can't go further than this.
Number one.
Yeah! I want to thank my wife. Oh no, I'm sorry.
I'm not his wife.
Judd's wife.
NBA champs!
A unique team has fulfilled its destiny, and the transcendent team sport athlete of our time has added to his legend.
It's been a long road. It started from scratch. I had a lot of support from my teammates, from my family. I'm just happy for the city of Chicago. I'm sorry I was out for 18 months, but I'm happy I'm back to bring a championship back to Chicago. I always wanted to be able to lead Chicago Bulls from the bottom to the top.
The Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
The motivation was to show people that the first time wasn't a fluke, that we were going to be on top for a long period of time, and this is a way to put a stamp on that, and to do it twice gives us some legitimacy as a franchise.
And let the celebration begin here in the Windy City.
The Bulls have repeated.
A couple teams, the Lakers and Detroit, both were in situations where they could have won 3 in a row. This is our opportunity to show that we can do something that Magic Johnson and Detroit Pistons never did.
For the third year, Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls have climbed the Mount Olympus of the NBA.
To get back on top and to do it in a fashion that you alleviate all the questions that people had about your skills and your leadership qualities, and to more or less just say, hey, we're back.
After a 2-year absence, the Chicago Bulls have regained the NBA throne.
It's getting tougher just from facing all the different challenges of staying on top. It's like the king of the hill. I mean, everybody's going to be coming at you and trying to knock you off. But each time you win, it's more gratifying, that you withstood all the challenges, and yet here you are again, right back on top. So we look forward to doing that again.
Fresh off last year's championship and an NBA record 72 wins, the Chicago Bulls seem to have little left to prove as they enter the 1996-97 season.
We tried to take some pressure off our team, so we started out very, very slow this year. Single practices in training camp, some days off, and we said, don't worry about getting off to a great start. And we got off to the best start we've ever had as a franchise.
Harper to Jordan. Leads. Whistler and Jordan take it away. Jordan. He did give it to him ultimately.
Chicago beginning to kick on all cylinders now.
Scotty in the middle. Oh, yeah, Scotty hard to the basket.
Pitt is red hot.
MJ's on that side.
Whoa, yes, sir.
Thanks, all. What a great play by Scotty.
Oh, great look. Jordan. The fans in this building loving it.
Michael in backcourt with 4, with 3, with 1. The shot is good. If it goes in. That's good, baby. Michael got it. It's going to be that kind of afternoon for MJ.
The Bulls opened the season an amazing 17-1, and as always, the main catalysts were Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen.
Everything has been special because we've tried to take it to a higher level to become the greatest duo to ever play the game.
Michael was capable of incorporating Scottie's abilities and telling him sometimes you got to help me out, and some nights I'm not going to have it. I'll help you out if you don't have it, and we'll tag team this thing together.
These guys have played together so long, they know every move that they're going to make.
When I walked away from the game for 2 years, Scottie was exposed to what I had to deal with. So when I came back, there was a certain understanding, and we grew close. And you can see that within the way that we play.
And with their two leaders more in sync than ever, The Bulls continued their blazing start. They had a league best record of 42-6 entering All-Star Weekend, where Jordan and Pippen were honored as two of the league's 50 greatest players.
Let us salute together the greatest NBA players of all time.
And fittingly, they would share an historic moment.
Here's Jordan with an opportunity. Has Pippen in. There it is. Triple-double from Michael Jordan. The first ever in the history of the NBA All-Star Game.
But it wasn't only Chicago's superstars who had a chance to shine.
Steve Kerr is on fire.
He is on fire.
He may not miss.
This is the biggest, the money ball.
Oh, yes!
And this year's All-Star Weekend three-point shooting champion, Steve Kerr.
Kerr highlighted the importance of the Bulls' role players, who each make their own contribution to the team's success.
I think a lot of it is Phil's philosophy of using the bench, using all 12 guys, having everybody feel like a big part of it, and as a result, kind of making the team more than just the sum of its parts.
Oh, yeah! Wow! Sensationally done!
There are so many outstanding role players on this Chicago Bull team.
When players have something to offer a team, a coach has to recognize their individual talents and what they can give to a basketball club. So I like to make everybody feel like they have a role that they can play on this team.
Beautifully done. Unselfish teamwork.
When you feel wanted and you feel needed, it inspires you to play better, thus making you more wanted, more needed.
With their unique blend of talent and teamwork, the Bulls were stampeding their way through the season and having fun doing it.
Sensational!
Inside Dennis. Great pass to Luke, who slams it. Kerr goes down low for Luke. Bounce pass. Great pass to Randy Brown. Rodman looking long. Throws it to Tony. It's online.
Hello, Tony!
Randy Brown started to slow it down. Brings it inside. Oh, yeah.
Pass inside.
Jason putting on a show for the fans here.
Kerr to Rodman.
Oh, there it is.
Back door to Pip on the reverse.
Yes!
And no, he did not have the handle, but somehow made it go. 44 for Pippen, career high. Rodman. Full extension trying to haul that in. Chief, look. Brother, give it back. Hammer down for the Chief. How about that?
Let it fly, let it fly. Nice.
Great pass.
Nicely done.
Jason with the steal, picks it up. See if he can go all the way. Cappy goes down off the got it counted and he's fouled. What a ball game for Jason Cappy. Pippen to Jordan. Time winding down for the win.
Yeah! You can't believe it! He does it again! Michael Jordan, a game winner! Get the buzzer!
But as the season entered its final weeks, the joy that had seemed to envelop the Bulls would now begin to evaporate. They encountered the first major roadblocks in their drive to repeat as champions, losing several of their key players to injuries.
We had everything, I guess, working against us because we had a lot of injuries and guys out of the lineup here and there, and it was tough.
To help fill the void, they signed free agent Brian Williams, who had not played all season.
Williams, he'll go up inside Biscuit at point-blank range.
Gotta finish that play.
The team that had been a juggernaut had suddenly begun to falter.
We had a bunch of guys out on the floor that hadn't played together, and the chemistry and the feeling that we've had on the court wasn't there, and we struggled.
With 5 left, Jordan for the tie. Didn't happen. Cavaliers got it done. 73-70. Fewest points by a Chicago basketball club since 1995.
It's Jordan against Starks. Jordan on the drive, gives it up. Pippen for 3. The Knicks have defeated the Bulls. The Bulls do not make it back-to-back 70-win seasons.
What had begun with all the makings of another record-setting season had ended in doubt, and the timing could not have been worse.
Suddenly, our season was tilted and ajar, and we never really had an intact group. The very last month, it was going to be a push to just get going in the playoffs.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Bulls basketball at the United Center as we get the playoffs underway in round one, game one.
Determined to put their late season slump behind them, the Bulls open the playoffs against a young and hungry Washington Bullet team, out to make a bold statement against the defending champions.
Howard kept it alive. Bullets controlling the offensive board. His weapon with the hook.
But in game one, Washington's hopes of an upset would be snuffed out by the Bulls' suffocating defense.
By Scotty. Oh, he had lunch with the net trip.
Strickland. Murray comes over the back, but hangs on. Up the floor, Scotty from... Oh, near the basket.
It's 5 minutes. Howard pumps it out. Murray. Blocked by Pippen. Murray. Blocked again. Rodman dives for it. 24.
Wow, this is playoff defense at its best.
We felt like that, our defense was the key tonight, and that's what you need in the playoffs. We had to put on our defense to kind of pull this one off.
Undaunted, the confident Bullets stayed close again in game two, but they had no answer for the Bulls' leader, who was simply unstoppable.
It's going to be that kind of afternoon for MJ.
He's putting on a show here. I'm telling you, this has been some kind of offensive performance by Michael Jordan.
He's adding to the legend today.
Jordan would burn the Bullets for 55 points and carry the Bulls to victory in spectacular style.
It was one of the extraordinary playoff performances in the history of the NBA.
I got into that zone, if you want to call it, and I couldn't get out. And I apologize to Tex after the game. Sorry about the triangle text. I kind of forgot about the triangle, and once I got in that mode, I just couldn't turn it off.
But back home in Washington, the Bullets would not go quietly and had the champs on the ropes late in game three.
Spectacular play by Tracy Murray.
Sometimes we're down 17 or 18 and feel and say, hey, we got these guys right where we want them. Don't worry about anything. We come back and win those games. The guys on our team just know how to win.
Charging back from a 9-point deficit in the final 5 minutes, the Bulls still found themselves in need of some last-second heroics.
95-94, Bullets by 1. Michael off the dribble, darts to the lane, went in the air, lost it. Scotty got it back. Pippen a drive, good, the and the Bulls win it, and the Bullets go home. The Bulls go on, they sweep the Bullets on a drive and a dunk by Scottie Pippen.
Lying in wait in the second round were the Atlanta Hawks, a team eager to shatter the Bulls' championship mystique. And as the series began, Chicago's doubts resurfaced as they once again seemed vulnerable.
The Atlanta Hawks playing energized basketball and causing problems for Phil Jackson.
Bulls really look out of sorts right now.
The aggressive Hawks quickly proved they were not in awe of the Bulls dynasty.
Hip dunk is a beauty by Mutombo.
Well, the Bulls just look dispirited now. They look like their hearts aren't even in this.
Handing Chicago its first home playoff loss in 14 games, Atlanta would steal the home court advantage.
The Atlanta Hawks stun the Chicago Bulls here in game 2.
We're just kind of down for us energy-wise. We're not executing, but unless we do the things that we've done all season to get 69 wins, and we're not going to pull another win out of this series.
And in Atlanta, the Hawks gained even more confidence, taking an early lead in Game 3.
All the Atlanta fans were going crazy. We were down 10 midway through the second quarter, and we were a little unsure of ourselves. We just didn't quite have it.
Smith, wide open left side. The three, score!
Atlanta, they are jacked up as they have dominated this game. There is great concern on the part of the Chicago Bulls.
Well, we just weren't playing Bulls basketball, and it was tough. But Michael and Scotty stepped up and showed great leadership, and we started to get things rolling a little bit.
As they had done so many times before, Jordan and Pippen would bring the Bulls back.
Long lead for Michael. MJ catches, back to Pippen, running in, layup good.
The Bulls that are now turning it up a little bit.
The Bulls have suddenly shown some life.
The first game of Atlanta, I think we really needed Scotty and Michael. The leaders of the team are always there and they pushing us.
And the rest of the team would follow their lead.
Tony, three. Tony fires. Score! Wow! Kukoc. Wow! Lead pass, Pippen. Scotty for Brian Williams, and he dunks it.
The Bulls had now broken the game open, and it was left to Jordan to provide the finishing touch.
Left-handed wraparound. Good for Michael Jordan.
The Hawks appearing to have run out of gas.
The Bulls would see this game as a turning point.
We seemed to have a breakthrough, and we went on to a 20-point victory. I think we sort of broke through some barriers there and started to play much better after that game.
The rejuvenated Bulls would now finish off Atlanta.
That's it. The energy, everything has been picked up by the Bulls.
Rodman for three. The Bulls on fire again.
They're just picking the Hawks apart now.
The world champions playing like they want to repeat.
Outstanding what a pass by Dennis.
Wow. That could be the nail in the coffin.
Emphatically closing out the series, Jordan would send one final message to the upstart Hawks.
Oh, he did it. Michael shakes the finger.
He said I never dunked on him, and I said, well, I'm going to eventually get to you before I leave the game. And tonight was a great time for it.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome once again to Bulls basketball. The Bulls and the Miami Heat about set to square off here at the United Center.
The crowd is excited. This ought to be a fun series.
Throughout the year, one team we never wanted to lose to was Miami.
Over the season have really developed a real strong rivalry with them. Their physical play really brings out the best in us.
And the Bulls would counter Miami's muscle with their own overpowering display of defense.
Brian Williams for three. Whoa! Out. Rebound Mourning knocked out. No good. Mourning again short.
Coach was big on that defensive play.
I don't think that people really realize how well the Chicago Bulls can defend. Miami was a big test for us, but our guys, showed that they could step up and play, the tremendous D.
Steve Kerr took it away. Backs it in. Back inside. Dennis with a block.
We know at one stage during the basketball game that we're going to just hold you down.
Smothering the Heat, Chicago captured the first two games and rode their wave of momentum right into Miami, where their opportunistic defense would get them off and running, and they never looked back.
Now Jordan with the move on Hardaway.
Blowing out the Heat in their own building, Chicago had taken a firm grip on the series and learned some valuable lessons as well.
Gonna come up over the top of him. The shot's good.
We figured out how to not go macho for macho against them, but, play within yourself. Play your game, meet their intensity, but don't let them take you out of what you're trying to do on the court.
Having been embarrassed by the Bulls, Miami was in desperate need of a rallying cry for Game 4, and they would get it from their leader, Alonzo Mourning.
We will win on Monday. We're going to win on Monday.
The Heat would take command right from the start, with Mourning eager to deliver on his bold guarantee.
That's what the Miami Heat have been looking for. Alonzo's open left side, slams it in. This is just what the Chicago Bulls wanted to stop in this whole series.
We felt they tried to take our manhood. They beat us up. They pounded on us.
Heat aren't going away without a fight.
Alonzo Mourning was doing a lot of talking the entire series. And when he elbowed Scotty and Scotty got the bump on his head, I think Michael kind of took it personally.
And I think that set Michael off. So when he came back into practice after that weekend on Tuesday, he said, guys, this one's a personal test. When we come out there today, I want this game to be a grudge match.
It's personal, but I've been saying. You got to go out and play with a lot of intensity, a lot of heart.
Let's go.
And from the beginning, Jordan would serve notice to the Heat that he was on a personal mission.
Yes, score it for Michael Jordan. Jordan with a dribble. Pull up for Sean Leonard. Yes! Michael Jordan is on fire.
And even though Scottie Pippen would be forced out of the game early with an injured foot, the rest of the Bulls would help Michael finish his mission.
Bushler is there. The Chicago bench done the job.
Happy, strong shot.
Took it to the hoop and threw down a slammer.
Their collective will had lifted them once more.
Oh, man! Look at Tony. He is pumped up.
And with their emotional triumph, the Bulls would convincingly wrap up the series and steamroll their way to the finals.
Crowd is on its feet. The Bulls are going to the finals.
Yes, sir. It's good to be conference champions, but to come up short doesn't really mean nothing. We want to get all the way to the ring and make it 5. Go on from there.
Awaiting the Bulls in the finals were MVP Karl Malone, John Stockton, and the Utah Jazz, who had finally become Western Conference champions.
John Stockton! John Stockton! It's over! We're on our way to the World Championship!
We fought a long time to get here. We didn't just come here just to show up. We came here to play, and as long as we as a team believe in ourselves and believe that we can beat these guys, we can.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to Chicago for the NBA World Championship Game 1. It should be a dandy.
Yeah, we're taking them. We're taking them. They're going to win it tonight.
Trying to win one for the thumb, the 5th time in 7 years, and now they go against the amazing Utah Jazz with John Stockton and Karl Malone.
Lamb Pilgrim, Game 1 Pilgrim.
You couldn't have asked for a better matchup, especially with Sloan's ties to Chicago.
What's that? How you doing?
Hard to go against Michael Jordan and home court advantage, but with a subpar Scottie Pippen, I think Utah has an excellent chance to grab one of these first 2 games.
Control Stockton. That means everybody get your eye on him. Make sure you see him where he's at on the court. They'll get the ball to him right away.
This is what you worked hard for. What time is it? Game time!
Since the dawn of spring, the Utah Jazz have been the best basketball team in the NBA. They're ready, and there's no excuses from Utah.
Congratulations.
This series features the NBA's most valuable player and the guy who many feel should have won this year's MVP award.
Relax. I'm not going to fool you. I'm not going to fool you. Relax. Relax. Relax.
And from the beginning, the Jazz were determined to make it clear that they belonged on the NBA's biggest stage.
That's exactly the type of ball that Utah has to play.
Karl Malone, got it by Rodman, a following 15-footer by the mailman, good!
As Utah grabbed an early lead, the Bulls struggled to chip away the rust of a 5-day layoff.
The Bulls are off to a very shaky start.
Against Phil Jackson, a little upset that the team didn't come out with more intensity.
Let's get ourselves together on this. Light them up.
And in typical Chicago fashion, it was the Bulls' defense that provided them with a spark.
Bushler with the steal. And the rebound handled by Carr. Traveling violation. What a play by Hoffer.
Same thing you get, John. But I don't want to hear that. Same thing you get.
The Jazz clung to a slim lead as Game 1 evolved into a classic battle, with the superstars from each team rising to the challenge.
Here's Jordan.
Going to pull it up, fadeaway 14-footer's good. Michael.
Come on! Fight for the Bulls!
And Harper battles through it a second time. Now Malone rolls past it.
Yeah, boy! Way to go, Carl!
The Bulls, however, would get an unexpected lift from a determined Scottie Pippen.
Pippen is showing some signs despite the foot injury.
Flashes to the top. Taken away by Pippen, who blocked Russell. An easy layup. The place will explode. Scottie Pippen has really sorry now.
Jordan putting moves on Isley and pops it out. Pippen for 3.
Yes! Pippen with the three-point bomb.
What an incredible basketball game.
This is it, my man. This is what you worked hard for. Have fun.
In the closing minutes, with the outcome hanging in the balance, the stage was set for a dramatic finish. and each team's leading men would again step forward.
They've got it right there. Back to the basket. The
Ball
double
down low left into Jordan. Jordan backs in. 1 Hornacek. Michael left to right. Fall away. 15-footer.
Good. Chicago leads.
John needs to play with poise here.
Goes right side. Back to the mailman. Faking. Driving. Force it up and in. Great move on the underhand scoop. The Jazz lead 79-78.
Rebounded by Harper.
Back to Pippen for 3.
Pippen 3. Leads it. Good. Pippen with a 3. It's 81-79. It can't get any better than this.
Stockton circles. Looking.
Locked and wide right. Stockton down low to Antron. Back to Stock. 3-pointer. He got it. He got it. John Stockton.
Jazz by 1. 82-81. It's going to be whoever has the ball last.
Chicago's got to be concerned, folks.
Stockton off the dribble. Stockton, top of the key. Stockton jacks one and missed it. Long rebound, Malone.
Malone's got it. 9 seconds. There's a loose ball foul. It's on Rodman.
That puts Karl Malone on the line with the game tied at 82.
Malone now with the first free throw. Takes his time. The crowd frantic behind the glass. No, he missed it. It rimmed out.
Now the Bulls with an opportunity.
One more for Karl Malone. 9 seconds left in this game.
Just make sure you follow through and don't short arm him. He misses. You've got to get this rebound. Malone. Oh, he missed the break. Rebounded by Jordan. And the Bulls take a timeout. Bulls get a last chance. 7 5/10 left.
What do you think Phil Jackson is thinking about? Will it automatically be Michael Jordan?
I think it'll go to Michael Jordan and then let him create.
Bulls basketball and a chance to win it right here.
Kukoc has got the ball inbounds from Pippen, and here is Michael. 4 on the shot clock now. Keeps it on the dribble. Russell's there.
MJ, top of the circle against Russell. Michael hangs, fires, scores! Knocked it in, Bulls win! He knocked it in at the buzzer, Bulls win! How many times has he done that? It is all over. The Chicago Bulls have won at the buzzer.
If somebody asks you to name your 3 favorite, or the 3 you remember best?
1982 is easy. Cleveland is certainly easy. That's the only 2 I can remember. I'm getting senile, I guess. I've had so many I can't even remember them all.
It's been 72 hours since Michael Jordan performed the latest in a career filled with heroics, and players and fans have waited anxiously for this Game 2 of the best of 7.
After their heartbreaking loss in Game 1, the Jazz looked to bounce back. But on this night, they'd face a Chicago team that was hitting on all cylinders.
Chicago coming down, up a couple of field goals, and greedy for more. Longley's going to lay it in. Slam dunk. Chicago playing like the champions.
Michael the assist. Turn up the energy.
What a beginning.
It's all falling apart for the Jazz right now.
20-second timeout.
They're just going to have to totally regroup.
Reeling from Chicago's onslaught, the Jazz try to fight their way back.
Stockton looking in to Karl Malone. Crowd's got a twist right. Hook and score.
Utah battling away.
Hornacek fires one up and hits.
Yeah, boy! Yeah! And who knows what's going to happen here.
But the Bulls had all the answers, and they would find a way to stop the Utah surge.
Screen across, slipping Hornacek back, playing Hornacek, Stockton, and Malone in a triangle.
Any hopes of a Jazz rally quickly faded, as their finely tuned offense was completely shut down.
Up top to Malone. Karl dumped inside. Russell's all alone. Blocked by Pippen.
It is Chicago's defense which is authoring the story here in Game 2.
Malone rejected. Recovered by Anderson.
No shot. No shot. 24-second violation.
The defense has been suffocating. The Jazz can't get anything on.
When you've got incredibly agile, active, long-armed defenders, you can really commit to the ball. And we had guys just jumping the ball handler, Stockton or Malone or whoever it was that had the ball, and making it hard for them to get anywhere with their offense, and it stifled them.
Well, this is Chicago Bull basketball. It's all clicking now.
With the Bulls at their best, the rout was on.
The way picked back up by Stockton. Michael a steal. MJ runs it by Russell.
Michael to the top of the key, whipped to Pippen. He goes up, dumps the ball.
Great pass from MJ.
12 unanswered by Chicago.
Finishing 1 assist shy of a triple-double, Jordan would again turn the finals into his own personal showcase.
Back to Michael, circles, runs inside, reverses, scores! What a move by MJ! Yes, sir!
But the Jazz still had to endure one final dagger.
Knocked away, Dennis got it back. Wheels, fires a three, got it!
Oh, man! Icing on the cake.
Chicago up 2-0. Let's go to Salt Lake.
We just got waxed tonight as a whole. And now we go home. And now you go home and try to protect your home court.
You are witnessing history in Salt Lake City. It has never happened before. The Utah Jazz, a home team in the NBA Finals. The scene outside the Delta Center, frankly, a party.
Chicago doesn't know what windy is until the Jazz blow them away.
Show me the title!
I expect that crowd to be extremely loud, a little bit rowdy, and ready to roll.
There'll be 20,000 of them. You won't be able to hear yourself talking. I mean, they absolutely go bananas.
Not in the house! Sit down! The Bulls would love to take the 3-0, and the Jazz are in a desperate situation where they need a win for sure.
Get after this team early. Get your spots early in your triangle so you can operate, get yourself settled in. Play hard every play.
But the Bulls were taken right out of their game plan by a Jazz team that was suddenly re-energized. Setting a new tone with their aggressive play, Utah came storming back into the series.
So Utah has come out more aggressive.
Stock front court left. Stock down the middle to Bellman. Drive, hang, score. Count it, and he's fouled.
Fast break basketball for the Utah Jazz.
Carl, free throw line, jumping up. Hit, work goes, rebound, jammed in. Back Greg Foster.
The Bulls seem frustrated tonight.
Foster for three. Yes! Greg Foster has been a major factor.
The Jazz with their biggest lead of the game.
Now the Bulls beginning to unravel a little bit.
We're not on the boards. We're not getting seconds. Your team defense is absolutely horrible.
And things would only get worse for the Bulls as Karl Malone would deliver one of his greatest performances.
Up top, Karl Malone, fake left, go right, power to the hoop, scoop it, score it! The Bellman!
Malone simply took over the game, scoring 37 points.
Karl Malone with a big-time game.
MVP! MVP!
A chant of MVP for Karl Malone.
You gotta love it, baby!
Standing ovation for the Utah Jazz, who have been able to get back into the series with a solid performance.
You would hardly believe that this is the same team which dominated Game 2.
It's either the altitude or they did not take the Jazz seriously.
Phil, did the altitude or anything else bother Michael tonight?
There is a certain factor about that. Usually the first run, these guys kind of acclimate themselves to it, but they're the ones that experience it. I was a little bit short of breath on the sideline, but not too bad.
And if you get the ball down there and shaped up early enough, you can keep driving this team crazy because they'll be all over the ballpark. They're just going to run around and play defense all over the ball. You just keep your spacing, keep filling in behind.
The Bulls had lost some of their momentum, but not their composure. Getting ready for Game 4, they calmly prepared to execute their strategy.
Go, Luke, go, Dennis.
But as the game began, Chicago's carefully crafted plan was derailed by Utah's furious attack.
Well, nothing is going smoothly at the offensive end for Chicago. Everything is a struggle, and you have to give a lot of that credit to the Jazz defense.
The block by Ostertag, but Hopper able to hang in. Utah starting to find the rhythm.
Bounce to Malone. Bangs into Rodman, goes up and scores.
No call. Utah's got ahead of steam.
Horny, off-balance shot, blocked by Pippen, picked up by Karl Malone. To Russell for three from the angle right. Yes! Jazz up 48-44.
Though the Jazz continued their assault,
Down the middle to Foster, slammed up! Greg Foster!
the Bulls stuck to their game plan.
Draw the defense, move it on to the next guy.
Chicago battled to stay within range, and as Game 4 entered the final stretch, they began one of their trademark runs.
A facial served up.
Chicago finally getting some good ball movement.
Michael down the lane, he took the ball.
All the way to the hole.
Back to Carmelo on the angle left. Follow a 16-footer. No good.
The Bulls doing a terrific job defensively, taking the Jazz out of its game.
Rebounded by Pippen, and here comes Jordan. Michael Jordan puts it away on the breakaway. And the Bulls lead by 5.
The Bulls had taken control of the game and seemed on the verge of putting the Jazz away.
I mean, we're up 5, and we wanted to put a nail in the coffin. Didn't work out that way.
Once again, the resilient Jazz disrupted the Bulls' plans.
Yes! John Stockton makes it 71-69.
Jordan puts the move on Russell.
Staging an emotional comeback, Utah would stun the usually unflappable champs.
Michael Jordan.
That is a tough call against Jordan here.
Jordan, right side. Michael, up top, 20-footer. No good. Rebound, Stockton. Ahead to Carmelo. He's got it. Stockton to Malone. He scores. Jazz take the lead. Incredible. The Jazz take the lead.
Jordan outside with Russell there. Fires the three. No. Rattles out. Utah's going to win this, baby. This baby's over. Utah has won Game 4, and this series is deadlocked at 2 victories apiece.
I mean, we came here to try to get one game, and that's still there ahead of us. So it's definitely the pivotal game of this series, and we feel like we still have opportunity to go up.
But the Bulls' confidence would soon give way to concern as they received a stunning blow in the hours leading up to Game 5.
Now the big story here tonight concerning Michael Jordan's physical conditions. He is suffering from flu-like symptoms. His status is uncertain.
This is Karl Malone's night. He has to show the world just how great a player he is. Marv, the Jazz, they have to win tonight if their dream is going to come true.
The bad news for the Bulls, the stomach virus that has hit Michael Jordan, and you wonder just how much, how long, and how hard he'll be able to go.
Never in the history of the NBA, since they've gone to the 2-3-2 format, has the home team won all 3 of the games. But the Utah Jazz are favored to do exactly that.
I don't know if Michael can carry the Bulls on the road against the Jazz. This is the finals, and this team is for real, and he needs help. And unless he gets it, I don't believe they're going to win Game 5.
With Jordan stricken by illness, the Bulls would find themselves walking into a lion's den as they face the surging Jazz, the league's MVP, and one of the NBA's most frenzied crowds.
Stockton looking, whipped inside. Malone goes up, counts, and a foul.
And early on, Chicago's worst fears would be realized as Utah would explode out of the gate.
Everything clicking right now for Utah.
Penetrating move, bad pass, knocked away, but Malone runs it down with a good hustle. Anderson, baseline, a slam. This is an embarrassment for Chicago.
The rebound, Steve Kerr. Kerr ahead to Tony, and he threw it away. Kukoc never saw it coming. This is going to be a blowout.
And things would go from bad to worse for Chicago as the Jazz stormed to a 16-point lead in the second quarter.
But if you let this get any more out of reach now, that you're at a point where, especially with Michael ailing, you're in danger of putting yourself in a position where you have no chance to win the game. Jump to Michael, MJ. Against Russell to the free throw line. Hangs in the air, jumper good.
Tough shot.
Nothing but net for Michael.
Despite his weakened condition, Jordan valiantly kept his Bulls in contention.
And Jordan with 12 of his 16 points here in the second quarter. And the steal by Jordan. Behind the back on Russell, he turned it around and fed it to Pippen. Pulled by Jordan. What a play by Michael Jordan.
But with their leader exhausted, the question remained whether the Bulls could stay within range. And before halftime, the Jazz would provide an ominous answer.
Russell's open on Bushler. Slam! Oh. A big-time slam. Utah will take a lead in intermission.
We talked about that uphill fight, especially in front of a crowd like this and a team as good as Utah. Sometimes you carry the fight to them, but you just don't have enough energy.
Michael still doesn't feel very well. The Bulls need other guys to step in and step up.
Utah just playing unflustered basketball. No matter what you do to them, they run right back at you.
Throughout the second half, the fatigued Jordan would somehow keep the Bulls in the game.
MJ, Michael for three. Come on! Yes, sir! MJ a tray.
Game 5 had now developed into a tense back-and-forth battle.
Hornacek got Jordan in the air. Here's the shot. Good. This is going to be real tough down the stretch. This fourth quarter is going to be a war.
Michael, a drive through traffic. Scoops a shot up and scores.
Tough shot. Jordan is absolutely exhausted and worn out.
And Michael is dead on his feet.
Exhausted.
This is where Utah's been great with the game close.
Shot clock at 4. Morris. On their feet here at the Delta Center.
Here is Jordan outside. Chicago down 3. Puts it down. Drives the lane. A running 8-footer. Yes. And it's a 1-point Utah lead.
Michael Jordan, incredible.
As this pivotal contest reached its waning moments, the Jazz would once again look to seize control of the series.
Pippen goes loose ball, picked up by Hornacek, no whistle, shot clock 2. Stockton, 3 for the lead. Another huge 3 by Stockton.
Same exact spot that he hit that enormous three-pointer in game 4.
Sweat just pouring off Michael Jordan. No time to rest now.
MJ, this will be the guttiest performance maybe all time.
And all eyes here are going to be on Michael Jordan. On top, Pippen wants it. Wants to go on Hornacek. Demanded the ball. Back Michael. Open 3. Yes! They lead it. 38 points for the Kings.
Stuck a dagger at him with a 3.
Yes!
Jordan's crushing three-pointer would finish off the Jazz in Game 5 and cap off one of the most unforgettable performances in NBA history.
Classic performance by the flu-ridden Michael Jordan.
That he gave us today was unbelievable, you know, as his teammates, we really appreciate the way that he steps up and shows his leadership to our ball club. I didn't want to give up, you know, no matter how sick I was, or how tired I was, or how, low on energy I was, I felt an obligation, to my team, to the city of Chicago, to go out and give that extra effort.
Tonight, the curtain drops as the greatest show on earth performs for the last time. The drive for 5 will end right where it started, as the Bulls will be crowned kings of the hill once again.
You got enough to end it tonight?
I do. I hope everybody else does, too.
They want to get this done tonight. They don't want to have to go to a Game 7 where almost anything can happen.
First of all, I think you all know we're anxious about this game. This game in which we're all a little nervous about going out and performing well and doing the right thing.
We don't plan on just going out. Not quietly, not easily. So you can guarantee it's going to be a war tonight.
Don't think about anything but the play ahead. The next play, the play you're in, your mind and focus.
If the Bulls could win the title tonight, Chicago would become the third franchise to win 5 titles in a decade. The greatest athlete of our time hopes tonight is a coronation of the greatest dynasty the NBA has seen in 3 decades.
But the Jazz were determined to write their own chapter in history and not allow a coronation at their expense.
Malone from Stockton.
Chicago starting slowly, and Utah is taking advantage of that.
Here they come. Utah in a hurry. The Bulls kind of stood around.
Hornacek.
Yes.
Look out, Chicago. It's not going to be easy wrapping it up tonight. The Bulls have not answered the challenge. Beautiful ball movement, and Karl Malone shoots a layup.
But Jordan refused to let the frustrated Bulls lose their poise. Midway through the second quarter, with Chicago trailing by 10, he would begin to lead them back.
Now Jordan trying to go to work on Russell, and he does.
Bulls seem to have a little more energy right now. Starting to find a little bit of rhythm on the defensive end.
Foster firing and missed it badly, and the rebound, Brian Williams. Whipped ahead to Pippen, he'll dunk the ball.
Great look up the court by Brian Williams.
United Center is rocking. The Bulls making a run.
Back to Michael. MJ hangs, fires, scores!
Yeah, bring it!
Tough shot.
The Jazz, however, were answering every Chicago run with one of their own.
Utah tenacious, not giving up that lead.
Stockton with the beautiful ball to beat.
Biggest lead of Game 6. It's a 10-point advantage for the Utah Jazz.
In the waning moments of the third quarter, Utah still refused to relinquish its lead, and with the game slipping away, there was little doubt what was going through the minds of the Bulls and their leader.
From day one, you want to end up playing in June and winning a championship. And it's a lot of bumps in the road. So we understand what it takes to get to this level. By no means do we want to give this up to win championships. This is a dream. Now, the dream is to sustain this as long as you're still playing the game of basketball.
And with Jordan setting the tone, the Bulls would show the resolve of champions.
The rebound back tapped out of there, and Bushler has it. Judd for three.
Bushler has to fire it.
What a great shot by Judd Bushler.
Scotty on the run. Pippen against Malone. Scotty for three. Kaboom! Yes! Pippen a three.
Utah needs a timeout. The Bulls are within two.
The crowd back into the game on their feet throughout.
And to Bushler. Corner. Kerr for three.
Yes! Chicago leads it on Stevie Kerr's three.
The Chicago Bulls have taken the lead for the first time with 10 unanswered points.
But Utah would not fold. And just as they had done throughout the finals, the Jazz would once again push Chicago to the limit.
Saves it, Anderson. Here comes three from Russell. Oh, yes!
An enormous shot by Brian Russell. He's tied the game at 86.
The Bulls have it with 28 seconds left.
In the final seconds, with the score tied and the game on the line, this classic series would hinge on one dramatic play.
He comes off. I'll be ready.
Crowd on their feet here at the United Center.
It'll be a scoop if anybody but Michael Jordan takes this shot.
It is Michael Jordan time. Scottie Pippen looking for Michael Jordan.
Michael, 6 seconds, 5. Michael in traffic to Kerr, 15-footer. Burying the jumper.
Seconds remaining in the fourth quarter.
Russell to inbound. Looking. Skipped across. Pippen the steal. Scotty saves it to Tony. He runs the second. Yes! The Bulls win!
Have won their fifth championship in the last 7 years.
They do it. The drive for 5.
Pandemonium reigns in the United Center.
Tonight, Steve Kerr earned his wings, from my perspective, because I had faith in him and he believed in himself, and I passed him the ball and he knocked the shot down.
An extraordinary effort. Congratulations, Chicago. Congratulations, Chicago Bulls.
Congratulations to these spectacular players.
One of the hardest things in sports to try to do is defend a championship that you have. The Bulls have been able to do it. Repeat.
Wow, 5 times in 7 years. They are the best in the world.
I want to take my hat off to the 2 leaders on this team, Scotty and Michael.
Congratulations, Michael Jordan, 1997 Finals MVP. It's hard to take this MVP by myself. He's got to take half of it. I take the trophy, he may get the car.
It looks like they're celebrating New Year's Eve here in the United Center.
There you know, we're filming you, filming me, filming us at our annual year-end party.
Okay, Mr. President, I really appreciate it.
Just telling my Scotty, you guys, good job. Thank you. You guys stay competitive all the way.
And tell Chelsea congratulations, and I hope she enjoys college.
You know, last year, I wanted to kiss my wife, and I actually accidentally reached for Lindsay Bushler. So this year, I guess I should actually reach my own.
Yeah. This is my 5th time. I do it anytime. I do it 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I will do it again.
The word dynasty should probably only be used when talking about centuries-long Chinese empires. But as the Chicago Bulls began the 1997-98 season, dynasty was the only word that came to mind. With 5 NBA championships in the 90s, the Bulls posed the question, why shouldn't this amazing club win another before the new millennium? Why shouldn't the incomparable Michael Jordan lead his team to an epic height, to a place where only emperors go? It was a last dance, said Coach Jackson, a farewell tour for the dynasty. There was never an empty seat to see the Bulls. Everywhere this group went, the lights came on and the people came out. But through it all, they never flinched. They grew tired at times, and sometimes they looked almost mortal. But at the end, they showed just what they were. Dynasty was the right word.
As they began the 1998 season, the Chicago Bulls had secured their place as one of sport's greatest dynasties. But after 5 titles in 7 years, the Bulls now had an air of finality amid rumors of their impending breakup.
Our first meeting back from the summer, Phil passed out our handbooks for the year, and on the cover there it was, The Last Dance. And to think that this is the last season being together is a pretty heavy thing to think about.
But the distraction of their uncertain future would prove far less of a challenge than an early injury to Scottie Pippen.
We were dealt with the deficit early on, and that was Scottie Pippen being out, so we had to basically put our boots on and go out there and somehow find a way to survive.
The implications of not having him and needing him was quite obvious, and so it was a bitter pill to swallow.
And as they opened the season in Boston, the Bulls would immediately discover just how difficult a test lay ahead of them.
To McCarty, to Walker. Yes! And a shocker on opening night as the Boston Celtics have beaten the Chicago Bulls.
Through the first 15 games, the Bulls had not only lost their invincible aura, they struggled just to keep their record above 500.
That's the most uncertain I've seen our team. Our confidence got low. I think it sort of, twisted the team out of whack.
Jordan and the Bulls try to tie it in the final seconds. Jordan misses the 3, Smitty the rebound, and the Hawks have won the game.
When you're playing other teams, they're salivating now when they see that they have a chance to beat you.
Coming to get it, Hawkins with 6, drops it low to Baker with 5. For the game, the shot. He got it with 3 seconds remaining in the game.
I remember one particular game in Cleveland where we lost by about 20 points, and Michael was saying in the locker room afterwards that he shouldn't have even come back, and I mean, it was ugly.
And without an option of Scottie Pippen at 19 points a game, they are struggling to try to find the right combination.
Travis Best puts the nail in the coffin. Oh, that's a monster win for Indiana.
We lost the game in Indiana, and I think the guys realized that this is no fun. We got to get it going.
While there were some who questioned Chicago's resolve, Michael Jordan wasn't one of them.
Michael, are you resigned to the fact that it's going to be like this for a couple months until Scottie comes back?
No. I wouldn't assume that if I were you guys either. I mean,
as he had done so many times before, Jordan would take it upon himself to carry the Bulls.
This is one of the great challenge takers of all time, and we had Blitz in our game for a while, and he's going to be the first guy to step up to the plate.
Kicks it out. Gone. What a play. Michael Jordan. He's starting to come at Michael. Here comes Perry. Michael with elevation.
Tony Kukoc for three. Short. 2 seconds. 1 second. This is to tie. Yes, sir.
He just stepped to a higher level and somewhat put on that cape and, said, okay, I have to do whatever it takes.
4.3 remaining, tie game. Michael to win it. And he does! And he does! Michael Jordan has beaten the Hawks again!
And Michael would continue to command center stage at the All-Star Game in New York City, where he put on a dazzling show.
I'm only going to allow him to have his trophy if he promises to come back and do it again. The all-star of all-stars, the MVP, Michael Jordan.
And Jordan would get a lift from a healthy Scottie Pippen, whose time off had not been wasted.
After missing 35 games, it gave me a great opportunity to really evaluate and see the value in what I could bring back to the team.
What Scottie brought was his vast array of skills, and his comeback instantly galvanized the Bulls.
Scottie's return really picked up our spirits, and I think that's one of the reasons we started to play a lot better.
Pass for Weber, stolen by Pippen. Scottie Pippen in the passing lane again.
You're talking about a guy who's been on the all-defensive team for a number of years and is very proud of the fact that he can shut a guy down. If you have one of your stars that has feelings like that, it'll just trickle down to the rest of the guys.
With Pippen as the catalyst, the Bulls' offense roared into high gear as they began to recapture their championship form.
Pippen anticipating the pass on a steal. 3-on-3. Pippen finds Harper, and Harper lays it in. Basket counts.
I warned everybody else in the league. Basically said it, guys better get your leads now and get ahead of us now, because when Scottie gets back, we could run the table.
And the Bulls would do just that.
Give and go. Randy Root to Longley from Kukoc. That is a textbook play by the Bulls.
You see the fear in the other team's eyes, and you see that they're beaten sometimes, in the middle of the game.
Rodman battling for the rebound, saving it in, and Kerr snatches it out of the air and drills it, and that's winning basketball.
We made teams pay their large price.
Blocked by Burrell. Jordan, Kukoc, Harper, 2 and a foul.
Now Brown, oh yeah, to Simpkins, yeah. The putback is good from Remington. Whoa, my goodness.
Kukoc catches, fires.
Phil Jackson can't believe that.
Pippen forces it and makes the three.
Putting their early season troubles behind them, Chicago steamrolled to a record of 62-20. And as they looked toward the playoffs, the Bulls were confident that they were ready to embark on one more championship run. If this were to be the last dance, they were determined to make it one to remember.
We're at the United Center in Chicago, where tonight the Bulls officially begin the defense of their 5th NBA championship.
Let's go, man. Come on. Starts off with hard work, ends in champagne. Let's start.
What time is it?
The Bulls began their championship quest against the 8th-seeded New Jersey Nets.
Pippen to steal. Scotty on the run. Pippen tears in. The layup is good. Tony Kukoc, a drive and a fucking whip dunk.
As expected, the champions calmly set about dismantling New Jersey.
Good! Score it! Beautiful basketball by the Bulls.
But the Nets were not prepared to cooperate with the Bulls' plans.
Big jam from Will. The Bulls have let a couple of opportunities get away. Bounce back to Dennis, diving, and he couldn't get to it. Now the crowd a little restless.
Coming from 14 points down, the Nets tied the game.
The ball game will go to overtime.
Just one quick second, and next thing you know, the lead was gone, and we was in a dogfight. It was hard, it was tough, but yet we know how to focus and we know how to succeed during the tough times.
With less than a minute left in overtime and the score tied, Jordan would demonstrate that focus with one crucial play.
Kittles against Jordan, knocked away, stolen by Michael. MJ on the run. Michael dumps the ball and a foul. Oh my!
Though Jordan's dramatic steal clinched Game 1, Chicago had been given a jarring reminder that the postseason had arrived.
We were thankful to the New Jersey Nets for sticking a game to us and making us have to bring our game up another notch.
And in Game 2, the Bulls would express their gratitude by elevating their performance.
Scotty Pippen fires the three. Go!
Calipari is talking to himself and anybody else who will listen.
The guys play a level of competition. If your competition raises the bar, then our guys have that ability to raise the bar even higher.
In Game 3, they would raise the bar beyond the Nets' reach. Leading the Bulls to a sweep, Jordan scored 38 points and left a lasting impression.
Michael Jordan, I told him after the game, I'm proud of him on and off the court. I think he's one of the most amazing men I ever met in my life besides my father, Bill Cosby, Danny Aiello, and then, I know I'm ranked behind Bill Cosby and Jason's father, so I'm third.
As they moved into the second round against the Charlotte Hornets, the Bulls would continue a familiar pattern.
Wesley lost it to Pippen. Back comes Chicago. Scotty, the pull-up three. Got it!
This is the kind of start Chicago was looking for.
Great pass to Rodman from Jordan. Oh, what a beautiful pass.
Rolling to victory in Game 1, the Bulls seemed ready to assert their dominance. But in Game 2, their attack would grind to a halt, and Charlotte would take full advantage.
Charlotte all over the Bulls. They're out hustling them early.
The Hornets defense has really stiffened.
Here's a 3-on-2 break. Wesley, no look to Glenn Rice, who lays it in.
Chicago appears to be out of rhythm on their offense.
The Bulls look way out of sync right now.
For almost 4 quarters, the Bulls had struggled to grab control of the game. But in the final minutes, it would slip away. And adding insult to injury, a former teammate would seal their fate.
Armstrong works off a Divac screen to the right wing. Pull up, pop it. Good! BJ gets the Hornets a 5-point lead.
And then glares at the Bulls bench.
In a stunning finish, the Bulls had lost the game, and with it, the home court advantage. And they also had to endure the sight of Armstrong and his jubilant teammates celebrating at their expense.
I don't know. We've got to pick up the intensity. We're not, we don't seem to have a lot of fire out there. Maybe this will wake us up.
When someone comes in front of your bench, starts screaming in front of your bench on your home court, it motivates you.
What it did is that it really gave us a focus to say that we're going to go out and just really kick their butt now.
As the series moved to Charlotte, the Bulls would prove that the Hornets' celebration was far too premature.
Pip to the baseline with a drive, and the layup good, and a foul. Wrong.
Kerr up ahead for Pippen, and Pippen. Are you kidding? Midair.
Are you kidding me?
Gives it back to Jordan. Jordan lost Steve out. Look on the baseline for the layup. Oh, see you later, Bloody.
You see the activity level of Chicago really picking up now. They're getting more frenetic on defense. They're forcing some turnovers. Charlotte really has lost their composure, have not been able to score. Chicago's taking advantage of it.
Overwhelming the Hornets in games 3 and 4, the Bulls emphatically answered their wake-up call.
This team likes a challenge. If you're going to let us go out and go through the motions and beat you, we will. But if you challenge us, we're going to move up our level of play to the next level, and that's what we did.
And they weren't about to let up as the Bulls would seize Game 5 back in Chicago.
Charlotte mentally has conceded to the Chicago Bulls.
In moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals, the Bulls had left the Hornets with a hard-earned lesson.
I think BJ kind of forgot, about us, what drives us. We utilized that energy that he used at the end of Game 2 to our advantage, and we're good at that. So, he woke us up.
It's my privilege this evening, quite simply, to present Michael Jordan with his 5th NBA Most Valuable Player trophy.
While Jordan received the accolades prior to the Eastern Conference Finals against the Indiana Pacers, it was Michael's sidekick Scottie Pippen who would set the tone as the series began.
I think we really surprised them in putting Scottie on Mark Jackson.
By hounding the every move of Indiana point guard Mark Jackson, Pippen applied a stranglehold to the Pacers' attack.
That was my job, was to go out and try to take Mark Jackson out of the game.
Scottie Pippen is making life miserable right now for Mark Jackson.
You try to cut the head off the snake to kill it.
Pippen comes up with the loose ball as Jackson lost it.
He couldn't deliver the ball in the split-second timing that guys were open. We forced teams into bad shots or turnovers, then we're running the other way.
While Pippen was spearheading the Bulls' stifling defense in games 1 and 2, Michael Jordan was taking care of the offense.
Oh, Jordan with the slammer jammer.
With Jordan at his spectacular best, Chicago captured the first 2 games and took a firm grip on the series.
Jordan to the baseline, falling, firing, scores!
Oh, what a shot by Michael Jordan. And that may be the exclamation point.
This series is far from over. Now we're going back home and hopefully take care of business there.
Arriving in Indianapolis for games 3 and 4, Chicago found not only a frenzied crowd awaiting them, but also a rejuvenated Pacer team.
Jackson pushes it back the other way. Inside, Davis is all alone.
They gave us trouble. They always had guys stepping up and doing a job for them.
Jalen for 3. Boom, baby!
With the Bulls now making uncharacteristic mistakes, the change in venues had brought a dramatic change in momentum. Unleashing their offense, the Pacers came storming back into the series.
It's Reggie!
Miller and the Pacers took Game 3, and the Bulls' grasp on the series continued to slip away in Game 4.
From our standpoint, we felt like that we sort of gave those games away.
Pippen at the free throw line. Missed them both.
I felt as though we really didn't do ourselves justice, didn't take care of business. I think we let ourselves down.
Trailing by 1 in the final seconds, the Pacers would change the series' entire complexion with one bold stroke.
McKee gets it in the middle for the win.
Unbelievable! Reggie hits the 3 with 7/10 of a second to go.
All of a sudden it went from being sort of a ho-hum 5-game series, which everybody expected, to we're in a dogfight.
Kukoc to Michael at the buzzer.
It rimmed out! It rimmed out! It rimmed out! It rimmed out! And it's 2-2. Unbelievable!
Knowing Michael and knowing the competitive drive that he has, I know on that flight home, he is cursing and cussing everyone out on that plane. So I know they'll be ready for Wednesday.
Miller would quickly learn just how prophetic he had been. Back in the United Center, Chicago wasted little time erasing the memories of their two demoralizing defeats. Once again clamping down on the Pacers' offense, the Bulls stampeded their way to a blowout victory and regained command of the series. Though they were now just one step away from the NBA Finals, Chicago would again find themselves derailed in Game 6.
Travis Best drives himself one hand high, good, high off the glass, 33 seconds.
Down the stretch, the Pacers made all the big plays, while the Bulls would again falter.
He stumbles and loses it. The Pacers and the Bulls will take it to the limit.
The Bulls had entered unfamiliar territory, facing elimination.
We're going to win Game 7. I never make promises. I don't make promises to my wife, but we will win Game 7.
The Pacers and the two-time defending world champions, the Chicago Bulls, get set to play Game 7.
And the Eastern Conference is boiled down to one game.
Even though the 7th game is at home, no one likes to play in 7th games because anything can happen.
Playing in a 7th game for the first time in 4 years, the Bulls came out surprisingly flat, while the Pacers appeared confident and in control.
This is no way to start a Game 7. They are letting the Pacers dictate everything right now.
Pacers have a 13-point lead.
Looked pretty bleak there. We weren't getting good shots. We couldn't stop them.
Michael to the post, catches against Miller. Michael backs him in, ducks behind, goes up on the rim, no.
Guys weren't shooting the ball well. We just had to find an offensive momentum turner.
Man, he knocked bodies flying everywhere. Michael back up and good.
Struggling for points and searching for answers, the Bulls would rely on defense and intensity to claw their way back.
Here comes the crowd and here come the Bulls.
You know, we understood, where we were in the game and that we had to come up with loose balls, and we just kept getting the ball back and find another way to get an opportunity to score.
Picked up by Jackson, stolen back by Dennis. Rodman to the rim, he scores.
Bulls getting all the hustle points again. Jackson, Smits. Pippen got a hand on it. Longley picks it up. There's a 2-on-1 break. Michael to Pippen the
Chicago's frantic comeback had given them a 3-point halftime lead. And in the third quarter, their offense was finally ignited by Tony Kukoc, who would almost single-handedly keep the Bulls in the lead.
After hitting shot or two, I was just thinking it's going to be fine. It's going to be good.
To Kukoc, who's been on fire and stays there.
Kukoc with 21. It's 68 to 61. The Bulls are in control of 7.
Hey, there's 2 minutes and 51 seconds left in the quarter. Finish quarter strong.
But the Pacers had a plan of their own, and now they would make a late charge that had the Bulls suddenly back on their heels.
They've got a break if they push it. It's Best from Miller, and he lays it up and in, plus the foul.
Give Indiana credit. They have been like a pit bull. They just get a hold of you and won't let go.
Score it, and Smits is on the free throw line. He has put the Pacers up.
Trailing now with just minutes left in their season, the Bulls were facing perhaps the greatest test of their determination and resolve.
Into the lane in traffic, and the ball stripped away and loose, and a jump ball call.
It was almost a game of wills, I think, that we just can't let it end here. We're not done.
Michael can really jump, but Smits is 7-4.
This could be as good as a turnover.
Everybody wants to win. They talk about winning. But this team, I truly believe, refuses to lose.
That's one Rick Smits should have won and gave the Pacers possession. Michael stole the tip.
And as Chicago grabbed one more crucial loose ball, it seemed they had found just enough momentum to turn the game their way. Everybody on the bench jumped up. They all knew that now it's our turn to
to take this critical game and put it in our favor.
And in the closing minutes, the Bulls finally finished off the Pacers, surviving one of the most grueling challenges of their championship reign.
Here comes Pippen on drive. He got inside. Shot is good. And a foul.
5 on the shot clock. Michael dumps it off to an open Longley. And on to the finals. For the 6th time in 8 years go the Chicago Bulls. But what Michael Jordan termed a bump in the road was anything but. It was a mountain to climb. And they barely reached the summit.
But still, the question remained, how much would Chicago have left to try and finish their championship run?
Sure, physically, we may be a little tired, but we got the hearts. Our heart is not tired.
Welcome back here to the Dulles Center. Tonight, Game 1 of the NBA World Championship.
The Chicago Bulls are back again. It's the 6th time in this decade they haven't lost, but I get the feeling this time can be different.
There is a widespread feeling that of the 6 times the Chicago Bulls have been to the NBA Finals, this year's Utah Jazz are the team best equipped to derail them.
On paper, Utah's the favorite, but you still have to prove to me that you can take it from Michael, and nobody's done that yet.
Eventually to win, Karl Malone is going to have to confront Michael's greatness head on and say, Michael, what you have is now mine.
Take the first option that's open. Press him in all the options. Okay? Come on now, let's go.
With the Bulls fighting fatigue after their 7-game battle, and the Jazz anxious to scrape away the rust from their 10-day layoff, each team was intent on proving they were ready for Game 1.
Jazz, long pass Malone, inside on Harper for the layup.
Pippen comes with a dribble at the top. Pippen running in, layup good. Nicely done. He knifed right by Karl Malone.
Stockton penetrates on Kerr, takes him to the glass. The floater's good on the run. This is going to be a terrific series.
But as the contest wore on, the well-rested Jazz began to methodically wear down the Bulls.
Knocked away by Morris, bad pass, numbers, Jazz come down, great pass, Anderson, lay it in good. Great play, Isley. Hornacek, great pass to Malone.
Rodman was just completely sealed behind Malone.
Yeah, there's Bushler on a great cut, and he missed the layup. They cannot miss opportunities. Russell runs the floor for the jam. Got it. They're rocking in Salt Lake.
With Chicago in dire need of a spark, they would look to Jordan to provide it.
Puts a great move on Anderson, flashes for the layup. Beautiful. He split the defense.
But for every Bull run, the Jazz had an answer.
On the move, go to the hoop, float it up and in.
Same dance, same music. So Utah takes an 8-point lead into the 4th quarter.
Though they continued to battle from behind, the Bulls would draw upon their championship mettle to make one final 4th quarter push.
Jordan, left-hand dribble, backs down on Hornacek, flashes paint, Ostertag gets inside. Beautiful move on Ostertag up in the air.
Jordan from 20, good again.
And the lead is 3.
Chicago is right where they want to be.
They can tie with a 3.
Sends it back, Pippen's gonna fire the 3, yes! We're tied!
We're tied up, what an unbelievable comeback.
Facing a furious Chicago rally, the Jazz would look to their own superstar to respond.
It's 5 seconds for a shot. He's open, 20-footer. He got it, Stocked in the middle.
Utah's biggest basket of the game.
But time had not yet run out on Chicago's stirring comeback.
Michael off the screen by Longley. Michael to the lane, dump back to Luke, a fake, leans in, banker is good. He ties the game.
So that's it. We go to a 5-minute overtime.
Having finally caught the Jazz, the Bulls now appeared ready to finish them off. Or so it seemed.
Right side, Jordan's got it back again. One on the shot, didn't get it off. They turn it over. 24-second shot clock violation by Michael Jordan. A rare mental blunder.
the Bulls' rally had suddenly run out of steam, with their last flickering hopes snuffed out by John Stockton.
Taken by Stockton, who's chased by Jordan, but lays it in anyway, and he was fouled by Kerr.
John Stockton closed the door for Utah in overtime and goes up on Chicago in game 1.
We have confidence in ourselves. You think I'm just back in the finals again just to be here? You know, I'm back to win a championship. And it's going to be tough, but I'm looking forward to the challenge.
This game is critical for Chicago. The road back from 0-2 is uphill, incredibly steep, and very, very long.
The Utah Jazz not only lead the finals 1-0, they're cooking. They have won 7 straight in the playoffs.
As they prepared for Game 2, the Bulls knew that Utah had the momentum, but as always, they remained undaunted.
I don't care how good you are, you still got to come and take this away from us, you know, and it's not that easy.
Jordan determined, keeps the dribble. Hornacek on him, keeps it. Right-handed, 8 on the shot, flashes lane, left hand, off the glass. They're taking the ball to the basket with much greater regularity. Left side drives the lane, comes to the glass on a slam, and Scottie Pippen goes to the rack again.
While the Bulls attacked the basket, the Jazz tried to counter from long range.
Stockton for 3.
John Stockton hits a huge tray. We go seesawing.
Michael into the lane, left hand, got it!
Beautiful move by Michael Jordan. This is a different-looking Bulls team.
Hornacek threw it away. Rodman ahead to Jordan.
And Michael brings it back and jams it home for their biggest lead, 61-53.
Chicago right now senses the kill.
If Utah hoped to stave off Chicago's assault, they'd need more firepower, and they'd get it from Jeff Hornacek.
Mailman back door to Hornacek, but they got him trapped. He backs it out on the right wing now, does a leap and leaner. Good! Horny!
Here's Hornacek penetrating for the right side, swings back baseline for the layup. A beautiful move by Hornacek.
Hornacek has been huge in this game.
Hornacek, Jordan got a piece of it. Hornacek recovers, muscles it up and in,
and we are tied on an 8-0 run.
He's back, wide right curve. Stockton steals it. Stockton ahead to Adam Keith. He's got it. Drive. Miss a wide open layup. Karl Malone rebounded. Unbelievable. Out front, Horny for 3. Good.
When it's going your way, it's going your way, baby. Jazz fans on their feet at the Delta Center.
Utah on a huge run now. So 73-70, Jazz have retaken the lead.
And as the game entered the fourth quarter, both teams struggled to grab control of the contest.
Isley loose again, and then had to bring it back to the top. Bounced inside, stolen by Burrell. Rebound tapped out of there. Rodman and Pippen fighting for it, and they lost it out of bounds.
Either could have taken it, and they combined to juggle it out of bounds.
Here's Malone again. He missed this one at point-blank range, though.
He had an easy layup, and he missed it.
Nothing dropping for him.
Oh, and Michael just wide open underneath, goes up, missed it.
The look on Michael Jordan's face. He is so frustrated.
In the game's final minutes, it would come down to the most basic of challenges.
Come on, guys, let's get it out. Execute down the stretch.
Jordan moves it, great ball movement. Kerr, 3, got it. Great ball movement by Chicago.
7 on the shot clock. Now Michael's got to do it himself. 6, 5. Jordan backing, pumping, falling, firing, stars. Oh my!
Michael Jordan not to be denied here tonight.
Trailing by 2, the Jazz would also respond with execution.
Here comes Stockton on the drive, cut off, back outside. Hornacek 3, yes! Oh, yes! Jeff Hornacek puts Utah ahead, 86-85.
The Jazz had attempted to deal the Bulls a final blow. Now Chicago's response would measure less their precision than their resourcefulness.
Flash, right side, bad pass. He turns it over, Stockton does. Off now to Kerr, bodies flying.
Kerr to the front court. Kerr stops and pops and missed it. Rebound, Kerr. Kerr back to Michael, up and scores.
And Chicago reclaims the lead.
What an unbelievable sequence of plays.
With one dramatic play, the Bulls had stolen the game and the precious home court advantage.
Chicago wins it 93-88. Put it down, seal it up, and let's go to Chicago even at a game apiece.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Game 3 of the Finals, as the scene now shifts to the United Center on the west side of Chicago, with the Bulls and the Utah Jazz all even at a victory apiece. The next three, Dr. Jack Ramsey, are here in Chicago.
The Bulls are going to hold serve, Brent. They've got to come out with a lot of intensity. Typically, they have not played with the same focus at home as they have on the road.
Gentlemen, Game 3, veterans like yourselves, have a great game.
Stay up the dog.
And here's the Utah opening possession of this Game 3. Malone's jump shot is there. How huge is that? As Malone puts the first one down. Over now to Hornacek. Back to Malone, drives the lane, comes for the layup, good.
As the first quarter unfolded, Utah's strategy was clear: to reestablish Malone as their main offensive weapon.
Side of Karl Malone, mailman, faking, twisting, jumping, and scoring again. Karl Malone has hit 6 consecutive shots. Unbelievable.
The mailman carrying Utah on his big shoulders right now.
If Malone had run free, Chicago's defense would now make sure to shackle him.
Chicago trying to pick up the defense if they can, and Rodman trying to be more physical on him.
But these Bulls are swarming the Jazz defensively.
Malone with Rodman hand fighting him, and Malone offensive foul came up and he drilled Rodman.
Having contained Malone, the Bulls would now shut down his teammates.
Offensive foul. Great position, Scottie Pippen. Utah cannot get into its rhythm. Stockton's having a nightmare against the Chicago defense.
Nicely, a fake and a drive on Harper, blocked by Harper, taken away. Great defense by the Bulls.
Now Stockton drives it down the floor, and Pippen's there over to running Malone into Pippen. No offensive foul called on the mailman, and Pippen draws another charge.
This Bulls defense is as good as it gets.
Sloan could stop the clock, but he couldn't stop the Bulls, as Chicago would now take charge.
One bounce, Pippen at the free throw line. Comes the lane, running, tough hook shot off the glass, good. For Scottie Pippen.
Scottie against Morris, lost him down the lane.
Pippen faked the shot, drive left to right, the running one-hander by Pippen, good. Held it, and he's fouled. Scottie Pippen, the Bulls tearing the Jazz up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the rout is on in Chicago.
Bulls running away. They're up 60-38.
Jag looking.
Fake right, go left. He'll go to the baseline.
As the Bulls completed an historic triumph, Jordan added the finishing touch.
Jordan to the wrapped up by Ostertag, and somehow, some way, he scores.
Back up the trucks. This baby is history.
The fans delirious here in Chicago.
Unbelievable beating on Utah.
The greatest victory in NBA final history is done. Light the fireworks. 96-54.
This is actually the score? Is this the final? I thought it was 196. Seemed like they scored 196.
The win tonight here at the United Center means the Bulls get the chance to close it out at home on Friday.
So many questions to be answered by the Utah Jazz. How do you come back after a 42-point run?
After a blowout like that, we turn around and say, okay, well, it's one game, and we lost. We have to show up tonight and play hard-nosed Jazz basketball, else we're in trouble.
And from the start, Karl Malone made it clear the Jazz would be a different team.
Hooks his shot up and scores.
There you go, Karl. That's the way to do it.
Malone now wants to post up again. Pull-up jump shot over the top of Longley.
Luke cannot handle him tonight.
But Malone would be matched by Scottie Pippen.
Pippen firing for three. Oh, man.
Rebound, run down. Pippen goes and takes it away from Stockton. Left corner, three. Got it. Oh, baby. He's looking for an MVP.
Chicago was surging, but this time Malone and the Jazz refused to fold.
Huge hoop for the mailman. So Utah hanging in the neighborhood here today, unlike in Game 3.
Came out with a different intensity tonight.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yep.
The intensity and the Bulls' defense would grow more ferocious.
Go,
Utah has not yet scored in the fourth quarter. Could it be happening again?
Chicago's stifling defense began to take its toll on the Jazz.
Harper dives for it. Stockton and Harper. Harper's got it. Turn it over.
In a game that seemed up for grabs, the Bulls had now taken control.
And a burst by Chicago.
It's a dangerous time for Utah right here, Doug.
Trail by 7, but the game may be hanging in the balance here, and Sloan knows it.
But the Bulls couldn't shake the resilient Jazz.
Suddenly it's Utah. Does the game turn here?
Come on, Jazz. Come on, Lucky.
And as the game reached its waning moments, Utah seized the advantage.
Utah can take the lead. Stockton one-hand score, strides for the lead. Got it! Oh, boy! On a driving layup. So after a blowout, we're in for a different kind of ending here in Game 4 in Chicago.
With time winding down, the Bulls would turn to a conventional weapon.
Michael Jordan regains the lead.
And an unconventional one.
Loose ball, crucial loose ball. There's a foul.
This man wants it a little bit more than everybody else right now.
That's a good foul. Dennis Rodman, a notoriously bad free throw shooter.
You can't be afraid to face the reality of not winning.
Oh, Dennis? Rodman at that free throw line right now. Makes it.
So it didn't faze me at all. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't jittery. You got to go out there and do the job.
In the air. Good again. How about that?
Rodman's free throws had sealed Game 4 and given Chicago a commanding series lead.
And does anyone in America think that Michael Jordan will let this series out of the city of Chicago Friday night?
Right now we're 3-1, we're in control, and tonight was like an appetizer. Friday could be the entree.
Get your Bulls Jazz program right here for Game 5, the clincher.
They're going to win it tonight. This is it. Yeah, this is it. We're not going back to Utah. Tonight is the night.
Welcome to United Center, where the city of Chicago is bracing for a celebration, while the Utah Jazz is trying to keep that party on hold.
Get ready for Game 5. Is this the last one, Billy?
Yes, it is.
The stage is set for a celebration. So what the Utah Jazz faces is simply this. They've got to make this a competition, not a coronation.
Stockton and Malone, two of the top 50 players in the history of this game. If this game is going to go back to Game 6, then these two guys must get it done tonight.
We lay it on the basketball court. Come out off the court, we're all celebrating, and Joe's gonna be happy. Let's go, baby.
And early on, it seemed that Tony Kukoc would personally lead the way to the Bulls' coronation as he launched a one-man barrage in the first quarter.
Kukoc, here he comes, off the dribble with a drive, scores!
He is just on fire.
But standing between the Bulls and the championship was Karl Malone, who was intent on sending the series back to Utah.
Inside of Karl Malone. The mailman squares away, jumping up, good!
Malone continues to carry the Utah Jazz as they try to stave off elimination.
Malone gets the shot away. It's in. Karl Malone keeps pouring them in.
As the mailman scored at will, the Bulls would begin to unravel.
I sense a little anxiety, a little tightness here in Chicago.
It may be a lack of focus preparing for the parade and the celebration.
While Chicago struggled, Malone was lifting his play even higher.
Oh, baby! Where did that come from?
Even the continued heroics of Kukoc would not be enough, as the festive atmosphere had now been turned into stunned silence by Malone's classic 39-point performance.
Back inside of Karl Malone. He'll jump it for 15. Good!
Malone personally pushing this series back toward Utah.
But with the Bulls trailing by 2, there was time for Jordan to try and write a storybook ending.
Into Jordan, a prayer. We go to Utah.
And what a quiet crowd all of a sudden. All those plans for the parade, for the victory celebration, for the awarding of the trophy. Out the window, baby! We're going to Salt Lake City.
Go Jazz, man. Go Jazz. All the way. Bring it in Game 7 and take it home.
Here at the Delta Center, welcome to Game 6. The Chicago Bulls show up having lost the home court advantage in the finals, but the Bulls are a confident team. They have never lost a Game 6 in their finals history.
Facing a raucous Utah crowd and a revitalized Jazz team, Scottie Pippen and the Bulls would be dealt another ominous setback in the early moments of Game 6.
Bob, I think Scottie Pippen pulled his back out on that dunk shot.
And with Pippen hobbled, the Jazz would immediately capitalize on his absence.
Up top to Carmelo, fake right, try to go left, get out. Comes back right side, strong move. Leads the lane, put it up, good! Got it! He's fouled! The ball there, delivery!
They roar their approval at the Delta Center as the first quarter comes to an end.
With Utah surging and Pippen's status in doubt, the Bulls' fate would be placed in familiar hands.
They go to Jordan, low left, here we go. Follow away, base left, shot good! Down to the angle left, they go to Jordan. Michael, one bounce, fire away. Go another one, a man possessed.
Michael feels right now he can make every shot he takes.
The Jazz simply had no answers for Jordan, who would scorch them for 23 points in the first half.
Michael Jordan sticks his third three-pointer of the half.
But Utah's two superstars would now respond as one, working in tandem as they had done so many times before.
Strong Karl Malone. Karl Malone carrying the load once again for the Utah Jazz.
As the second half began, one question remained.
And Scottie Pippen is back out here on the floor. Whether or not he'll be able to play and play effectively, we'll find out. He is starting the second half.
Between the rings, Harper. Into Pippen in the lane. Scottie with a jump hook. Good. Point blank right in front of the hoop.
With Pippen back on the court, the Bulls would battle the Jazz to a standstill for most of the second half.
Jordan holding high, he'll fake right, go left. Pull up, he's open, 12-footer, good!
But while the Jazz searched in vain for a way to somehow contain the red-hot Jordan, Utah was being lifted by an inspired Karl Malone.
Squares away. Fake right, go left to the base, go to the hoop, lay it up and in with a left hand. Karl Malone.
And as the clock ticked down on this crucial game, it seemed destined to come down to its final moments. Finally, with the score tied and less than a minute remaining, Utah would have its chance to seize control.
Stockton with a three on the way. Good! John Stockton with a cold-blooded three, and Utah takes the lead.
Now in the waning seconds, the Bulls would face yet another critical challenge. With the Jazz poised to force a seventh game, Chicago's incomparable will would be tested one more time.
Out front to the man, Michael Jordan. Jordan up top, fake left, go right. He's there, lay it up, score it easily. Wow. Stockton inside of Carmelo, they double it. Jordan knocks it away from him. Jordan's got it. The Bulls can win it right here. The Bulls can win it. Unbelievable.
16 seconds left. Bulls down one. Michael against Russell. 12 seconds. 11, 10. Jordan a drive. Hangs. Fires. Yes! He scores! The Bulls lead 87-86 with 5 2/10 left. And now they're one stop away. Oh my goodness.
Russell comes into Stockton. Stockton 4 seconds. Stockton a three up out front. Rimming. No. Ball tipped away. Chicago is world champions once more. The Chicago Bulls have won their 6th NBA championship in the last 8 years.
To the Chicago Bulls, the 1998 NBA champion, and a team for the ages. Congratulations.
In 1984, the Bulls were coming off a dreary 27-55 season. Using the third pick in the draft, they chose a guard from North Carolina named Michael Jordan. And Chicago basketball would never seem dreary again.
Cut it to one if they score. Jordan down the middle all the way. Jordan to the hoop. Whoa. Stepped it out to Jordan down the lane all the way. An unbelievable ball. He put it in and it goes.
Soon fans around the world were glued to the nightly highlights, hoping to catch that day's spectacular play.
The inbounds pass comes into Jordan. Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win! They win!
The next 6 years would be devoted to surrounding Michael with a group of spirited and unselfish players capable of mounting a championship run.
Checks in, Breer falls down, and Cartwright steals the ball. Ahead to Jordan. Michael blowing in, feeds Pippen for the jam. Powerhouse!
By 1991, the journey was finally complete. Fittingly, it would be Magic Johnson's Lakers, one of the great champions of the 80s, who would cede their crown to the Bulls.
A spectacular move by Michael Jordan.
The Chicago Bulls have won their first ever NBA championship.
Season after season, the Bulls would courageously defend what they felt was rightfully theirs.
Paxson going for the win. Here's Paxson for three. Paxson. Yes! Yes! It's all over. The Chicago Bulls have won 3 straight NBA championships.
And while some of the faces have changed, over the years, the standard of excellence has never wavered.
Michael, 6 seconds, 5. Michael in traffic to Kerr, 15-footer. Yeah! Have won their 5th championship in the last 7 years. It is Bedlam here at the United Center.
Over an 8-year span, they would be crowned champions 6 times, establishing themselves as one of sport's proudest dynasties.
You know, all I wanted to do when I was young was maybe play in college and be a college basketball player. I never thought I'd make it to the NBA. And even once I made it to the NBA, I certainly never expected all of this, you know, to win championships and to hit a game-winning shot. It's been amazing, and I'm a lucky man.
Every day, I'm gonna remember every day, every practice, everything that happened on the road, everything. These are the things that you don't forget.
I'm gonna miss those closed door meetings where everyone could just relax and say whatever they wanted to say, because it was only the coaching staff and the players, and we'd discuss problems that were going on with the team, and everyone was very vocal, and I'm really gonna miss those moments.
We have this great unity where everyone has their own way of doing things, their own mindset, and we respect that. And then once we come together in that circle, we put it all together, and you have a full sun.
We've shared a lot together, and it's very saddening when you have to think that it could be over. But the guys will be in touch, and 10 years from now, the guys will know where everyone is and what's going on, because there's a bond there, a unity that we have, that we shared hard times together and some great times.
A lot of things that go into it that made this team as probably united or as collectively as together as any team's been in the last 25 years in professional basketball.
I was just thinking the other day that I've coached Michael now for 13 years, which is longer than any coach he's ever had. How fortunate can an old man like me be to have that opportunity at this stage in my life?
To be his teammate for the past 4 years, I mean, I can go tell my own kids that here's a guy who loves his job, And every day he steps out there, he wants to improve. It's been awesome.
I want to take my hat off to the two leaders on this team, Scotty and Michael.
My career started here as well as Phil back in 1987, and we came here to join along with Michael, and our relationship has just continued to bond from that point, and we've grown to have more of a friendship as well as a basketball relationship.
The most things that I would remember about this team is how we've been able to connect mentally as well as physically on the basketball court each and every night. That is special, and that's something that you have to remember.
And for all the highlights, all the triumphs, and all the challenges met, the Chicago Bulls of the 90s will leave behind a legacy of individual will and championship grace that will never be forgotten.
Hey, yourself. Turn around.
We want to thank the Detroit team and their fans for encouraging us to do this.
I just want to know one thing. How good does it feel, Chicago? It's been a long struggle, but we're going to be back here next year for another long struggle.
Chicago Stadium has not hosted a hometown clinching since back in 1938. And we're told they are bringing the championship trophy to the floor, and when the trophy makes its way out here, they will go wild.
Unbelievable as they come back out to an adoring crowd, and nobody has left the building.
I've never seen Michael like this up on the scores table.
I've played on some teams with some guys who always cared about themselves, and I can say one thing: this is the best bunch of guys I've ever played with, and the most unselfish bunch of guys that I've ever played with.
We have a good mix of guys that like playing together, and we enjoy the game of basketball, and we love to play it as a team together, and it's one of the few things for us.
Everything was tough, but we withstood it, held together, held firm, and here we are.
So this is very satisfying to come through this process. We've learned something about ourselves, coaches and players together.
We faced the challenge of trying to defend what we accomplished last year. We went through a very, very long test all season long, and today we stand tall.
about the shot the other night, and there have been some misconceptions about what actually happened. I wanted to clear it up. When we called timeout with 25 seconds to go, we went into the huddle. Phil told Michael, he said, Michael, I want you to take the last shot. And Michael said, you know, Phil, I don't feel real comfortable in these situations. So maybe we ought to go in another direction. And then Scotty came in and said, you know, Phil, Michael said in his commercial that, you know, he's been asked to do this 26 times and he's failed. So why don't we go to Steve? So I thought to myself, well, I guess I got to bail Michael out again.
Oh, beautiful.
But I've been carrying him all year, so, you know, what's one more time? Anyway, the shot went in, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Great story. That is a great story.
Some people can say MVP once, or twice, or 3 times, or 4, but how about the finals 5-time MVP, Michael Jordan?
Hopefully, come 1998, you guys can go out and celebrate and go back to every city and say we won number 6. Hopefully number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10.
My story is not quite as exciting this year, but I'll share it with you anyway. When we called timeout, we were down 3 with 45 seconds left. I kind of thought to myself, this would be a great chance at a 3-pointer to tie the game. I mentioned that to Phil, and Phil looked at me with this disgusted look, and he said, Steve, let's face it, last year was a fluke. Get the ball to Michael and get the hell out of his way. And for what it's worth, I thought I did a fantastic job of getting out of his way.
I know a lot of people didn't think we'd end up back in Grand Park this year. Nobody knows if we're going to be in Grand Park next year. But the one thing I do know is my heart, my soul, and my love has always gone to the city of Chicago. And I do know that no matter what happens, my heart, my soul, and my love will still be in the city of Chicago.